Good evening. Hold on. Okay, we're just getting that out of the way. I'm not going to explain that. We covered that in the 12-hour epic, maybe other times. I will put links in the description, not worth dealing with here, but just getting that out of the way. Okay, at this point, I don't even give a crap about that Hitchcock thing. I just want to get started. Okay, so we are here for a very important purpose, okay? This is going to be a multi-purpose video, unfortunately, because multi-purposes are served by pretty much everything I do. But there is one main objective, and that is an actual, real business proposition. This is not a joke. This is a real thing that I do need some sort of help with because I don't do anything but the talent. That's how talent works. They need other people to organize. But I'm going to explain in full my very unique and groundbreaking business proposition. Mainly to get extra money to either, hopefully Samantha gets here soon. Once she's here, the majority of the money will be spent on her and making her happy and comfortable and recover from what she's been through. Hopefully we don't get this started before she gets here because it shouldn't take that long to get her here. But regardless, the main intent is to benefit her. In a similar way that most people, you're looking at the title, aren't you? You're looking at the title, aren't you? You want to know what the deal is with the title. I know, I actually went on my cell phone. By the way, this is how I keep my cell phone now. Yeah, it's like being a doctor on call, having to help people and not wanting to misplace your cell phone. You know how many times I've had to use the house phone to call my cell phone to find out where I left in the house? Oh my God, this is why we suddenly did this. Check this out. This is why we said, David's charity is literally like a business and like being a doctor on call, whether it's helping people the way he helped Maria and Samantha or just helping people advice-wise, Jennifer just, oh my God, it's literally that point. David needs a staff and now he's on call. So now we're doing this shit. I'm like, okay, so trust me, I know what the title's going to be this time. We're not doing no guesswork this time. I checked the character count, make sure it's 100 characters. I know what it's going to be. You're all wondering, what's the deal, David? Okay, hold on. First, we have an outline. I just want to let you know, before I get into that, hold on. Remember how the last video, the whole male Karen thing happened, right? With a little twist, like a deep, meaningful twist, right? We said it's going to be a vlog. It turned out to be the #1 like lifetime epic, right? So now we're kind of treading carefully here. We're trying to be like manipulating karma, right? We're not going to say this is a vlog because we know what happens when we say that, but we also don't want to turn into a 12-hour epic. So we kind of made a middle ground. We're trying reverse psychology here is what we're doing. There's a middle ground here. I made an outline. Here's the intro. Here's the main body leading up to the idea. And then we have a bunch of subjects I want to try to avoid because these would be individual videos on their own. Ever since that video where I had to go on record saying David's not mistakenly trying to get a girl with anything he does, I realized there are other subject matters that would be good public service announcements for things that have been long misunderstood with David. That thing is like 12 years overdue. I can't believe it took that long. That would have been very useful back in the day, that video. I'll probably show it on the screen so you know what I'm talking about. And then we have some ending notes. I have 2 of them. I'm not going to show them. It depends on what we get through. Okay, it depends. So I have an outline. I don't want it to be a big production, but I'm also not going to say it's a vlog because I'm not going to be that naive. So we're going to try to manipulate. We're going to try to manipulate like we're going to try to pull some reverse psychology or something. I don't want to be here forever. Oh, another thing you have to be aware of when I do these videos. Again, hold on. I'm going to harp on this every so often as I see necessary. You need to understand that when I say something on camera, this is all live. Everything that is not what you're seeing right now and interjected later is called mixed media. Trust me, this will come into play with what we're here for later on. Anything that is not me speaking to camera is added later, okay? I can guess what I'm going to add, but I don't know for sure until I go see it all in post-production, okay? This is all shot blind, right? But if I say something that I know I have video on, I have to add some video. Because you always want to show stuff, not say stuff whenever possible. Because if you say stuff, but don't show stuff, and people watch it and they be like, David, I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you prove it or some shit like that? You know, trolls are like that. Then you're going to be sitting back the rest of your life being like, yeah, I should have showed something. I could have, but I didn't. That's the difference between real professional talent and what we might call, let's be nice here, people who are still trying to find themselves in their craft, okay? That's the difference. That's the difference between someone established and someone still trying to find themselves in their craft, okay? The person who's trying to find themselves will get up, talk a storm, be here forever, not show a damn thing, expect you to believe it. The person who's a professional, he knows damn straight when he references something and he has video to show you, he obligated himself when it came out of his mouth to show you some video, to show what he's talking about. So that's the difference between David, the 40-year-old professional who's been doing this since 2000, and someone else who doesn't know, who's still trying to find themselves. We'll be nice. We'll be nice. Okay, we already went off topic, off script here. I know you want to know about the title. Okay, trust me, it is not literal. It's an interpretation, just like the male Karen thing was sort of like a hook you this way and show it some deeper as a person. Same deal. Same deal. Okay, so let's get back on track. Where are we with the outline? Where's the main? Oh. Okay. So, let's just check them off. Let's just check them off. We jumped around already. Reverse psychology, check. That was at the very end. What do we got? Okay, we're good. Okay, so what we are going to do now is an attempt. Well, not really an attempt. It's always going to be open whether people take me up on the offer or not. We are going to do David Vega's version of an OnlyFans business setup, right? Where basically we discovered a way. Okay, you know what OnlyFans is, right, for girls, right? And it's always physical, right? It's always based on showing your body, doing all this clothes. I don't know. I don't pay for that shit. Why would I? You would think, and I have gotten this question asked on Quora once, that a male could also do it, if they're like sexy enough or appealing enough and stuff like that, and girls for whatever reason want to pay. I don't understand why they'd want to pay to see a guy. But like, dude, you can see that if someone was going to do a male OnlyFans, it would be like maybe physical the same way, but as a super duper model type. No. If you're like David and you understand how the females really work, and this spans across all classes of females. It's not a rich person thing. It's not a poor person thing. It's not a middle thing. It's not this. It's not that. When you really understand how they work, you understand that on their deepest, most level, whether they're honest about it or not, whether it's in public or private or both, correspond or they're different ways, it all works the same way. It's all as a person. The deepest, most effective level to really touch a female's heart, and this is in any capacity, not just romance. This is also true with people like Maria, who are like a kid-like figure, who just want a father figure doing special stuff for them as a person. It's the same deal. Also, as an antagonist, right? Like Samantha, working super duper hard in front of her. We may not have known that she was innocent, but she admired that. I did not know that. I thought the opposite. But regardless, that's another version of appealing to the person, just as in a teaching context, right? That's how she started out before she started making or attempting to make the transition to FS1. So, so I covered briefly the 3 fire starters, how it operates across all 3 categories. Even if we came up with an FS4 professional, like say Wildfire, who has been writing my songs, right? They're not technically an FS, but they're kind of like, the most ideal type, or someone like Zoe, who I admire as a manager. Even in a professional context, if you have an inspiring worker on a job and they're tearing it up, doing amazing shit, probably topping all the managers on their best day as a regular worker, that's inspiring. And that's all on the level of a person. Again, it's so ironic that when we had that thing, the last personal 9/11 with Samantha on 11/1/2021, when at the end I will probably show her confession. She confessed multiple times. I have to get this out of the way. The manager assumed the worst and stepped in and made a false report in her name. Samantha is not used to standing up for herself, whether for her or other people's benefit or well-being, so she put up with that, never corrected it for years. Years. And now, and as a result, I and everyone around me got a false impression of her. I worked super duper hard in front of her, like as if Tanya Harding came around Nancy Kerrigan, forgetting what she did or not knowing what she did. Nancy knows what she did, but she ain't gonna say anything because she'll get in trouble. I developed that complex, all unnecessarily, because Samantha had no problem with me the whole time. While I was trying to work hard to show her up and teach her through action, she was enjoying the show, the gun show. Not this gun show, not this gun show, the gun show of David's work. She was enjoying the gun show. And that's why as soon as she admitted innocence and now she has feelings for me, boom, switch that to love. You have the ideal mate in every way. But it starts with work. Even in a work context, you can still work hard and inspire other workers, and that's all as a person. Samantha never knew how much money I made. That was not a part of our conversation when we first met. I left that out. the money I made. It was all work and not even the money. You would think that someone trying to come on to someone would mention the money. No. Other people, sure, male and female alike. Samantha, no, she's probably the one person who I didn't talk about the money. But as a worker alone, she was inspired as a person. That counts too. That's appealing to the female sensibility at the least. The males also sort of, but they're just not the same way inspired. I don't know. I don't care about the male. Sorry, I don't care about the males. Bottom line, no matter what type of fire starter we're dealing with, whether romantic, whether antagonistic, whether like a kid, or the hypothetical FS4, a worker professional type, right? All four of them share the same thing in common. They are turned on by internal stuff in here as a person. That's how it works with at least the females and some very few, but like males as well. Okay, according to what Maria and her friend Zio says, I'm probably the only one alive, okay? Like the last, like, it's true. We don't know that, okay? They say that, but like, whatever. So, given that I have this talent, this proven talent, which, just to let you know, without regard to the whole FS1 saga, it has shown itself after that. Samantha, Maria, Wildfire, and anyone else, all the online girls, especially Kaylin, Laurel, Chloe, the big three, right? It has shown itself. It has emerged, and it is now independent of the FS1 saga. But we have a good thing about that. Here's what we have. So now that we know how it works, we found some gold people. I'm going to go over the process by which this was found. So you know that I've been showing a lot of my videos from olden days, right? We will go over this in depth, starting with the college days, Franco and Carlo, right? Then AGTV, then like different things like Game Complex, Stuart and Skylar, and we've been reinterpreting them in terms of temporary fire stars before the concept of a fire star came along, okay? That's before the whole FS1 saga, right? Then, when Maria officially made her transition to, Maria was FS3. Samantha was FS2 before Maria was FS3, but Maria was the first one to get videos done for her. Before Samantha came and confessed, and then she became involved, right? In midway through the 12-hour epic. We'll go over this in depth. Maria was the first fire starter of my latest two, beyond the FS1 days, to get videos done to honor her as a person, right? So, you have David making meaningful videos for mostly dudes before the FS1 saga. You have David making meaningful videos for now a whole bunch of women in his life. Even Kaylin, the first of the online girls. She got streams. She has an NHL season still in progress and 2 singing videos. Yeah. These women after the FS1 saga have gotten like really good videos to honor them as people. No strings attached, right? And we've shown before FS1, we've shown after FS1. Before or after, David has the talent. He knows how to do it. The only thing we've omitted is anything from the FS1 saga. Right. But here's the thing. I want to pose this to you people, okay? What if we found some footage that, much like the footage you're seeing now, is what we call raw footage? I mean, you don't add anything. When you shoot it, you haven't added anything yet. You have to go to the computer and then get stuff and then add mixed media later to correspond to what you say. That's what's called raw footage. What you're seeing now, this is all raw footage. Both cameras, raw footage, not edited yet. What if I told you, this is like a Morpheus what if I told you meme, but live. What if I told you that we found some raw footage from one of the videos of the FS1 saga that was done romantically, but here's the thing, because no mixed media had been added to the raw footage, any girl can come along and they can be inserted in there, and it could be re-edited and reassembled just like it was before. But for any new girl at all in the world who comes at David and says, show me what you can do, make me feel like a goddess. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing? Wouldn't that be an interesting thing if any woman, no matter what their interest in David, came along and said, make me one of your trademark romantic videos from the period where you learned all this stuff that we're just not talking about, right? Guess what? We did it. We found it. It's called This Is How... It was called This Is How I Do It to M-Town. Now, I'm not going to tell you what that was all about, all right? I'm not going to tell you what it was all about. We're going to see 2 examples later on. We're going to see one, I picked one of the girls in my life, Jennifer, who I already have enough material on where we could interject her stuff in there and make it about her, right? And then I'm going to show you a version where I did the same thing, but I edited out all the stuff that was FS1 specific, put blank spots there, and throughout it I have instructions on what type of footage you're supposed to add there. There's one part where the girl's face is the goddess shot, I call it, superimposed over the sky through multiple cuts, and then there's a bunch of other places where you can just add interjections between interactions between you two, right? Any woman. So I create a blueprint basically with instructions. Any girl can do it. Any girl can come along and say, David, show me what you do. And here's the thing. What if we charged for that? What if we charged for that? What if, okay, first off, it is the same song, annoyingly enough. It's Desiree's You Gotta Be, right? It's edited to that, okay? So we're gonna have to pay royalties every fucking time to Desiree You Gotta Be, whoever owns the rights to that. But after that, if you want a demonstration of what David did, if you want a demonstration right out of the days where he was trained to do this, that he hypes up so much but can't show for fucking legal purposes, you can have one. You can have one, any girl in the world. And now, here's the thing. It doesn't matter whether it's someone who's, okay, first off, of the 3 original fire starters, 2 of them can have one. Samantha and Maria, FS2 and 3, okay? Samantha doesn't need one because she got better than that in the whole Rocky 5 montage. Samantha has material, me and Samantha have material overload, okay? She don't need one. Maria, she's FS3 like a kid. Yes, I could put her in there, but like, it's supposed to be romantic. It would be weird, okay? Yeah, we'd probably have to shoot new stuff and just like give her, I don't know. Bottom line, they could. But even more important, any temporary fire starter, any temporary girl, like Jennifer, she's a temporary, okay? She's not an original, she's a temporary FS1. And by the way, just to let you know, FS1 is the biggest category out there. Every single girl is a potential FS1. That means wife, potential goddess, potential mother of child, person you marry, have kids with, end up in eternity with, right? Everybody, every single woman out there is a potential FS1, right? They don't have to have real deep feelings for David. Like me and Jennifer, she's my high school girlfriend. We went out for two weeks. Yeah, just 2 weeks. We had several deep and meaningful experiences. We caught up a year ago. Did you see? Oh no, you're gonna see this. Okay, we caught up a year ago, right? I counsel her all the time on personal stuff. We do have feelings. We do have stuff between us, but we're not like, headed down that route right now, right? So she's a temporary FS1, but she's more personal than anyone else, right? She made Ninja Turtle. Yes, she made Ninja Turtle in my 12-hour. Yes, I was Michelangelo, Maria was Donatello, Samantha was Leonardo, and Jennifer was appropriately Raphael. That's very appropriate. She was Raphael, okay? So she made Ninja Turtle. She's very important with regards to my fight now against the system, right? So Jennifer is not, the example you're going to see is not typical. It's not at all typical of any person who applies and wants to see what I can do. It's a little more personal. It's going to go way beyond the typical person. It's going to be an outlier, but it gives you an idea. It gives you a perfect idea of what I can do for anybody who comes along. So the temporary FS1 is the most ideal person. Does not have to be deep and personal. And also, technically, you don't even have to be single. If you're with somebody and you just want a feel-good thing, you don't even have to have actual feelings. You can act the shit. It doesn't matter whether it's real feelings with David or it's just acting. Actors are perfectly fine, no problem. It's just about showing what I can do for anybody based on one project from the period of my life that we ain't talking about that trained me real good no matter what was really going on. So, why not do a male version of an OnlyFans page? It's not going to be an OnlyFans page. I'm not literally going to register with OnlyFans unless you can somehow work this out. It's OnlyFans in spirit, based on my unique talent. So, that's what we're doing. Okay. So you could consider this like the FS1 experience, right? If you were to name it like a theme park ride, the FS1 experience, right? Yeah. Also, think of it like this. You know how when you go to, I'm gonna have to look on fucking Google image search and find new shit on this. This is what I'm talking about. Mixed media. It's a pain in the ass. You know how when you go to a carnival, right? Or like a theme park, right? And they have like these cartoon characters or some kind of cardboard cutout of like a Disney character or some shit, and the face is cut out so that you could have your child go up there, step up, and put their face in the place of the cartoon character. You take a picture and like your kid is like, I don't know what's going to show up on a search. your kid is like this character or that character, you know, it looks like they're in the place of the character, right? That's the idea behind the carnival game. Put it there. That's what it's like, okay? Imagine you have a cardboard cutout of David's FS1 original, right? But the actual face is cut out, right? As well as anything related to the interactions between or about the person is cut out, right? So it's more like this. It's like, imagine going to a carnival game, right? And you have like a big cardboard statue of like FS1, but the face is cut out, and maybe you put your hands through it and the hands are cut out. Maybe, I don't know, like it just the stuff that regards FS1 specifically is cut out so that any woman can come in and put their face and hands or whatever in there and see what it was like, see what theoretically it would have been like back in the day for David to do this project for you. When he was, let's see, what age was I? 2012, before birthday, 29. I was 29. You're going to see 29-year-old footage. Anyone can insert themselves in 29-year-old David footage. Bearing in mind, David's now 40. This guy's 40 now. so that's great. That why not make a business thing on that? Why not? And it changes people's perspective. It changes people's perspective and says, hey guys, first off, this as a person thing, it might actually work. It's maybe it's not just about getting. Maybe it's not about getting sex. Maybe it's not about getting a relationship. Maybe it's not about getting a ring on the finger and walking down the aisle. Maybe it's not getting this or getting that or treating like an actual living human being like they're an object to be had. Let's pick one. Is there something of value around here? What do I want to make an analogy to? Yeah, try to find something of value in David's place. You're going to be here a while. Pick something. What do I want to go with something that's not mine? Hold on. I'm looking. Where do I find something of value? Something of You know what? Let's just go with convenience. Hold on. This is so stupid. Okay. Maybe male-female reactions are not about saying, I'm going to treat a person like I'm going to treat this. I need to wash some clothes, so I'm going to get this because I need that. Hey, girl. Am I actually doing this? Hey, girl, I need you. Why don't you be mine? Yes, I'll be yours. Ha! I have girl. That's so stupid. Maybe it's not about what I just did, but treating that like a person, okay? Maybe it's not about treating people as freaking objects to need or have. God damn it, why can't I find something of material value around here? It's all need-based stuff. That's a problem. Fuck, where's something of value? Value. Well, I can't take the... Even if there's a VCR over there. Even that's not value in 2022. Fuck. I need something of disposable material. You get the idea. So maybe we change people's minds and say it's not about getting. It's just about, hey, I see something in you based on the inside, and whether you recognize it or not, I want to bring that out and celebrate in front of the world. I want the world to look up to you as an example of what they can inspire to be. That's the essence of a goddess. Yeah. The difference between any goddess in general versus the goddess David wants to end up with and marry and shit. Goddess in general is sporadic. You know, that's just, I see that person, I like something about them, I'm going to celebrate that. I'm going to draw attention to that, right? That's what we're doing here. The difference between David's goddess is he says, you know what? You're a continual source of inspiration. Whether you recognize it or not, I see some menu, and I think we can use that over and over and over again. We put you up enough lifelong, and before you know it, at the end of your life, you know who people are looking up to when they're in school and they see all those historical figures on the wall? It's going to go something like this. They're going to see Winston Churchill. They're going to see Frederick Douglass. They're going to see Rosa Parks. They're going to see Mahatma Gandhi. They're going to see Albert Einstein. They're going to see Nelson Mandela. And oh, look at that. There's Samantha Quezada. Oh, look at that one. There's Maria Cruz. Look at that. There's Sanella Jenkins. Sanella Jenkins is up there. Who else? Melania Weintraub. She's up there. That's what a goddess is. That's marriage material. When the goal is that by the end of your life, your woman is up there with all the historical greats. Because you did a good job of putting her up all your life. As the guy who wants to portray to the world that this is what y'all need to be. They all stand for something in history. Yes, they do. But it's as a person. Right. It's not about materialism. God damn it. Why can't I find some of value in here? Okay. So this is basically the best, what do you call it? Like, ADT anti-burglary sign ever. Like I swear to God, I can't find nothing of value here. Like, who cares about putting anti-burglary signs in your yards? Like, we got this security system. Who cares? David just goes on camera and says, I can't find anything of value in here. Why? Why can't I find anything of value in here to show the camera? Ah. Yeah, that's better than any security sign ever. I can't find nothing. Even the camera I'm recording on is mini DV, cost me like $276 in 2019, because it's from like 2003 or some shit. Even the camera's not worth it. I can't even hold up a mirror and say, hey guys. All right, God, dude, this is going to be a project. I'm going to have to think through. Okay. Okay. So you get the idea. Okay, we covered all this shit. Let's just cross this off. Great. Yeah, you can solve a lot of problems with video making. How many people are worried about their place being robbed, but they're not video makers, so they can't come on and have this completely independent cause that they need to talk about, and meanwhile they can't find a fucking one object of value in their own goddamn environment. This is, only a video maker can do this shit. Holy fuck. Okay. Background and person-centered video projects. Got that. Got that. Okay, so as if I haven't shown it enough, the whole point of this is to show that David's a real deal. He's credible. He doesn't need to get any. It doesn't need to be based on getting. We're going to show once and for all that David's a real deal. Also, okay. So we're going to run down. We're about to run down how this whole idea came about. We're about to move on to the second page of the outline. You need to understand something. The reason we have to draw this out, we can't just go into the example that I have to show, is because we need to solve the whole internet troll problem. And it's not just the internet trolls. It's also, scarily enough, the system, multiple systems, including the employment system, actually. But they're just not, like, primarily interested in this kind of thing. It's only as needed. But there are multiple systems who will act just like internet trolls and be like, think that David, or anybody for that matter, just came up one day and decided to do all that you're seeing right now. You know, he decided for no reason just to show a past project. There's no reason. There's none that led to that. There's no real life events. No, there is. And we're going to go over them in detail so you know how we got here. You're going to know how we got here before you see anything regarding the actual footage, right? So we're going to, and also the word, again, this was a problem back in the day. Back in the day, during the FS1 saga, when this was sort of towards the beginning, when things were still sort of good but getting bad. Back in the day, everybody on the other side that was not David's side judged things the same way as the now internet trolls. That's a huge problem, because that means that actual lives can be affected if you dare be unique like David is. That's why the Vitor Pitor thing was such a big deal. That guy ruined everything for everybody. We'll cover that, okay? So that also is a concern. Dude, have to do this for legal protection. We must do this. It's not a question of can we or can't we, should we or no, we must. We must. If you're going to do something this unique, this groundbreaking, and as we've seen, when you're dealing with actual people and actual emotions and acted emotions and what the hell back and forth, you've got to cover your ass. It's sad. It's sad that nobody besides me has come up with it. So we got to cover our ass. We got to cover our ass. Over cover our ass. Just in case. Just in case. Okay. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Here's the structure of what I don't know how much tape I have. I'm going to try to keep this short. I'm probably going to go on to another tape. I'm hoping I can cap it 2 hours, okay? Okay, we have some things to cover. We have 5 things to cover, okay? Number one, we're going to cover, we have to back up a little bit. I did make a video regarding what my plans were for the 14th. By the way, it is November 14th as I shoot this. I'm not sure if I'm going to get it done by the same day and upload to YouTube, but we're starting on November 14th, okay? Based on a past video, I said that something else was going to happen on the 14th regarding me and Samantha. That got derailed. We're going to explain that. It's worthy of comment. That's first. Number one. Number two. We're going to discover how this concept of Firestarter came about. Because as I alluded to before, it makes sense of everything. It makes sense of everything past, right? Starting with dudes. It makes sense of everything that we're not talking about. And it makes sense of everything present with Marie and Samantha. So we have to discuss the evolution of this concept called a Firestarter. We must. Number 3, we're going to run down the video list since Maria started the new videos for a fire starter, right? While I was still at work and she was not. We're going to run down the videos and just summarize how they led to this. We're also going to run down the discovery process of the M-Town footage. How this whole discovery of raw M-Town footage that any woman can be a part of and take completely over, how that came about. It's amazing. I didn't see that. I didn't try to do that. And also the appeal, okay, I already covered that a bit. We'll see if there's anything left by the time I'm here. The appeal of M-Town to all potential FS1s. That's FS1 Romantic Fire Starter. We're going to cover just the appeal of M-Town specifically, and then we're going to get into M-Town. We're going to show the examples. Okay, so I think you got enough. And then we have a list of things I'm going to try intentionally not to cover, because these 5 things could make individual videos. So I'm going to try not to cover those, and then it's just ending notes. So that's how it's going to go. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn the cameras off right now. I'm going to see how much tape I have left. I'm going to take a little bit of a self break. You're not going to notice a break because I'm going to just cut and start again. We're going to take a break. We're going to take stock of everything. We're going to prepare. And we're just going to get ready to do the next page of the outline. This is all the specific stuff that you need to know before we go into the M-Town footage, just to cover our asses, over-cover our asses, cover our asses like multi-coat. And maybe I could find something of value around here. It's not going to be from this room, I know that for sure. Dude, I'm going to have to go on a search, man. Oh, that would be great. The next woman who comes along, somehow instead of pants search, inspiration search, maybe something of value search in David's place. What kind of fire starter would that be? That would be like a new type of... That wouldn't be professional, because find something of value search. Go 60 miles to find something of value. Okay, enough jokes. Let's cut the tape. Let's cut the tape and take a break. All right. Something of value search. Are you serious? Good evening. All right. Woo! Why not? We're making another entrance. Why not just annoy the shit out of people with that? We're not going to explain that. I will provide some links in the description. But yeah, why not? If we just took a break and we're coming back, why not? Okay, so now we're here for the preliminary stretch before we deal with the actual idea to be propositioned as a business plan, right? We're going to deal with what led up to this idea, right? So I don't know how long we're going to take. We're probably at least going to finish this tape. We went through 34 minutes. Probably going to end it out, start about that much with another tape. We could be here for an hour on this page alone, don't know. So, oh, by the way, before we start, check it out. So when I was on break, I attempted, emphasis on attempted, to find something of value around here to show the camera, to like basically take this the form of, like, to make the analogy of what it's like to just try to get a girl. We did the need version, right? The practical need version. I'm trying to find an analogy that would express the high value object type, which is the rich version of the same thing, on how ridiculous it is that we would even define that. Here's the best I came up with, but you're not gonna believe this shit. Okay, so I told you about how my phone is on call. Here's what I recently got. My dad got this for me. I'll explain the circumstances. This is called Pocket Juice. See this right here? Pocket Juice, right? It's like a portable charger. So you can charge it up and then plug it into your phone so you don't run out of battery on the road. So I'm gonna explain how this came about. I am working on a search video called Inspiration Search for Samantha. Why? Because she is the second. She is trying. God bless her heart, to make the transition from FS2 to FS1. Right? Wife material, goddess material. You know, she wants me to break her off. God damn it! I'm gonna go ahead, show the damn meme again. Why not? I told you when I reference something, I got to show it. She wants me to break her off a piece of what FS1 got. Right? The original FS1. So I'm giving her the same type of things I used to do, the same treatment, which started video making with a video about me riding my bike 60 miles somewhere, and then getting something and returning back and taking pictures and making a video along the way. Samantha's is called Inspiration Search, although the Spanish version I still haven't memorized the word. And the first time I did it, because it's the year 2022, we're not going out with the same red Nikon camera that we did it in the day with 2010. We're going out with an iPhone SE, I think. I don't know, from 2017 or something like that. An old iPhone. So, I didn't realize that when you use your phone along a 60-mile bike ride, which, by the way, it lasted 10 hours, I want to say 10 hours, 20 minutes, 10 hours, 40 minutes in total. The first time taking pictures along the way and stopping places, it takes like 10 hours, 40 minutes. It lasted about 10 hours, 40 minutes. I ran out of cell phone battery 10 miles from home, maybe a little bit over that. I told my dad right before, and Samantha, both, for different reasons, mind you, right before I ran out of battery, I showed how much battery, and then I took a picture of the last place I was at, and then it shut off, and both Samantha and my dad were like, uh-oh, what if he's in an emergency? Okay, so this, by the way, is the story of David's life, just to let you know. So, two things happened, okay? Number one, before my cell phone shut off, as you will see in the search video, I had already transferred $50 from cash into my Bank of America account in case Samantha needed money at the time. She was siphoning off small amounts of money at the time, right, for Uber rides to work and stuff like that in Mexico. I thought she might need something. On the way out, I put 50 in a Bank of America. On the way back, I checked in. She wasn't answering on whether she might need that. Right before my cell phone let out, I said, here's 50 in case you get to me while I'm unable to contact you during that 10-mile ride back from when I have no juice in my cell phone. I will probably have to show this on screen now. Samantha thought that was the most wonderful thing in the world because it means I was thinking about her and preparing her just in case she has an emergency during whatever the time that was, the hour she couldn't get a hold of me, so she didn't think there's some wrong or something, right? She thought that was the greatest thing in the world. That's as a person stuff. It's not just about the money you provide, it's about why you do it, anticipating an emergency and saying, I can do it anyways, why hold out, just get it to her just in case. And if she doesn't need it now, she'll need it later, right? That's being a good provider, not just in terms of physical money provided, but in terms of why you did it, right? Right. That is what I did for Samantha when my phone ran out. But when my dad saw that the phone ran out and I got back, he went online and bought this pocket juice, right? So he wants to make sure that his son doesn't need him in an emergency but is unable to contact him. Samantha loves the fact that I did something good as a person. That is the dichotomy of David's life, right? Parents provide something like this for one reason, just so David keeps living for whatever reason, I don't know, because based on the way I'm treated by everybody in the world, I don't know why they would want me to keep living. But bottom line, he provides something like this for practical use, right? Samantha necessitates the same thing, but for reasons that have to do with as a person, so that if I use this thing, I don't run out of juice when I'm making an inspirational video for her, and I can also get her small amounts of money if she happens to need me during that time. So we have that, but here's the thing. I thought this was valuable. I went online just now, looked it up. Turns out this same version, Walmart, $11.50. For whatever, this is the, what is this? This is the 10,000 mAh version. They had on the same Walmart site, $51 something cents for like an 8,000 mAh version. I don't know what the difference was. I don't see the difference. But yeah, bare minimum, $11.50. So when I go to look for something valuable, to make an analogy of like trying to get a girl because she's such a good object or good haver, all that bullshit, I still can't find some valuable. This is not valuable. It's just practical. I thought it was valuable because I'm a caveman. I don't know technology. I don't know how much shit costs. Jennifer's laughing her ass off right now. She knows this all too well. So there you go. David tries to find something valuable. He ends up finding something not only not valuable, not worth stealing, but something that helps him do both survival stuff as well as good person stuff for people like Samantha. Okay, so we just proved a point. We didn't show anything valuable. We just proved a damn point. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, let's put the phone back and let's get to what we're supposed to cover. Shit, oh, wait, hold on. Let me check to see if Samantha got to me. Nothing. Yeah, okay. All right. Told you I'm on call. I'm on call when I'm on camera. It never stops. Okay, so let's get to the outline. We have a lot to get through before we show footage of M-Town, okay? So let's get on to why we ain't doing what we are supposed to do on this date. So as you may have noticed, I released a video a while ago called, what was it called? Hold on, let me, I have to get to this early. Hurry up. Hurry up. Doo-doo. No, it starts recent. Starts most recent to latest. Okay. Mark the date on your calendar. Tape yo stick Crosby. Okay, so that video 9 days ago from today's date, I don't know what day that was a video that continued to show how in many ways Samantha is like freaking Sidney Crosby to me. Yes, in very deep ways. I am going to, even though we're not going to do what we were going to do in that video, I'm keeping that up for a reason, because I used the Sidney Crosby metaphor that Samantha is to me to explain how ridiculous this problem is that FedEx created between us starting the day we met, leading to this whole FS2 thing, right? Which could have turned out differently. It could have been an FS4 professional and then later become FS1 or maybe even FS3, but I'd take FS1 over her because Maria is legitimately FS3. Yeah, it could have started as a professional thing, inspiring someone as a worker, but it didn't. So it became an FS2 antagonist, and then now it's transitioning to 1, whatever. So I'm leaving that on there for the example of how FedEx fucked up majorly in terms of what it would be like. You can see the video. It's a Sidney Crosby metaphor, and it's very, very, very accurate. Holy shit, it's accurate. But the main reason we went into that video was because, how do I put this without getting all... November 14th is a very significant date to me in a certain year, because, let's say this, it landed on a certain list of negative dates that I don't want to draw attention to, and it was the very first of its type on that list. I don't want to explain what happened, but here was my plan. Okay, let's back up. I found out, it's all in the video, at work, accidentally, that a lot of people did not know the song Back at One by Brian McKnight. I outlined in the video how that came about, including Samantha. Now, as I said in the video, that's amazing, that's ridiculous that Samantha, a good-looking... Okay, aside from the fact that I, and probably I alone, see the inside of her as a person, the inspirational abilities, just on the superficial side alone, you would think that with the good looks and stuff, that some guy at some point would have introduced Brian McKnight's Back at One to her, at least brought to the attention that song exists, let alone sung it to her. But we found out because of prior stuff at work with other people first that she never heard of that song. That was a mind blower. That was just ridiculous. So now that things have developed with me and Samantha, and she legitimately wants to be an FS1 in David's life, we discussed this idea and we came up with this idea. Actually, she said first, before she started acting all like Projectamundo-ish, that she wanted to do a FaceTime and record a detailed confession of how the manager Alfonso lied on her behalf and fucked things up with us. And then after that, I suggested, hey, you haven't been sung Back at One before. Why don't I customize the lyrics to not sing the original, but the same style, the same idea, but customized to me and you? I have written those lyrics. They're very good. Okay, I was going to sing it on camera the same way I did for Kaylin. I will now have to show that Kaylin video. That's what happens when you make reference. Stuff comes out here. You have to show it. I did this for Kaylin, but I sung the original. And that's before I became good at singing anything, whether originals or customs, right? So I don't want to do the same thing for Samantha, because I did it once for Kaylin, original version. And also the original version, Brian McKnight's own version, is online. So I said, Samantha, you know what? Let's dig deeper for you. Let's give you a custom version that's custom to me and you. And I was going to sing that with her watching on FaceTime. And get this, I came up with 2 other songs that I can tie into a relation and justify them too. I was going to do Will Smith's Getting Jiggy with It, but call it Big Vega style instead of Big Willie style. And I was going to end with, hold on, with Rob Van Dam's wrestler entrance theme song, One of a Kind. Yes, by Breaking Point on the Forcible Entry album. Dude, guys, you guys gotta understand this, okay? I was a fan of RVD back in the Franco and Carlo days, but at a certain point during those unrecorded, NHL stunts, there's a certain person on my former NHL team that had One of a Kind as their goal celebration song. And I'm not going to say why. This is ridiculous that I can't talk about this shit. I thought for the longest time that the artist was Forcible Entry. I did not realize that that's the album name. It's Breaking Point. But all there's a reason. We're just not talking about that reason why I thought that One of a Kind was by an artist named Forcible Entry. That made the Samantha video, because I still thought that. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, I know why I made that mistake. We're just not talking about that shit because we don't know if we can. So, I was going to customize a song to One of a Kind by Breaking Point on the Forcible Entry album, and I was going to direct it towards FedEx. Yes, FedEx. Who screwed me and Samantha up from the time we met unnecessarily, and now she's stranded in Mexico, and I'm the only one who can help her because all the other people turned away from her. She was demonized, she was bullied, she had her address leaked by fucking Excel, which, oh my god, and she doesn't realize she needs to stand up against that shit and get them out the door immediately. So, major level misconduct at the top.
God, don't get me wrong, 'cause this might sound to you a bit odd, but you own the place where all my thoughts go hiding. Right under your clothes is where I find them. Underneath your clothes, there's an endless story. There's a man I chose, there's my territory, and all the things I deserve for being such a good girl, honey. Cause of you, I forgot the smart ways to lie. Because of you, I'm running out of reasons to cry. When the friends are gone, when the party's over, we will still belong to each other. Underneath your clothes, there's an endless story. There's a man I chose, there's my territory, and all the things I deserve for being such a good girl, honey. Underneath your clothes, there's an endless story. There's the man I chose, there's my territory, and all the things I deserve for being such a good girl, for being such a... I love you more than all that's on the planet. Moving, talking, walking, breathing. You know it's true, baby, it's so funny. You almost don't believe it. As every voice is hanging from the ceiling, slabs are hanging from the ceiling. Like a lady tied to her manners, I'm tied up to the steel. Underneath your clothes, there's an endless story. There's the man I chose, there's my territory, and all the things I deserve for being such a good girl, honey. Underneath your clothes, there's a man I chose, there's my territory, and all the things I deserve for being such a good girl, for being such a good girl.
It takes us to our U.S. Marines leader of the game, and we're going offense here. It's Coco Crisp. His team down 3-0 in the bottom of the third, and then just drops the hammer on the Luke French inside pitch and puts it out in the seats for one of the more comedic moments of the season.
Can we see that 17 more times before we get off the air? Because I will laugh all 17 times.
You know the bed feels warmer, sleeping here alone. You know I dream in color and do the things I want. You think you got the best of me, think you've had the last laugh, bet you think that everything good is gone. Think you left me broken down, think that I'll come running back. Baby, you don't know me 'cause you're dead wrong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you.
What are you? Are you a dream killer organization or are you a Plan A's organization? That's what you need to do. That's what you need to decide right here, right now, okay? And if I need to dive into a fucking ice chest to make you decide that, then that's what it's gonna take.
Every single young person in this school today is either a dream maker or a dream breaker. What I mean by that is a dream maker is somebody who helps other people reach their goals and dreams. A dream breaker is someone who steals their goals and dreams. A dream maker is somebody who leaves a trail of people who are better off. But a dream breaker leaves a trail of broken, damaged lives.
Doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone.
Camera in hand. I can actually do this. You realize I can actually. Oh, is that it? Where am I at?
Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
John Jacobs started the Power Team about 20 years ago, and their message has saved a lot of kids.
You know, sometimes the drug dealers are looked up to because they have a wad of cash or maybe some gold chains or sports car in the parking lot or own a pretty girlfriend. But don't be fooled, my friend. In 5 years, they'll either be dead, in a crack house, or in prison. They're users. And I want to challenge you to recognize who the users are in this school. And today, as I try to break these handcuffs, I'm going to give it everything I've got to snap these chains. But I want to challenge you to snap the chains of your past and realize the users and the fake friends, you don't need them. They won't be there when you're in trouble. Be a dream maker.
Doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller.
You're not going anywhere, Shredder.
On the contrary, we're going somewhere.
Hey, Donnie, come on.
You trying to stop us? I'll cover her with this.
Let me go, let's take him. Come on.
Full volume.
It's not your fault.
It's you.
Hit it, Mikey. Rock and roll.
Is she alright?
Tino, I told you this
I know. This is not my fight.
It's last.
Come on, let's go.
I'm coming.
I learned that from a rat.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter. Footsteps even lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over, 'cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself, and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm
Alpha wants a gunship. Alpha wants a gunship. For England, James? No. For me.
Okay? And that's not even dealing with the scumbag guy to deal with Vince. All right? Responsible for my firing. Okay? That's below that. I was going to direct One of a Kind of FedEx because of what they did with us. So that got axed out. You know why that got axed out? Because I'm going to tell you straight up. Samantha, I was not kidding, okay? There was a part of the 12-hour epic that I released early. Okay, let me explain something. Just so you guys know. You see this Hitchcock shirt? Okay, this is my intro shirt. I'm supposed to enter to this, do the Hitchcock thing, until people do what I said they got to do to replace that with something else in future projects. But I did a stretch of footage where after we shot stuff with Samantha in my NHL game, right? I shot a whole bunch of stuff in this green shirt, addressing Samantha. teaching Samantha, having comedy bits based on Samantha, 2 hours, maybe 3, covering myself to show that I am not trying to romance Samantha. Not. And still not, even off the job. Not even knowing if she would ever come back and even see this. Then, once this shit was shot, she did. And then it changed. We went months trying to help her, 1 month, maybe month and a half trying to help her. Then she turned on me because, she doesn't know how to do things. And then I got back to shooting. Everything in the Bono shirt, right? Onward. So, what was my point? Hold on, where's that line? My point was, because I was dealing with the fucking alert line that wasn't getting that I was dealing with a job relevant project while they were talking to me, I had to release shit early. Good thing I did this one though, because I dealt with the concept of a projectamundo. I called it the plight of a projectamundo, right? And I talked about what a projectamundo is, what their problem is, what the problem with all of them are. And I sung a song to Mario's Let Me Love You, but it was Let Me Teach You, right? A custom. And then I made an analogy to tonsil trouble from the South Park episode, how only Nancy Kerrigan can help me, like Magic Johnson. So I might cut to that. It's a good thing I released that early, because when I did the 12-hour, that got edited over with video. The video is separate from the talking until we get to the song. So that's good that the original exists, because we can show that, and we'll show it right now. I'm going to show you what the eternal plight of the projectamundo is. I want to get to the entertainment aspect. I actually have a song prepared now that I've cleared myself of any kind of suspicion of romancing Samantha. I had a song I thought one day, okay, get this. I could have put this on YouTube alone. It does not refer to her specifically. It does not refer to anything that could be linked to stuff about between us. It's actually a song in general about the concept of a projectamundo, which is basically a huge project as a person. Specifically women, specifically the good-looking type, who think they're all that in a bag of chips because that's all people say about them constantly, right? And they think that even the innocent guys are the ones who are doing this, to the point where the one guy who could help them, and there may just be one guy in the universe who could help all the projectamundos of the world, they even cut off the one person who could help them, which means they doom themselves to unhappiness without realizing it. In fact, let me say something, Samantha. Has anyone ever heard that phrase? The greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing the world he doesn't exist. Okay? That is what you need to learn, because all the people around you who reinforce this idea that you're just a looker and that's all you're ever going to be, they are all the devil. And they're convincing you they don't exist. They acting like that's normal. They're all the devil's demons, right? They're all like saying, "Oh, she's such a looker." And even if you're like me and you explain your concept of Firestar in detail and you say she's number 2, your friend will still say she's number 1. And that's the devil. That's the devil. Sorry. Hey, I'm not mentioning your name, so you don't have a right. That's one of the devils around you. Okay? You don't worry about her, she's fine. But everybody's like that. They're all the devil because they're fucking you over as a person, making you impossible to be appreciated by what's in here, and they're all convincing you they ain't doing it. Yeah, only David, the person who you screwed over once upon a time, is capable of convincing you are worthwhile and inspirational, like really inspirational, based on something in here that you haven't even tapped into because you don't know it's even there. Samantha, let me explain something to you. You are capable of great inspiration, great power, and I have seen it firsthand with someone once upon a time who was like you. I know you. I don't know you personally. I know your type. I know you. I know what you're capable of. And if you just harness that and used it for good, you can either greatly help somebody or you can greatly hurt somebody. It's one or the other, and it's all extreme. It's either going to be a great amount of pain you dish out, or it's going to be a great amount of love you dish out to some lucky dude if you get trained right, okay? If you harness who you are inside, like I can, you can use it for good, okay? But you cut off the one and only person who may be out there capable of doing that, me. And the same way that Maria is probably not going to find another David Vega, no matter how long she looks, you're also probably not going to find another David Vega who can train you to see yourself for who you are on the inside. I'm your last chance. I'm Maria's last chance. I'm everybody's last chance. I'm Maria's last chance. I'm your last chance. Any projectamundo in the world can come to me. I'm their last chance. There's only one who can get the biggest projectamundo in the world. Even the ones with more money and power and shit, who could cover shit up if they're out there. We don't know. Whatever. Shut up. David can turn the hardest Projectamundo. The problem is that it takes forever. It will consume the guy's life. It's like this. To fix a Projectamundo, even a guy who's trained like this, to put them through good person boot camp and show them, how to do things. It's like, imagine a teacher who goes into a class teaching whatever the hell on the first day. Okay, students great, teachers great, everyone's fine. Fast forward to the end of the semester, 2 months later, you know what happened over time? The teacher helped the students be the screaming successes. They're all screaming successes at whatever he teach. But you know where the teacher is right now? He's in a hospital, dying, because it literally hurt the teacher to teach those students the Projectamundos. Yeah, teaching a Projectamundo how to be a good person, it hurts the teacher to do that. It does. It hurts the person who teaches them. He may succeed, but it's going to take a long time. It's going to be painful. In my case, it almost destroyed my life. Yeah, dude. So it's dangerous for the teacher. It hurts the teacher to teach the student. But Samantha, I would still take this on for you. I just wouldn't promise anything or commit to it. It's got to not hurt me, dude. If it doesn't hurt me, dude, I'll see what I can do. But God damn it, you got to understand, that's the plight of the projector. That is the eternal plight of the Projectamundo. And so what I did is this. I made a song. Although inspired by Samantha, and Samantha, if you want to take credit for inspiring this, go ahead. This is your song, if there was a song. But this is generally applicable to all Projectamundos everywhere. So I'm going to say I could put it on YouTube by itself and just say nothing about it. Problem is, it's kind of romantic, so I don't have the romance body. This Alfred Hitchcock stomach, this Alfred Hitchcock bod. That song is only singable if it's in this context where I've been a dad to Maria. So we're going to take it out now. Let me explain this. This is actually a great song to represent the plight of the Projectamundo. This is Mario's Let Me Love You. Yes, which, by the way, if you know that song, it is a stereotypical song by a guy trying to get a girl like an object. And not only that, a taken girl who's with somebody else, which is double whammy as a person. What an immoral song. It is romantic, but dude, you don't want that to be your anthem. You don't want that to be anyone's anthem. That song, as it normally is the type of song that when people listen to, if they actually look up to that singer and the message in that song, that's actually bad. Because they're being trained, they're being mind blown, they're mind washing. It's this mind washing process that's responsible for all them guys around you, Samantha, who are teaching you you're just a looker and nothing but. They're the ones who are listening to Mario's Let Me Love You and causing you to think you're only a looker because they see that, they idolize that, and that's how they act towards you and your type and every fucking woman alive. And the ones that don't look good, they think they're just trash. They wouldn't give people like Zoe, the time of day. I would. I don't care how she looks. She's a good person on the inside. I would totally stick with her if I wasn't connected with all these other girls and shit. I would totally stick with her. And you know what she looks like. Okay, she's great. She is beautiful and just cute and just, good God. But the weight, I would take that. That's fine. That's David would take that on. I would take that on over a legit Projectamundo lifelong, I swear to God. That's how bad the Projectamundos are. I would rather take the physical thing, working through the physical problem, over the person problem, if on a certain level. I'll see what I can do, okay? I'll see what I can do, okay? How much time? I need to make sure I'm going to finish this. Okay, we're back. Now, I didn't see that just now. I'm just going off of memory. You saw more than I did, okay? I didn't do nothing. I didn't leave or do nothing. You saw it. Okay, I didn't. So basically the idea is they hurt the teacher. Yes, you may change the life of the Projectamundo for the better. Yes, you may make a positive difference, but you're going to get hurt doing it. Yeah. That's the trademark of the Projectamundo. Also, as you saw, the Projectamundo has a lot of devils in disguise around them, telling them they're all that when it's all superficial, and on the inside they are hurting people, right? So they have a lot of devils in disguise that are not letting them know. Like, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing the world he doesn't exist. Everyone around them is a devil, the Projectamundo, and they're all filling their head with bullshit and convincing them they're all that just because of looks, and really on the inside they're hurting, and they're going to hurt people if they don't get training, right? Also, I didn't cover this. Okay, so that's the plight of the Projectamundo. But when you take a Projectamundo on, like I am now doing, again, you have to protect yourself, or you're going to get hurt, and maybe your life ruined, as I well know, right? Okay, so the trick is, the Projectamundos are a special type of woman who, they all need Goddess 101, training on how to be a goddess. It's in the Bible. It's Ephesians 5. I don't consult it before I come out with this. I lived it on my own. I covered this in the last video. I live it on my own. I always have. The Bible just reinforces it. I don't consult it first. But it's in line with Christ, okay? The male is the teacher, okay? Some males are not good teachers. A lot of males are not good teachers. But they're supposed to be. If they're not good teachers, they're just not fulfilling their roles. But that don't change the fact that that's their role, okay? The woman's not supposed to teach the male. The male's supposed to teach the woman. And if the male's a bad teacher and you still want to hang with him, you got to inspire him to want to be a teacher. Then he has to learn stuff, and then he has to teach you, okay? So either way, it goes through, the teaching goes through the male, okay? So, if you want to teach a projectamundo, it's different from teaching a regular woman who doesn't think she's all that in a bag of chips. The regular woman can be taught. That's like Maria, okay? The projectamundo, though, it's kind of like working out, like weight training. Okay, when you're weight training, you're not building, everyone who knows weight training knows this. You're not building your muscles up as you're doing exercises. You're not. You're actually breaking them down. You're causing little tears in the muscles that purposely injure yourself so that in the days following, when you eat, sleep, and rest and recover, you build your muscles up stronger than they were before you worked out. That's how muscles work, okay? It's the same thing with the projectamundo. You have to break down all the bullshit that they've been taught by the world around them all their life, some of them since they were little tiny kids, about how wonderful they are just because they're a good looker. Or in the case of rich projectamundos, oh my God, they're colossal amundos. You have to try to somehow break through that force field and teach them how just because they have money, it doesn't mean they know better. They still got problems. They're just able to hide them better, right? That's a completely different level of projectamundos. Okay, that will not only destroy your life, that will also consume time in your life that you can't get back. Yeah. So Samantha, thank God, does not have that problem, but she's still got projectamundo tendencies. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because that's why we ain't doing the singing video. Because as soon as we decided that, almost the next day, she started showing these projectamundo tendencies. Now, I'm not going to go over them because we're going to be here a while, and also it's a tangent. The job is going to be mentioned too much. All the 4 companies we had to deal with had a role in this, except Octapharma. Oh, they're so lucky. The other 3 had a role in this. It's going to be a tangent. But bottom line, she showed her projectamundo tendencies, and let me get where I was going. Okay, yeah. So again, it's like what I said in the male Karen video. I'm going to cut to that. Maybe. Let's give some time for that. That's not why you're special. Let the guy who sees you more special than anyone will ever see you in your life, who can legitimately compare you to Sidney Crosby on so many deep levels, not just a superficial one she heard in person, right? Let that guy run the show and take over, okay? All you gotta do is stand there and be you. That's the same way it worked on the van line when she was around. All she had to do, because we thought she made up that report, or that she did that report when she didn't, was stand there, and as long as she's around and able to see me, not even seeing me, able to, right? That's why Samantha vid happened, that story. It's in the 12 hour. Yeah, all she got to do is stand there and let David does what he does in front of her. That's the same thing in real life that she got to do that as at work, right? She needs to do the same thing in real life as she did in work. Stand there and watch what David does, okay? Give words of encouragement every so often, but ultimately let David run the show. Over time, when she actually gets here and it gets more personal, then I'll teach you, and then you can pick up some of what David knows, and then you can show how you've grown and improved as a goddess, right? That's why I'm trying to teach her as much as I can, and I'm rewarding her little bits at a time with the money when she learns stuff, right? I'm trying to teach her, but priority goes to David doing what he's been trained to do over time, right? Mainly in the 2012, 13, and 14 era, which again, we may not know if we can talk about it legally, but it sure was effective, wasn't it? Yeah, Samantha wants some of that. She wants me to break her off a piece of that, and I want to give her more than I ever did before. So, this weight loss thing is serious. If she hadn't, for Samantha to come along and think that her little 20-year-old standards can be injected in David sometime, that's like me at a stoplight when I'm waiting for a light to change to cross the street, and someone comes up to me at a crosswalk and here's my leg, right, waiting for the light to change, boom, stick a needle full of horse tranquilizer in me, right, or to slow me down. That's what it's like when Samantha comes at me with them 20-year-old standards, okay? You don't do that. It's the same thing as people at work thinking that David doesn't need mental peace up here to do what he does, and that you could just whip the horse and make him go faster. Don't work that way. If you want elite level talent in your workplace, you gotta make sure the mental piece is there. No one's allowed to fuck with anyone, let alone David, okay? I don't care if the other little 20-year-olds there don't mind being fucked with and told to ignore, like, Savannah's death threats and Savannah's, like, defamation and shit, all the shit she makes up. Not David, okay? No one should put up with that, but especially not elite level talent like David. David needs the mental piece, okay? It doesn't matter whether you're talking at work, keeping 20-year-old standards out of David's mind, right? That are inferior to his work, his level, or if it's Samantha thinking she knows love more than David. No, you don't. Let David teach you. Once you're here, once you're learning, David will empower you with his knowledge, but right now, you're going to learn by example, okay? That's what David does. Stand there, let David do, encourage him, do nothing but encouraging, but don't come at me with those little inferior looks-based or money-based or superficial 20-year-old standards. Don't do that shit, okay? She doesn't know that. So because of that, I have not kept up with my weight loss goal. Look at this. See this? That has not changed, okay? That has not changed. I still got this. I still have this shit. This should not be on me right now, or it should be going down. It has not gone down because I have not gotten mental peace from her 20-year-old standards, right, that she keeps interjecting, and the 4 companies who still have screwed us, and because they screwed us and their damage is carried over, I'm making videos like this when I should be doing nothing but finishing inspiration search and attending shark games and working somewhere along the path to those games and then going and coordinating a plan for daily weight loss naturally built into my work and doing what I want to do for her. That's the point of that, right? Because of this mental fuckery, I haven't made the progress that I want to make. And it pisses me off because I want to prove to the world that Samantha FS2 really is as powerful as she is in being able to inspire David more than Maria and more than anyone past, right? We get that, right? I want to prove that this is the real deal, that Samantha truly is as powerful and is truly inspirational. But in order for me to be effective at what I do, she has to either learn quickly or step out of the way and let David do what he does, okay? Okay, what I'm assuming you just saw was me describing how it's like when the Projectamundo, when you're trying to do something, make the Projectamundo and FS1 do romantic stuff for them, but they come at you with all their bullshit, their false standards, their superficial materialistic standards, and they try to make you live up to those standards rather than do your own thing that you know works because you've been through this before and you know your shit, right? Because you're a 40-year-old who's had unique experiences. It's like they're coming up to you at a stoplight, shooting horse tranquilizer in your legs, and they're expecting you to continue on and still learn their shit, okay? No, I've been there. I have been influenced by a Projectamundo before, much more formidable than the Samantha, and when I get horse tranquilizer shot in my legs, I kept going and kept working through that shit, yeah. But knowing how it goes and how it turns out, I'm not putting up with that shit no more. When Samantha comes at me with this bullshit, with this, I'm not going to go over it's been a variety. I stop and say, nope, let's deal with your shit. Let's find a way to set you straight, let David know that he knows what he's doing, and we set you straight, and then once you're set straight, okay, I'm going to get back on my horse, and I'm going to do what I was doing for you. Hold there, let David run the show, don't interject the horse tranquilizer in his leg, let him run the show and do what he does as an FS1. So here's the thing, Samantha came at me with enough different types of bullshit, that we have now been forced to put the romance novel on hold. Yes, the romance novel that I set out from October 8th onward, where I was going to lose weight and do FS1-like stuff for her, as she requested and as she wants and as makes her feel good, that has to be put on hold because it's gotten to a point where her Projectamundo-like qualities are so bad that we have to stop and deal with them, teach and teach and teach, and then once she's ready to be set on a straight and narrow path, then we get back on the horse and we go full speed ahead, FS1-like stuff, nothing else, okay? Teaching will be, so she's got to understand that she does not run the show in terms of good person knowledge. She doesn't get that yet, so that's why we're here. Okay, why we're not doing the back at one thing and the singing thing, okay? Oh, this is great. You're not going to believe this. So again, I don't want to get into this in full, right? Because this deals too much with the 4 companies that need it taken to them, right? Because they put us in this situation and have still sustained us here when it should be otherwise. Here's how bad it got, okay? I'm not going to say why. I'm just going to give you enough to know. It got so bad with Samantha's Projectamundo qualities that, remember that bike that I told you, I believe in Winds of Change, that I got on, what was it, September 7th, the day before that was shot, right? How I saw the Taki Fuegos, or no, let's use better language. The Taki Fuegos were in a store I don't usually visit on the way back from getting that bike. Yeah, let's not use the word seeing things, otherwise certain systems are going to take that the wrong way and say, that's up here, not out there. No, it was in the store. And her name is Fuego, as in the game, the hockey game, even before she came back. And it was there right with the bike. So you would think that a new real-life romance novel would start based on with that bike and for Samantha, right? Okay, one of them 4 companies is responsible for ruining what was the original plan. But Samantha, because she became such a big Projectamundo starting from October 9th onwards, right? We don't have that bike anymore. It's gone. It's not coming back. Yeah, it's forever. It's never again. Yeah, that was going to be the official FS1 bike for Samantha. Anything romantic I do for her, specific to her, right? Guess what we're now back to using? Check this out. I will bring this shit on camera for you. I will show you. I gotta move shit. Okay, let's get it around here. Here's what we're back to using because of Samantha's Projectamundo-like qualities. Can you see this? Let's bring it up. Oh my! This is the bike. This is the bike. Oh, you can probably see the backup camera. This is the bike. This is the bike that I had for 20 years. 20 years I had this bike. From about 2002 to, when is it? 2000, yeah, 2022. Yeah, 2002 at least to 2022. And this bike, believe it, you're going to see this bike. You're going to see a lot of this bike in This Is How I Do It to M-Town later on. You know why? Because this is the same bike. Oh, can you see it better in the backup cam? This is let's hold up again. This is the same bike that saw me not only through most of my college days, but also through the entire FS1 saga. So get this, how poetic is this? Samantha could have had a real-life romance novel, been treated like a brand new FS1 in David's life, but because she repetitively shot that horse tranquilizer in David's legs, right, so to speak, and all of her Projectamundo qualities came out, David's now back to using the exact same bike for her while he's trying to teach her a better way, as he did for her predecessor, the even bigger Projectamundo. Yeah, he's going to be using the same bike for Samantha as he did for her predecessor, because she caused the bike to be gone. That was supposed to be romantic speed bike. Yeah. Ooh, that tells you how bad the Projectamundos can be. Wow. So, and by the way, just to let you know, this bike is super duper heavy, right? Super duper. Now, I didn't know how heavy it was until I got that speed bike for a short amount of time. That speed bike, you could one-hand that shit, bring it up, turn it around, go out the door, no problem. I could easily one-hand that shit. Well, guess what? It had a 300-pound weight carrying capacity. Yeah, I believe it's the same as this bike. So, same weight carrying capacity, same faster speed, right? Easier to handle, not heavy. But now, gone. I have to come back to this exact same bike. Once you've been through that speed bike and known what it's like, this bike feels like a fucking a bike-shaped block of iron. I can't believe I did all them years for FS1, all those bike rides, 150 plus times down the Iron Horse Trail and back, 60 miles. 4 San Francisco trips, a bunch of other trips, all that shit on this bike. And keep in mind, the whole time horse tranquilizer was being shot into my legs, yet I continued onward and worked through that because I believe so strongly in what I did back then. I set records. I went over the records in the last video. Dude, all that on this bike? Okay, so I'm just going to say this right now. That is a very powerful thing, what I went through before. Okay, that's what Samantha, believe it or not, I've made the case in prior videos. I'm going to say it again. Samantha and Maria both, but Samantha especially, Samantha's more powerful than her predecessor. Yes, she is. She's more powerful, what she generated at work, trying to teach her through action. So think of, if I did all that for Samantha's predecessor on this bike, think of what I could do for Samantha herself, the new hotness, the Sidney Crosby. And I guess her predecessor would be Wayne Gretzky. That still has me shook, by the way. I realized that last video. That still has me shook up. Yes, it does. That tape ran out. This is going to. The fact that her predecessor is Wayne Gretzky, if she's Sidney Crosby, oh, that will shake David up. Hey, nobody can come at me for hating her predecessor, because if you're a hockey person, you love Wayne Gretzky. You have to love anybody who's analogous to Wayne Gretzky now. You can't hate Wayne Gretzky. No one hates Wayne Gretzky. Gotcha. Gotcha, system. Okay, so the tape just cut out. We're back. Okay, we're on the next hour. Okay, let's try to get through this quickly. So I'm going to wrap up this discussion, right, on what ruined the romance novel for Samantha, and now we're back to treating her sort of like an antagonist in FS2, to the extent we need to teach her then what she set on her path, and she fully trusts David. She knows I know best for her. Then we get back on that FS1 trick. But let me just tell you, the best thing is if someone takes me up on my sponsorship offer and sponsors my weight loss, right? I just want to let the sponsors know that with or without Samantha involved, because again, we don't know if she's going to stay turned or turn or stay with me, or it's looking good, but at the same time, we don't know how bad this Projectamundo shit's going to go. Regardless of whether she stays on board, we need a sponsor to pick me up, because if a sponsor picks me up for my weight loss, regardless of whether Samantha's on board, I will lose the weight and be in shape and shit. But Samantha would be the best to do it for, okay? Otherwise, we're going to have a big problem, okay? We're going to have to find somebody else, or just ride. The sponsorship's going to have to be good. The sponsors just got to make up for whether there's a girl involved or not, okay? Regardless, okay? Let me say two things regarding the bike and the whole Wayne Gretzky versus Sidney Crosby thing I just brought up, okay? So, number one thing, given what I just said, that I realized how ridiculous it was back in the day for me to make all those 4 records I covered last video with this fucking bike, right? This fucking bike, right? Where are we at? Yeah, the idea that I did all them records with this bike, and I only recognize that now that I had a speed bike for a short period of time intended for Samantha. Guys, I just want to say this. Okay, I'm so sorry. To make all them records on this bike, knowing how ridiculous it was now that I didn't know back then, there's no other way to describe this, okay? There's a 4-letter word that describes what I did back in the day, all them years on this bike. It starts with an L, and it rhymes with dove, okay? I'm not going to say what it is because the system would have a problem with that, but it's true. When you do all that shit on this bike, and you only realize that when a new girl comes along and you get a speed bike, that's what it was. Okay, I'm just saying that right now. It's true. Holy shit, I did not realize how hard it was. Number 2, this is also worth making note of. So again, every single time a significant girl has come into my life, at least all 3 fire starters. I can't remember. Did Jennifer ever get one of these? I don't know. Okay, let's just stick with the 3 fire starters. At some point or another, they all got a sports player metaphor. Usually, I think always hockey, right? Now, Samantha obviously is the deepest. She, on many levels, this is documented well throughout many of my videos so far, she is just like Sidney Crosby. There's probably like 5 or 6 or maybe even 7 independent ways in which you can say that now, and it legit stands. She is the deepest and most accurate, pinpoint accurate, like Sidney Crosby, all right? Maria didn't have one at first, but when she turned on me because of Samantha, trying to help Samantha, given that she don't like Samantha, right? Because she's one of them who fell for the demonization at work, right? And doesn't know any better, that regardless, you have to love and you have to be willing to reach out to the people who hurt you, because that's the only way people are going to have mercy on you if you ever fuck up, is what I'm trying to teach Maria by this, right? Well, one of the reasons I'm trying to help Samantha. Given Maria's turning on Samantha and her true colors showing, I compare her to Claude Lemieux. Yeah, she's Claude Lemieux, the one who should be in the Hall of Fame, but based on Maria is, but like in the hockey world, they know he should be in, but it's a character thing, okay? They just do that shit. It's stupid. So yeah, Maria would be Claude Lemieux. I'm sorry, Maria, you're Claude Lemieux. But here's the thing. Back in the day, FS1 had a sports metaphor, a hockey metaphor, very early on. But it was for very superficial reasons. I'm not going to say what those reasons are. Let me just put it. It was Zdeno Chara. Boston Bruins player Zdeno Chara. Okay, that was the one. The first one, I think the only one. I can't remember. Okay, now, get this. That was superficial. I'm not going to say why it was superficial, but it was superficial. But now that Samantha came along, and she is legit Sidney Crosby, and she's benefiting from all the shit I learned over those years, regardless of what the truth was, her being Sidney Crosby makes FS1 Wayne Gretzky, and that's a fact. But here's the thing, and this speaks to Samantha's power. How powerful must this Samantha Quezada be if her metaphor is the only reason why FS1 is now deep? Why she is now represented by a deep sports metaphor? Wayne Gretzky of all. Her FS1's deepness and comparison to Wayne Gretzky is only a result of Samantha first being Sidney Crosby. So Samantha is not only Sidney Crosby in her own right, but she makes even her predecessor significant on a level that she wasn't significant in before. That's fucking power. That is a fucking powerful individual. Samantha. I swear to God, if this don't do it, I don't know what does. I told Samantha many times, dude, you are so powerful, you just don't know it because no one else views you like I do. No one else can make a rock solid case for how the words coming out of my mouth are true, and the words coming out of their mouth are either bullshit or substandard to the ones coming out of David's mouth. I told Samantha this. I don't know what it's going to take for her to believe in herself, but at some point she's going to start believing in herself. If that don't do it, FS1 is only comparable to Wayne Gretzky because Samantha came along and was pinpoint accurate to Sidney Crosby. That's hella powerful. Holy shit, that's powerful. Oh, let's get this bike out of here. Guys, this is not the first time either, okay? I said this before in some video, I'll say it again. The whole reason Maria was regarded as the most precious individual in the world to me was because the way she felt, I don't know, I don't want to get into that story. The way she felt about Samantha winning her award in front of me that she didn't deserve, right? Samantha herself, I will have to show this in text now, said that if she would do it over again, she would give her award to me. Yeah. Maria thought that they would pick me out of a crowd like some kind of Disney movie. I wasn't even supposed to be in her work area and say, hey, fuck you, let's give it to David. Let's scratch your name off and give it to David. Maria thought that would actually happen. That's Disney magic right there. That's why she was precious. But get this, it's only because Samantha affected me that much, which means Samantha is still attributed to that Maria preciousness, right? It's not about Maria, it's about Samantha's opinion on me. Same thing why Savannah, again, I didn't cover this yet. David's rosebud. Savannah, I'll just give it away right now. I'll go over the story later. The reason Savannah it was protected by me before she threatened me and trouble started was because she said something in front of Samantha that changed her opinion on me. Or not changed her opinion on me, but reinforced what I was trying to do anyways. I was over gonna do van line work when I was working elsewhere the rest of the day. They wanted me, the manager wanted me over there. The piece of shit manager who I was working for before wanted me to go away, go back to him for stupid work. I would have turned it on to turbo mode in front of him. Savannah was in front of Samantha, and she said the following words. She said, David, don't go. I want you around. She said, David, don't go. I want you around in front of Samantha for her to hear out loud. That was. I said I will remember that on my deathbed someday before I pass on and meet my maker. Simply because she said it in front of Samantha. Again, that's a powerful individual. When someone else's words, the words of someone who would later threaten you, and you still put on your hockey team and you keep them on there, at least for now, because she said something that have influenced Samantha's opinion of me. It's not about the person who said that, it's about how she influenced. That's power. That's how powerful. Guys, I don't want to get into why that matters. I have more on that, but you can see what's happening right now, right? Can you see this? Can you see? Yeah. That's how you know you hit something with David, okay? Cool. We started to realize that after a while, that everything that I saw in everybody else at work was measured according to how it affected Samantha's opinion of David. And that's when she was an enemy, an adversary. So this whole Samantha being like Sidney Crosby and suddenly making FS1 like Wayne Gretzky, that's not new. If someone in the system comes at me and says, David, what are you doing? Are you trying to flatter FS1? No, this started at work. This started at FedEx on the job. We have lots of examples of how Samantha makes other people have powerful even though they don't deserve shit on their own. Dude, I swear to God, that's wow. God, if you're a sponsor and you're looking at this, why wouldn't you want to fund this amazing story, right? Even if you know too much about David, right? Like some people know, like Jennifer and Maria know, the system knows. Dude, look at what Samantha's doing. Look at how she's breaking ground. Look at how she's taken over this shit. She's taken whatever David went through before, and she's saying, give me that shit. I don't want you to just break me off a piece of what she got. I want the whole fucking thing. I'm taking it over. That's what Samantha's saying. Jesus Christ. She's... I swear to God. Okay, Okay, we're gonna discover, okay, so the next thing on my outline, number 2, is how the Firestarter concept came about. And then we have to run through the videos. Okay, you can already see how this concept of a Firestarter made sense of everything. Let's just summarize it very briefly since you already have enough of a background. The concept of a Firestarter, okay, in general, is somebody who motivates an individual to act on a higher level than they would otherwise by ordinary motivation, okay? It's internal inspiration, not physical. The physical, like anything else, helps, but it's all about the mental, how it affects your mind and what you have in your heart. That it's any kind of motivational force that gets you to do amazing shit for the good of other people mostly, but just inspiring. There's a variety of purposes, okay? It could be romantic. We thought that was all that it was back in the FS1 days. It's also good for teaching. We didn't realize that till those days were over. It's also good for inspiring people in general, and here's some that we didn't understand. It helps work ethic. Yeah, any job I go on, if I'm influenced by a Firestarter, whether it's someone at the job or someone in my private life, like a wife, right? Or like a Maria type, like a kid-like figure to take care of, or someone pisses me off. You know, it's hard because Samantha used to be that. She's not anymore. Whether temporarily or permanently, someone pisses you off, but they don't disagree with your ideology, right? That's the difference between an antagonist and an enemy, right? A legit enemy and an antagonist, right? That's how most people fail. They don't get that difference. Any kind of Firestarter is going to take David at least to a higher level, and anyone else. Yeah. So that's what a Firestarter is in general. Okay. That's the definition of a Firestarter, okay? Now it took a while to get to that, okay? 2010 is when we had the first renewable Firestarter come along, okay? We're not going to discuss that, but FS1, again, romantic goddess, mother of kids type, and a person designed to basically worship in heaven someday, okay? That's, and we had the charity plan. We had the charity plan already established. In that video, I will have to show a little freeze frame from it. That was shot March 5th, 2010, right? Before even any woman got involved, right? The woman requirement was added to that, although it was already established. That's when the whole charity fusing with Firestarter 1 came about, and that lasted for the better part of a decade, okay? So, once that period was over, I ended up at FedEx, and on that fateful day of November 1st, 2020, when me and Samantha met, and Alfonso lied on her behalf, and Samantha is used to being, unfortunately, a doormat who lets things go, who doesn't stand up for herself or others who are affected by herself, I, and everyone around me, fell under the false impression that she had made this vicious report about me just for talking 100% about work. That caused me to develop a complex where it's as if Tanya Harding came back to Nancy Kerrigan and skated on the same ice as her and forgot what she did and didn't know a damn thing, and Tanya remembers everything. Of course Nancy remembers everything. Of course Nancy's gonna turn up in front of Tanya. It's a form of teaching through action, right? You can't do anything directly about the problem because I thought I'd be fired. I was told I'd be fired if I did, right? It was all a scheme by management, not just Alfonso. Management was telling me they made up shit blatantly, defamation, and then the whole fucking place we don't know who knew, but they all protected their own fucking worthless ass piece of shit who shouldn't have been there based on that, right? So Samantha got framed as an antagonist, caused me to work out of my mind amazingly. Like any professional athlete who shares a van line with me when she's around would be shown the fuck up. Even LeBron James, who makes $188 a second, would be shown up. That guy would look like a wimp if he came over when Samantha's around. That's how much it motivated me. So Samantha became the most powerful. We identified it as a Firestarter then, FS2 antagonist, right? Having already been through the FS1 saga, but not terminologizing it. And then Maria, her stun gun debacle happened, and suddenly I was paying for her school to provide her options after she got fired. She became Firestar 3, like a kid, right? Desire to protect and provide. First protect, getting her stun guns. Then when her car broke down and she was walking on the street for the first time since high school. And then desire to provide, make sure she has a schooling option after she gets fired, okay? That made her Firestar 3 like a kid. So now we have 3 versions of the same thing that back in the FS1 days would have been helpful so that we can find David another outlet to use his energy and maybe search for other motivations, whether it's another FS1 in a completely new person or different categories of people to look for, right? And an FS4 professional was always an option. We just didn't recognize it because David didn't have a job back then. He does now. There are certain people he looks up to at that job. Zoe Fenzel is one. Also Wildfire in the recording industry is another people who he looks up to. Anybody can come at him saying, hey David, come do for me professionally what you do for your other 3. Just pick one of the 3 and imagine that I'm them in my body. You see me, but you see them in me, and do what you do for me. That's what it would take to do a professional, and there would have to be some kind of unique occurrence. Like with every Firestarter, all 3 of them, there's been a unique occurrence that you can't manipulate or make up, right? Some would have to happen like that, maybe. Otherwise anyone can come up and sign up for FS4 professional, right? We need a Hall of Fame class. We need another member to the Hall of Fame class, right? That's what we're after. That way everyone else follows in their footsteps, right? That makes it non-local to the individuals who started the whole thing, right? So that's what a Firestar is. That's the history. That's what we have now, and we can now make sense of everything. Just like past videos, we can see all the dudes as temporary dude examples of FSs, right? So we're gonna go over that. That's what it is. All right. Okay, so we cover that. That's enough. All right, that's done. Okay, so now it should be easier now. We still have to go over the videos that were done starting at the job and run down how we got to this point. Why don't I have a working pen? Okay, I have several pens around here. I just can't find them right now. Oh, here we go. Okay, so why we ain't doing shit? Got that. Firestar. Okay, we're gonna run down the video. Okay. All right. Yes. We're gonna get, okay, so now that we went over the concept of a Firestarter and how it developed and how it made sense of everything, right? We're gonna go over the video saga since I came back and started making videos for my 2 newest Firestarters. First Maria, then Samantha, right? Okay, so I'm gonna go over the pages of my account as it is before the most recent GoldenEye upload. Okay, so let's start it back. Let's start at the very beginning. Okay? Okay, so the last video I made before Maria came along and I made videos for her was the NHL 99 Earn All Award Stunt Season 2 Stream 3. That was, wait. Oh, then there was Sean's Bruins. Okay, that was a little upload. That was just a sample of Sean's Bruins. Yeah. Oh no, that's after the demonstrations. Okay, so the last one before Maria became a Firestarter was for Kaylin. We are still in the middle. She's the first online girl, right? Since the thing with Samantha happened and I went to online dating, she's the first online girl who was eligible to take over the new FS1 spot in David's life, right? Also, I don't want to get into the things that make her unique. She's unique in a lot of ways, okay? We are still in the middle of a stream, a season with her in the goddess position, where I put the potential FS1 on line 1 right wing, and we play a stream or something like that. We do a highlight video. Kaylin has a season dedicated to her, so we got to finish that up. She wants to get here, but she's got to get her ass here, not like say I want to get here and then waste money, okay? So that's on hold. That was the last thing. At some point, I put Sean's Bruins up, but I had to edit that shit for some reason. I think I had to cover some shit. I don't know. That was, okay, yes, that was the first ever non-romantic demonstration. Sean's Bruins was for a dude. That was for Sean White, not the snowboarder, childhood friend named, I covered this in a video. During the later stages of the FS1 saga, right, when I was no longer making videos, I caught up with Sean White through email, and we talked a little bit, and I put me and him on the Boston Bruins to play with the players, did a whole season, made a goal-scoring highlight video, and at the end, I honored all the dead people who were dying, the dead celebrities, Muhammad Ali, Gordie Howe, Pat Summitt, Buddy Ryan, and Kembo Slice. I got I got that out of order. I honored all them because celebrities were in the sports world were dying at the time. So I did that in the playoffs, okay? It was an amazing video, and that was a dude version of FS1. Oh, no, that was FS3. FS3 familial, but not like a kid. It's because of the flute story. I covered that in a video. So I showed that a dude got the first thing that I eventually did for all the girls on my hockey team, like Maria. That brings us to Maria. She got fired from FedEx. Sleeping problem in trailers. I'm not going to go on in the details. It doesn't matter. She got fired legitimately, okay? Once she got fired, I was able to use her real name in the projects, right? It was Diosa Pequeña. Then I was able to use Maria Cruz. So, what we did was I did a demonstration putting her line 1 right wing in the goddess position, and I made a deal with her. I said, until I find an actual wife, you're going to be permanently in line 1 right wing, and once I get a wife, we'll put her in your spot, and we'll probably move you over or put you elsewhere, right? So she'll remain like a kid, right? The only exception is if we ended up married, which we had 6 conditions of marriage, but they were conditions. Then she would have that spot permanently, but the deal was she's there by default until I find somebody, right? So I started a season. I had, when people scored a goal before she did, I featured them on my page. Kaylin got the first one, goal scorer for the video. Chloe got the next one, goal scorer for the video. We just added Kayla and Kelly from Wildfire to it because they were doing the Like Home campaign and writing my songs, which at the time was Playing Priest. I'm not sure if Playing Jesus was done yet. That was done very soon. Firestar was later, and now they're working on Niciador del Fuego. But back then, their campaign was young. They just started writing our songs. I wanted to honor them back by putting them on my hockey team. So the first one was Kelly. Kelly scored first. She's the minor, right? Then it was goal scorer for me. Oh, then Maria scored. Maria got her first goal. We have her up. These are all separate clips. Then Kayla scored right after. Somehow I justified working it in there. Usually I don't feature people after the main person scores. It's their song forever. Somehow, I think it was on the next shift. Kayla scored on like the very next shift or something like that. Kayla got a goal scoring song, right? Then David got fired. Now we don't want to cover this. We don't want to cover this in depth because we have to deal with the 4 companies specifically. But bottom line, it was over an interpretable reaction to a bunch of black and white do not ever do's by the highest level management. Right? Let alone the under management, let alone the HR person, let alone all the stuff back, all the way back to Alfonso. It was like a rolling snowball of they fucked up since the beginning of me and Samantha met, and now the new person who took over is not worth his weight in shit compared to the people under him, compared to David, compared to all the stuff, and it showed, and it came to a breaking point. And bottom line, here's what it is. Guys, the criminal justice system works a lot like the job system in terms of policy violations or crimes, okay? When most people get fired from a job like that kind of job, right? 99% of people, when they look at what they did, the best thing they can do is say, no, I shouldn't have done that, right? When David gets fired, he looks at what happened and says, oh, they fucked up. They didn't understand David, and they have no excuse to either. So now David's going to have to show what he's really made of in terms of holding them accountable. And that's why we're right here on video doing stuff like this, talking about them, and there's going to be more after this too. Yeah, we're going public on everything. They fucked up majorly, and they've been fucking up since the day me and Samantha met. It wasn't because of that, but the new guy in charge, threatened to repeat the cycle where any woman there could be the new FS2, and that's too goddamn much. I worked hard for Samantha. I don't want no more FS2s. I don't want no more people pissing me off, and maybe they have even worse intent than Samantha because Samantha was innocent. No, according to this guy, females could death threat me, and I have to ignore it. That was the red button. You don't ever do that. And we're going to keep on this. That was the highest. Oh, there was 3 lower. There was 3 lower that I was told to ignore. But when you say, oh, ignore a death threat just because it comes from a female, nope. Now we're going public with everything. Now David will say, hey, here's something interpretable. Didn't intend to, but hey, if you take the wrong interpretation of that and you call my bluff, watch David do what he actually does, what he's been educated to do, what he's trained to do, which is get on camera and talk about it and take it to your image and reputation, and that will be worse than even the shit you made up, which is all physical based, because you think everyone's physical based, which they're finding out the hard way now, not this guy. This guy has talents, just like he said. So, that's what happened with David. Now, when that happened, something around the same time happened on Facebook where I got a temporary Was it 30 days? I got a temporary like 7-day ban for using the term female privilege, I think, in terms of like talking in the marriage group about something like it's very similar to FedEx. I created a video about how I'm going to go on and petition a He Too movement, like the Me Too movement, right? To show what the problem is. But I thought, I started posting on Quora and being exposed to this movement shit, and I realized, you know what, I actually don't agree to that. That's why if you see that shirt right there, you see what's crossed out? That says He Too on the back. I put that on my shirt for a while at FedEx towards the end. I crossed that shit out because I don't believe in it anymore. I don't believe in my own movement. I don't believe in any of these movements. I don't believe in Me Too. I don't even believe in He Too. He Too was not supposed to be for guys. That was supposed to be for good guys, the rare good guys, or every guy's right to become a good guy and say, hey, I'm not about getting a woman like this fucking thing, or about like something valuable, which I don't have around here. I'm about caring about the person. And if some form of getting a relationship happens later because of that, fine, so be it. But it's all about giving no strings. Can you see this? Do good shit, no strings attached. As a guy, you do that, you're on a higher level than most guys, okay? So the He Too was supposed to be to stand up for the unique guys, the guys who care about the woman as a person and are not trying to get anything from them, right? The people who would believe in do good shit, no strings attached, right? In terms of relationships. But I said, you know what? The movements are all dragging us down. Every single one of them. They're not about solving problems. They all aim for equality, but they can't live up to their own goals. None of them, okay? I'm going to go off on a little tangent here. The problem with movements is that what happens is the oppressed become the oppressor. They're not trying to get on even level with whoever formerly oppressed them. They're trying to get one up. Then what happens? The other group tries to get one up. And they go up and up and up and up and up. And before you know it, they're all just trying to take advantage of each other. That's all it's about. And here's the thing. The question all these movements got to ask themselves is, what are you really after? Are you after equality? Or are you really just trying to take advantage of each other and using equality as an excuse? Here's the thing. They're all, no matter what they intend originally, they're all trying to use equality as an excuse to just become above the other person. And it's a never-ending fight. The take-home, now, this is all not what I intended when that happened. This is all new. The take-home message regarding movements is the movements are a waste of time. The only way that all these movements can exist, I'm not going to go over them. You know the movements. The only way these movements can coexist is if people can be responsible enough to manage them so that they don't take advantage of the other group, right? They do say, we're going to go this high and that's it. We're all equal. Don't go right here. Don't go right here. But see, the thing is, there's too fucking many of them. All these movements, they're too hard to keep track of. There's not enough responsible individuals to make sure that we all stop at equality and don't try to oppress the other group, okay? The idea that we can all be responsible enough to make all these movements work out and be in harmony with each other, that's unrealistic, okay? What is this, Disneyland? This is not Disneyland. This is real life, okay? Real life is not ever going to be Disneyland no matter how hard we try. Maybe if everyone was like David, then we have a shot. But even then, it'd be too hard. So the answer is no more movements, nothing except all-inclusive stuff, okay? I want to say I'm all lives matter, but I've heard that even all lives matter is like meant to oppose like the BLM or some shit. So even all lives matter does not stay true to the dictionary definition of all. According to what I've heard, okay? But in theory, that's what I would be, but even that fails, okay? Just because of what people turned it into. So bottom line, people can say this and that, they can say all, they can say BLM, they can say Me Too, they can say this and that. It's just mumbo jumbo. At the end of the day, it's just mumbo jumbo, because no matter what people say, they're just trying to take advantage of somebody else, okay? So the answer is to only have movements that, the answer is to only have movements that are all-inclusive, right? Like, if you stay true to the dictionary definition of all, and it's all lives matter in terms of literally all, that's fine. That's ideal. Or, and this is what I want to propose, I will do this officially when I deal with the 4 companies, we need to have an optional unique lives matter for unique people like this guy who put an effort to be not the stereotype all their life. They don't go along, they don't conform to news, they don't conform to other people's standards, they're not stereotypes. Was it news? News, stereotypes, and movements. They don't correspond to that. They put an effort all their life to be unique, and they continue to be unique, okay? Anyone who puts forth the effort to be unique needs to be respected for what they built all their life. Otherwise, what's the point of being here, right? So again, it's not a question of how many unique people there are. Every person, man, woman, no matter what group you are, you all reserve the right to be unique at any given point in your life. Even if you've never been unique before, if one day you wake up out of bed and say, I want to be unique today, then unique lives matter. You get respected for what you earn starting that day in terms of uniqueness. That's all inclusive. No one's excluded. Anyone can do that. Also, optional, do good shit. DGS, or in my case, DGS NSA, right? Because of what I've been through with the system. Yeah, it's no strings attached just because of their asses. But anyone wants to do good shit just for the sake of doing good shit, not having their good shit questioned as to why they're doing the good shit, respect that. That's all-inclusive. Only the all-inclusive movement should be respected. Why? Because they don't exclude anyone. They don't try to take advantage of anyone. They don't go blah, 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 blah. No, by definition, they're locked. Like that, okay? It's like in a computer program where you can change the width or height, right? Well, you could do that independently, right? But you could press a lock button that locks them so they change in proportion. That's what all inclusive movements are. You're locking all the groups, locking them all together. You're all equally important. And when you want to raise them, you raise them together. That's all it is, just like an editing program, right? Great, I obligated myself to adding that for mixed media. Ugh. So I just gave you a lot of stuff that I wasn't going to cover. So that's what that was for. It's gone now. Okay, let's get back. God, this is going to drag out. Where the fuck is my, okay. That's just solved a lot of problems. Understanding David. All right. Yeah. Okay. So the next video after that, once I realized I was going to have to start, I couldn't put Maria through school. I just ended her basic degree, right, that she got for medical assisting. She wanted the 6 month, but my objective was to do what I always intended for all my fire starters. Well, okay, FS1. But okay, so Maria was the first to carry on in the tradition of charity video making. I was going to make her demonstration video and put some sort of GoFundMe page to say, hey, fund this girl her school money, right? Because she doesn't know a lot about life and she's a precious girl, right? At the time, Samantha had not come back, so I was going to use her demonstration video as a fundraiser to make her a sympathetic figure so that people would want to donate all the money for her 6 month program, which I couldn't do because I wasn't working, and because of the reason I was fired, I had to do a bunch of video work just to clear my reputation, clear myself with the system, make myself marketable in film and entertainment like I'm supposed to be doing. I had to do a lot of video making. I can't pay for no more school and get another job where I'm going to be vulnerable if they find out what happened in the last job or I don't deal with it in some way, right? Maria doesn't get this, so I had to do fundraising. Midway through her demonstration, she was on pace to beat Wayne Gretzky's real-life record of 92 goals in one season. At the halfway point, she had half the goals needed to tie. That's when we made the Maria's Cruise demonstration video update, Edmonton Oilers, and intro to her season. We made a big video about all our teams and hyped up this whole she could break the record thing, right? She was on camera at the very beginning, faced her on FaceTime, me in the shooting environment, this very room, and it was great, right? So that was an epic. That took over like my lifetime epic spots, right? And then I started releasing little bits at a time of my progress through her demonstration video. The first was the transition, the first shoot back, the transition in her demonstration video from goals. There was a 6-goal game in there somewhere. She made history. Yeah, she was the most productive person ever in the history of my stunts. Okay, that covers that page. Let's see the next one. We're gonna let you know how this laid out. Okay. Oh, and then, okay, somewhere in there, Jennifer requested me to make this. I'm not going to go off too much. She wanted me to break her off a piece of my romantic talents. Yes, she didn't pay me, but she requested me very nicely to. She wanted me to post some shit on her Facebook page. I said no. Let me show you what I do in video. And I made a video on my very real feelings about Jennifer Buchanan, my high school girlfriend. I didn't make none of that shit up. None of that shit was acting. None of that shit was lying. That's all real feelings that I have. She requested that. She got more than she bargained for, and she loves it. To this day, she still loves the fact I did that. So that was the next video. All right. Hey, we're here. Now we're doing it officially. What's up? Then we made the video. Oh, this one was the next part of the Maria demonstration video, but this was especially titled. It's called This is Passion, the Power of a Firestar 3 Familial Like a Kid. Right. Okay, so this was designed, although it was a part of the demonstration video, this was designed for a specific purpose, okay? I believe I went over this in other videos. I'll just do it again. This was designed because people in the Facebook marriage group on several occasions put down my views on marriage or any advice I have to give because I'm not married, okay? They don't get that because I've cared about the person, everybody in my life, on a deeper level without having to get anything, I learn things without having to actually be in a relationship myself, okay? It's a thing where if you depend on what you get out of somebody, being in a relationship yourself before you give advice, you're limited to your own experiences, what they are like, and you're stuck on them, and if you don't expand your horizons. You don't find out more shit than what you're used to and get a large, even if you have people in your life that are like you, you're just hanging on to the people who are like you. You need a wide view. If you're locked with marriage with one person, you're not getting a wide view. If you're not married though, and you deal with those types, you're around those types, you observe those types, and more importantly, you care about regular non-married people in your life on a deeper level than even married people care about their own married partners, like the way I work around Samantha, the way I provide for Maria, all the FS1 stuff, if we were talking about that. David has a track record. Even the dudes, Franco, Carlo, Stewart, all them people, none of their family members did all the video making and the deep stuff celebrating our friendship, right? That's why we're releasing this stuff now. David has a track record of caring about all people, male, female, inner, outer relationship, as a person, and because of that, I come with a unique perspective that even married people don't. And here's what happened. On multiple occasions, I would give some advice, right? People would put me down. Other people independently gave my same advice. People love that shit and they thumbs up them like crazy. So what's the deal? You're gonna listen to people who are giving the same advice that comes out of this guy's mouth, but believe them just because they're married, whereas the guy saying the same thing and who knows it on a deeper level? Somehow, that's ridiculous. So I made a video called This is Passion, the Power of a Firestar 3, just to stick it to those groups. So if they ever did it again, I say, hey, here's a video. Here's what I did for someone who's not my kid, but who requested me to be a father figure in Maria, right? And I'm doing for her what none of y'all are doing, let alone people in her life, right? That's deeper level stuff. What do you got, right? That was the point of that video. It was a little arrogant. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. But I never had to use it. You know why I never had to use it? Not only because I didn't post to that group very often, but we had a new problem come up, okay? This is what changed everything. This is why we're still harping on this, and we're going to harp on this. On a Quora post, okay? I'm not going to go over it all. There was a topic, an answer that became my most viewed topic of all time. 16.9K views until it ended. Now, I'm not going to go over the reasons why it was appealing superficially, but the one and only commenter was somebody by the name of Vitor Pitor, who, dude, not so great a person, but the kind of, he saw this video was at the end of that post, the answer, right? The very first thing you see in that video is me and Maria on FaceTime. You can't manipulate that shit, and even if you could, Caveman can't do shit with that. He will never be able to do that, okay? We're talking back and forth, responding to each other. Yet, he thought it was faked somehow. He acted like Maria doesn't know I exist, right? That was the I gave him a warning. I said, don't go there. He blew through that and made all this ridiculous claims. I'll probably show him on the screen because I covered him last video. He made this ridiculous claims that is not only defamatory, but if anything bad ever happened between me and Maria and the system saw that, they'd be like, oh, what do we have here? Why? Because this is a lot like something else that David doesn't want to talk about that he can't prove. But here's the thing, Maria is 100% provable. We work together. Everybody there knows that. We were on FaceTime. At that point, I'd already paid for her school. I showed censored copies of bills. I showed tests from when she was going to FaceTime with me as I did the stunt. I eventually what did it. The more proof I showed, less secure than the original, the more he didn't believe me and came at me with this ridiculous shit. It finally took her mentioning me on her Facebook page, and at the time it was still there, which means he could type in the link and see that it was still there. Then he switched focus to like, why you got all these people on your NHL team? Like that's a problem. So the world ended when that happened. Because here's the thing, okay? It's one thing when you go through the saga I did with FS1, where although it's unfortunate that like the system's not designed to deal with that and people are not, At the end of the day, I don't want to go into specifics. At the end of the day, it's regrettably understandable that people would be skeptical about the FS1 saga. We get that. But when you're talking about someone like Maria, who is 100% provable, who I benefited both as a person in advice as well as financially and life situation, again, with no strings attached, mind you, spent about $12,000, I estimated, between $12,000 and $13,000 sending her through school, paying her bills, paying her rent, paying for occasional gifts to make her happy as a person. You doubt that person and throw at me the same shit that the system did with FS1, the world is over. The world ends. We throw down and we make one big example of one troll that is eerily similar to the system, but with someone like Maria, who is 100% provable, and once we prove that person and we put that troll to shame, that stands for everybody. Past, present, future. No one gets doubted. You either tentatively agree with the people who I say are in my life doing whatever, or you use your right to privacy as American. You go away from me, and you stay away from me. Okay? Tentative agreement. Okay? We're not talking about proof. Tentative agreement. That's all. And as long as there's a positive purpose, nothing wrong with that. With me and Maria, positive purpose, making her feel good as a person. Doing a video project that puts her on the same level as Wayne Gretzky in real life with his record. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Makes her feel like a somebody, like she's in the spotlight with the sports athletes, right? In video game form. Nothing wrong with that. So yeah, so that changed everything the day he said that. Okay, let's continue along the videos, okay? At some point, there was a thing, like back in the olden days when God did stuff connecting, me and, person we're not talking about. God did something. He planted something. He made a reference to Jennifer, to Samantha and Maria all on the same day. It's in the video, I forget, it's been a long time. I thought that was interesting. It was all within 1 hour. And I was able to meme a Destiny of an Emperor meme when the warlords in China come together and they say we were all born on different days, but we're all gonna die in the same hour, the same day, under same circumstances. And the thing that was funny about it is because of the Firestarter order, we replaced Jennifer with FS1 temporarily, right? Because of the order left to right on the screen, Jennifer was Guan Yu, Jennifer was Guan Yu, Samantha was Zhang Fei, Maria was Liu Bei, just because of their order in the Firestarter count. 1, 2, and 3, right? Samantha, Liu Bei, got to be the ruler of China and the ruler of a peaceful emperor of Shu. And that was just amazing because she was an enemy at the time. She had not come back to me. We didn't know that there was any good in that soul at all. So it was kind of weird how my enemy got to be accidentally compared to Liu Bei. That was video worthy. Holy shit. And it also helped clarify to FedEx, if they were watching at the time, what David's really motivated for. I worked that in the ending, right? Let them know Maria's school's on the line, right? With their stupid ass ignoring death threats. Yeah, you're gonna deprive Maria of school over a death threat? Not putting up with that? I don't think so. That was a little reminder right there. Okay, so then, because of Vitor Pitor, I went on with the demonstration. I picked it up, okay? I picked up the production. And I made a video called "This Is More Passion" for a Firestarter 3, the continuation. That segment, you can watch that on your own, was directly affected by Vitor Pitor, the epic troll. I didn't reference him at all. I didn't want to make him a part of this 100% positive project. But if you watch that segment, you can tell that was affected by something. David's trying to prove something wrong.
I'm not myself, but I can't tell how to fix what I'm feeling. And all I know is I don't really know anymore. I wanna go out, but I wanna stay home. I'm with my friends, but I'm so alone. I wanna feel love, but I don't love myself. And I feel so far from everybody else. Don't let them see me drowning in pressure, trying to fit in, but it just makes it worse. Push the opinions out like they don't hurt. Yeah, we're all damaged, but we still work. We still work. We still work. We still work. Crowded room, I can't move. but in my head, thoughts are racing. Empty words, I'm not sure how much more I can fake it. It's all I know is no one really knows me at all. I wanna stay out, but wanna go home. I'm with my friends, but I'm still alone. I wanna feel love, but I don't love myself. Inside feel so far from everybody else. Don't let them see me drowning in pressure. Try to fit it, but it just makes it worse. Push the opinions out like they don't hurt. Yeah, we're all damaged, but we still work. We still work. We still work. We still work. That's what I tell myself. Keep it all together when it's crashing down. That's what I tell myself. To know it's not forever what I'm feeling now. What I'm feeling now. I wanna go out, but I wanna stay home. I'm with my friends, but I'm so alone. I wanna feel love, but I don't love myself. And I feel so far from everybody else. I don't let them see me drowning in pressure. Trying to fit it, but it just makes it worse. Push the opinions out like they don't hurt. Yeah, we're all damaged, but we still work. We still work. We still work. We still work. Friday night, I don't seem right. Take one more look in the mirror. I'm not myself, but I can't tell how to fix what I'm feeling. And all I know is I don't really know anymore. I wanna go out, but I wanna stay home. I'm with my friends, but I'm still alone. I wanna feel love, but I don't love myself. And I feel so far from everybody else. Don't let them see me drowning in pressure. Trying to fit it, but it just makes it worse. Push the opinions out like they don't hurt. Yeah, we're all damaged, but we still work. We still work. We still work. We still work. Crowded room, I can't move, but in my head, thoughts are racing. Empty words, I'm not sure how much more I can fake it. It's all I know is no one really knows me at all. I wanna stay out, but I wanna go home. I'm with my friends, but I'm still alone. I wanna feel love, but I don't love myself. Inside feel so far from everybody else. Don't let them see me drowning in pressure. Try to fit it, but it just makes it worse. Push the opinions out like they don't hurt. Yeah, we're all damaged, but we still work. We still work. We still to know it's not forever what I'm feeling now. What I'm feeling now. I wanna go out, but I wanna stay home. I'm with my friends, but I'm so alone. I wanna feel love, but I don't love myself. And I feel so far from everybody else. I don't let them see me drowning in pressure, trying to fit in, but it just makes it worse. Push the opinions out like they don't hurt. Yeah, we're all damaged, but we still work. We still work. We still work. We still work.
And that's something, be it Vitor Pitor, shares something in common with the ghosts of his past regarding FS1. So David is using Vitor Pitor to take it out on anyone in the system who would agree with that shit if he saw me and Maria and said, ooh, what is this? I'm so concerned. Yeah, that guy who spent $12,000 at least putting her through school, making her feel wonderful, talking on a daily basis, interacting, all the men work together. You're going to say that she's on the same level of FS1? Oh, I don't think so. So David's taken out some ghosts. David's taken out an epic troll to make an example of one for all. And he's taken out some ghosts of his past indirectly in that video. Okay? You can tell it's influenced by that video, by him. Okay? Then we got to the big one. The start of the 12-hour epic. I decided that since Wildfire is writing my songs, and they're technically public figures, although independent, if Vitor Pitor is, and his type is scared by the me and Maria thing, what if we deal with two public figures who are writing his songs, and ooh, he's doing a video back to them. Let's mess with them. Let's mess with... It was intended as humor and teaching at the same time. I could have gotten vicious, but not in a Wildfire-related project. I'm not going to do that. If I do that, I'm going to do that on my own, not related to Wildfire. So we did a video that was supposed to be a 1-hour intro, putting Wildfire in my game, left and right of me in the middle, because we're on the Dallas Stars, as... Can you see that? Because we're on the Dallas Stars, calling myself Shark Killer, in the middle of two 20-year-old girls with the name Killer on my back, skating around the ice, and just making Vitor Pitor's head spin like, the killer! That was the objective, to poke fun at his stupid ass. And then, afterwards, we were going to teach. We're going to teach a little bit and then end it. The thing was supposed to only be like 3 to 4 hours tops. But here's what happened. Samantha was in the game. We put her as third line center as Anisidor Del Fuego, right? Was supposed to be perfect face-off winner. She takes the place of Andrew Echoes, perfect face-off winner, pacifist, like a Joe Thornton type, but like more pacifist, right? Passes to everybody else, right? And lets everybody else, she very accurate to real life, right? But she took over the shit. She took over the game. She paired up with TMR, the Mexican runner, to make the Mexican connection. It was the most awesomest thing in the world to me. I bought Talkie Fuegos just to make a Fuego joke for the first time ever. That made my film, my free films have a budget for the first time ever. So she warranted discussion after the thing was over, and that's where's that green shirt? Where's the green shirt? That's where the green shirt footage came about. I decided, hey, let's talk about this Samantha. Obviously, she's inspirational. And then, guess what? After that green footage was shot, my computer broke down, went into the shop. Samantha came back into my life all of a sudden, and she needed David's help, which is the dream scenario, because I always told people at the job that if she comes to me for help, I'm going to help her as a person. I'm going to make sure she doesn't do to anyone else what she did to me ever again. I'm going to fix her problems. I'm going to let her know what she did. I'm going to help her. I'm going to go to the mat for her. Now, she didn't need that, but she came with me with this stranded at Mexico thing and needed financial help, which kind of sucks, but I worked it. I tried to get the money. I got on that job for giving me my money owed. I gave her the most. It still wasn't enough because they drew it out. They could have helped her if someone would just given her a loan. I went to the mat, and then we had person issues, and it was too hard. And then she blocked me because I had to turn on her and I had to go back and forth between her ass, Projectamundo ass. But eventually she blocked me, and then I got back in contact. Then once she did that, and I was done for a while with her, I got back to my shooting, made her text part of the thing and said, hey, she's back. and we use directly our interactions in the rest of the 12-hour. Now, in this actual scenario, Nancy is me. Nancy Kerrigan is me. You have to gender reverse it to be the male. Tanya is a female, but she's way more attractive than the actual Tanya Harding. I'm talking like, there's a reason I use Rosalind Sanchez for Samantha, okay? Imagine Rosalind Sanchez, but as a 20-year-old. That's Samantha. That's how good she looks. No joke. That's David's opinion, okay? So, because she makes a false claim based on her own impressions of what all guys are up to, probably reinforced by all the people she's grown up around, definitely the work people, oh God. So imagine Tanya does something like that to Nancy instead of breaking her leg and shit, and then Nancy gets in trouble, and then another thing happens with somebody completely different that's more bullshit according to attorneys, but Nancy don't care, he cares about Tanya. And then, so bottom line, Nancy, let's stick with figure skating here. Nancy Kerrigan is traumatized, okay? She thinks that the next time she has an issue, that she is told, by the way, the actual real life Tanya Harding paid for her crimes legally. This Tanya never paid for her crimes. Also, the figure skating committee, the people, the powers that be, they all defended Tanya. They defended Tanya. They told Nancy that if Nancy has another problem with another figure skater, Nancy's kicked out of the figure skating commission. Yeah, over something Tanya did wrong. So, it's worse. It's worse than the crime. Okay, it's not physical leg breaking. It's emotional. Okay, let's get that right. Okay, sometimes that could be worse. I would probably take a broken leg over the actual damage caused by her. Yeah, I would. Just to, if I couldn't make positive like I did. If I could, I'd. It's worth it now, but it wasn't supposed to be worth it.
I'm a little busy. Just give me like half an hour, I think. Not really, David, not yet. Not really, David, not yet.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
So, why we meet?
What I got here is Malcolm shoulder to shoulder with Martin Luther King. And we got Malcolm traveling all over the world, getting Ben Bala and Nasser. We were better off before with Malcolm inside the nation. So we've decided we want you to get Elijah Muhammad to take Malcolm back. That's a joke, Joe.
When am I being reimbursed for my expenses? Dry cleaning all these suits is not free.
We're going to talk about this guy, too. Get me receipts. I'll reimburse you for your dry cleaning.
Let me tell you something. It's a true story. I got one sister. Lord,
La paz sea con vosotros. What? Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? Just put up with it. That's why we title this thing For Better or For Worse. Put up with it. I had to intro that way. Hopefully things will be fine after this. You know what? And if you don't get it, good. You're not supposed to. Okay, so check it out. We are back after almost a month of not shooting because things for better or for worse and all had to be incorporated, interfered, and bothered me during the project. But, oh, what a change. So check this out. I know we don't have to do this because we all know everything by now, but I did promise it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with my version of No Way Jose Can You See by the Dawn's Early Light when she came back into my life. And get this, we are also going to see her reaction to this, and we will arrogantly say, from me seeing things out in public, like the varieties of Taki Fuego brand foods that became available shortly before and during when she came back into my life, we will see her response to that. Yes, we will. So, let's start. No Way Jose Can You See by the Dawn's Early Light. Samantha coming back to my life.
No way, Jose, can you see by the dawn's early light? For so proudly he shoves the Taki Fuegos in front of me, whose guest hangs up above. Make the nickname complete, for the Ria's cookies rocked in the CVS that one day. But the Samantha's still there, her spirit floats in the air, giving truth through the David's life, that Turbo will never disappear. No way Jose does that Firestar 2 still prove to be the boss. Still amazingly funny, and it will never be lost. There you go, that's the one for the Fuego stuff. Starts to feel better.
And you see that little heart there on the text? That means she loved it. Yes, she did. Let's show the other camera the same thing. Where is it? It's upside down. There it is. Text. Heart on the text. There you go. Now let's prove that that is in fact Samantha. Show what she said after that.
Hey, David. Sorry for the lack of texting back. I was actually pretty busy. I just got home.
Yep, that's her. And also, let's do the other one.
What are you up to?
We all get that? We all get that? Yes, that is Samantha Quezada. No disputing that she takes meaning with the same things that I do. Also, check this out. I did, if you saw there's another version. I did an Oh Canada for Maria. Let's hear that one.
Okay, let's even this shit up. I just had to. Hold on. Oh, Maria, my home and native girl, true kid like love is being put through a whirl with an innocent heart. She did this is her first time, though David's been through this before. With his past behind, don't say her name. We stand on Maria to be free. God, do it more. Maria's not used to this. Oh, 20-year-olds, they so not used to me. Oh, 20-year-old, God damn it, get used to me. Oh God, I can't. I'm sorry, dude. That's okay. That's whatever.
That's the first time I ever did Oh Canada. Oh, by the way, I said I asked her. Where is it at? What did she say? I asked her if she listened to the Oh Canada because, as you can see, she reacted to hers but not Maria's. Watch this. Let me see if this is the right one.
I know I heard it.
So she heard Maria's as well as her own, but she reacted to hers, but not Maria's. I swear to God, it doesn't matter if we're talking about online girls and getting them all in the same comment section, which, by the way, turned into Jerry Springer, no joke, or real life girls. They will all be catty. They will react to their own. They will hear both of them for them and another girl, but they'll react to their own and say nothing about the other girl's one. That is girls everywhere. Holy shit, that's funny. Okay, so check it out, people. I have a point to make about the plan for this video. So, you know how interesting this is? I'll tell you how interesting this is. After the first 1,000, I paid Samantha. After Maria turned on me, but before things got really deep, she started to say sweet things, but way before the second 1,000. I made an outline for what I thought I would cover when I got back to this. Oh, that outline quickly, by the time we finally got to this, it became old. Check out the old outline. Look at that shit. That was sitting on my computer desk for the longest time. It has watermarks. Look at the watermarks on stuff. That became old. This is just one page of the outline. Holy shit, no more. No more. That's how much people bothered me. Bother. All the way back to when I was working, trying to help people or being bothered by people, often by people who you try to help. And it's just, wow. So here's what we got now. Guess what? Here's our outline now. 5 pages. See those 5 pages? 5 pages. Look at that. Chock full of shit. Wow. We got to get through. So here's the thing. We have 4 hours, 28 minutes from the time I started recording. It seems like a long time, but no. For this, these are the essentials too. If we don't get through everything, we got to cut shit out, and I don't want to. So here's the thing. I'm going to go brisk. I may skirt through some stuff, and I'm going to be talking fast. Put up with it. It's because we got a lot to get through. Nothing else. Oh, by the way, I forgot this. Yeah, after showing how she reacted to me seeing in public the Taki Fuego varieties after she came, one thing to say. What up, Doc? Yeah, seeing things in public related to a girl, and the girl loves it and agrees and has feelings and wants to marry. And I got this screenshot before I shot this. Says she'll come back to me. What up, Doc? What up? Yeah, just be thankful I'm not using the C word. We saw that one. So, here's the thing. Cover the whole outline. You know what's sad about this? I didn't want to intro this way. You know what I wanted to intro to? Check this out. I bought this. But here's the thing. Because Samantha came back and I went to Maria for help, and Maria had already been acting irresponsibly a long time coming, Maria turned on me because of Samantha. She went back on a lot of her promises she said she would never go back on. So now, not only do I have to protect myself against Vitor Pitor and his type, I had to protect myself against Maria too. Yeah, I had to protect myself against Vitor Pitor and the person he criticized me over. And involve Samantha, explain that. It turned into a 12-hour because of that, right? It turned into and that's a lifetime epic. Now, Maria did come back. We do talk infrequently, not socially, but when she needs stuff or I think she could use some help, I do help her. So we do talk. It's just that she doesn't like what happened. She understands what happened. She understands why I'm helping Samantha, but she don't like it too much. Okay, they're just catty. Okay, 20-year-olds, they have stupid standards. They get catty for stupid reasons. Okay, especially the females. That's the nature. Okay, that's why she's Claude Lemieux. She's Claude Lemieux, Maria. Okay, put up with it. So I released several videos. I released the very first thing where the opening shots separately. I released the Independence Day especially. The Independence Day speech. I'm not going to go over the whole May 13th thing where I did the best performance of my life. I went over that already. The TMR thing, the Mexican Connection, that got its own video. This is all parts. And then when Samantha came back and she confessed that the manager did it, that went up. That part of the conversation went up. Okay, had to clear myself and put it out there. All right. It's only fair, really, when David, I'm not going to get into why. And then I had to, because I was dealing with the alert line, I released part 3 in advance. This is what happens when a movie, okay, not yet, the alert line. Part 3, the Maria card, right? That's designed for if anyone says, hey, I don't think that person knows you exist. I'm going to say, you know what? I proved it one time with Maria. If you bring up anybody who you doubt in my life, for any reason, past, present, or future, I'm going to just spam the link to that video. Hey, say, here's a Maria card. I did it once for Maria. I'm not doing it for no one else. There's not going to be a Jennifer card, no Samantha card, no Wildfire card, no cards. One Maria card stands for all. You don't doubt whoever I say is in my life. Just take the positive results I make and shut the hell up and stay away from me if you can't agree. That's what the Maria card's for. Then there's the introduction. That was the first hour I released. Then there's part 2 of The Joke Is On You, the whole music video portion. And then when Samantha started talking marriage like she would marry anybody, not realizing that she would marry anybody to get her out, not me specifically, but being overjoyed because it's a weapon against the system that, repeatedly sent the message that David's unlovable for David's former enemy to want to marry him. That made a video called Queso Vega, where I said, in the style of Gangnam Style by Psy, I sang Queso Vega in Spanish. It's great. And then also, I made a video called Game Set Match. David declares himself officially redeemed for everything. That also made a statement. The message for that video was basically, don't mess with David's heart, okay? David has some deep shit going on. If you say you want to marry him, he's not going to jump at it. He's going to say, I'm going to teach you first and then earn that later. But he's going to say, hey, don't say shit like that if you don't want it to actually happen and David to actually act on that, fantasize over it, and earn it his own way. He's going to put you in his hockey game. He's going to make a song called Queso Vega. He's going to celebrate the idea of marriage, whether it happens or not. If you say that you would marry David, he's going to show you how he would earn it, not just get it because he pays you to get out of your situation. So don't mess with David's heart. And the same thing applies to Kaylin, as Maria said sweet things and she had turned on the time. Any woman who says sweet things to David, don't say them to manipulate. Don't say them to get something. When you say them, understand that you give David the right to turn that into a fantasy and at least show you what he can do, right? He doesn't mean he's going to force anything on you. He's just going to show you what he can do. He's going to offer it to you. He's going to offer you the fantasy that you made possible because you said those sweet shit about him, right? So yeah, that's the message of that one, okay? Be careful what you say to David because he will earn that shit. What you think is just a scheme to get money or some shit, whatever reason you have, he will take that same shit and he will earn that as a person if you open the door, okay? Shit. Then we talked about the Projectamundo thing. I probably already showed that. The first long con David ever pulled in the MMA thing, that was for the alert line purpose, so they could understand this Samantha thing didn't come out of nowhere, right? This has happened before, just for different purposes and different reasons. So then there was the, hey, FedEx, get on the train, save Samantha. If she's actually there and they know they can get her checks or make arrangements to get me the money and get her the money, they're being stupid. If she really is in that situation, this isn't some big scam put up by them or somebody else to test David, I do entertain that, but I think it's for real. I'm not sure. They're responsible for if anything happens to her because I did my best. And no one else, the reason no one else is helping her, because she got demonized by that false report. Her own people turned on her, my people turned on her. I'm all she's got, and I'm the one who she hurt the most. Right? I will show the meme. This made the 12 hour. How amazing, how interesting is it that the biggest angel in your corner, Samantha, is the one who you hurt the most? Holy shit. That is a story, okay? Wow. Dude. Even behind your back, on the job, I was saying good shit about you. Okay, so that covers that page of videos. We got to motor through this. Okay, okay, this one. Okay, so then the 12-hour was released. We had problems with the copyright system picking up keywords. So is that the one? Okay, that's the copyright censored, I think, that got released first. Yeah, it was done on August 2nd, Maria's real birthday. The copyright safe version got done on August 5th, I believe. Then between that, we did a stream, the Sidney Crosby birthday stream. That was Samantha showing. Wait, yeah, that was on Sidney Crosby's birthday. But that was the first game we played with our permanent rosters, with Samantha at the center position, me on the left. Who was on the right? Was that Maria, or was that that was I think was that Kayla from Wildfire? Okay, I forget who was on the right. Bottom line, that was the first time we hit the ice with me and Samantha. Her on the center, Crosby's position, me on the left. Did a stream on Sidney Crosby's birthday in honor of Samantha. That was next. Then we corrected, we re-exported the original version of the 12-hour, and we released that again with a different freeze frame. Now here's the thing: the original version of the 12-hour, it was supposed to be called something like the official Wildfire demonstration, NHL demonstration video, and Fahrenheit 20th anniversary of 9/11, right? Because the 20th anniversary of 9/11 was the first time me and Samantha worked together after the report. And also, Fahrenheit 9/11, if anyone remembers the Michael Moore film, was a groundbreaking documentary putting down George Bush's response to 9/11. Just like FedEx needs their own groundbreaking documentary putting down the management's misconduct. So the fact that they got their own version of Fahrenheit 9/11 based on their misconduct is kind of fitting, but we had to take 9/11 out of the title because at some point they cause that to be a keyword that gets picked up and everyone blocks your video. So for safety reasons, they went back on 9/11, just not two other words I had to take out. For safety reasons, we can't put 9/11 in the title. It's just not safe in case they do that shit again. So we call it the 12-hour epic, David Will Vega's lifetime epic. It should be called Fahrenheit 20th anniversary 9/11 though. It sucks though. Okay, then the next video was regarding that issue. A little pick-me-up, a little pick-up and go, no editing. 16 and a half minute message to the copyright holders on how ridiculous they are to ban two keywords that relate to concepts in David's life, not the literal act of them. I'm not going to say what they are, okay? You can see that if you want. Then, get this. Cisco, I had already applied to Cisco. They didn't know at the time I was doing this, but I anticipated they had social media rules like FedEx. I decided, because I was so hyped up to get that job, suddenly I felt like, once the 12-hour was done, I felt like I could work again, right? No problem. Did enough video work. I did a parody song by Cisco from the 90s, a rapper spelled differently than Cisco Foods, called Wrong Song, how all the daily bothers occupying my time and causing me to need my own staff, which I still don't have, to get shit done, all the helping people. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. I did a song, a parody song and a speech. It was wonderful. And this was anticipating working for Cisco. Tape's running out. Great. So, they didn't know that, but I had passion for their company before I even started working at their company. That's very tragic that they fucked up such the way they did. We're going to have to deal with that too in future videos. In one future video at least, but we'll see. So yeah, then Maria Cruz's new birthday, August 23rd, because of her birthday lie. I covered that in other videos. You can see them in the other videos. She got a birthday stream on August 23rd. Really good project. Then, because I wasn't... Wait, was I working at Cisco by now? No, I was still not working at Cisco. Okay, I almost started, didn't get it the first time. The second time was just about to arrive. I came up with a charity... this is what we have to cover this. I realized I had footage in the closet from one of my tapes outlining the charity video making plan before any Firestars came along, right? I wanted to upload the whole 3-hour seminar in a whole, but I wanted to intro it with the 1 hour on 9/08/2022 for reasons undiscussed at the time, right? I shot a 1 hour intro, as I am now as a 40-year-old, or almost 40 at the time. Then after that, I showed the charity plan, and that was called Winds of Change. The first version was a 6-hour... I actually timed myself for the first time how long it took from the conception to completion of that video. It was like doing 6 shifts in a row at FedEx or any job. 6 shifts, uninterrupted. 2 hours sleep somewhere in there. 6 shifts. It was a sextuple shift. On the job, FedEx, I did 1 quadruple shift, and that was a height. In video making form, I did a sextuple shift on the Winds of Change. Just the hour alone. The special intro, yeah. We measured it, okay? Then, once I realized I did that, in the copyright version, all I had to take out was Elastasi Del Oro from the seminar. I had a special intro explaining how this is historic. I did a sextuple shift in terms of video making. And I showed all the people in my life, the significant people. Maria, Samantha, Wildfire, and Jennifer. All very important people. 2 of them fire stars, the most powerful. Jennifer's the old flame, and Wildfire is professional associates, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 20-year-olds, 1 minor, and my high school girlfriend. All the most important women in my life. All of them. That's the big charity thing. That's the big pitch for my charity plan right there. And again, Cisco was talked about when I first applied and had a passion for their job to show up when I wasn't called for the start time just because of what was on paper. We didn't talk about them yet, but I talked about the passion I had for that company before I officially worked there. So, hey, David had pre-passion for the job, and they fucked up. Similar way to FedEx, but targeting passion, not work ethic. And then, because I didn't get because I only lasted 4 days, I was able to make a birthday stream, a 40th birthday stream, talking about certain things, referring to their problems, one of their problems, well, not really one of their problems. I talked about myself as a worker, my work ethic, and I also managed to work Samantha in the end in a historic custom version of Shakira's Don't Bother. That's the first music video she got. That's a music video. Yeah. Samantha got a music video on my 40th birthday. Yeah, towards the end, to Shakira's Don't Bother, which is my official comeback song, whether for charity or for a fire starter in the form of a woman. Yeah, we tried that before with FS1. Samantha topped that one. She took over that. She took over everything. She's taken over everything. So we're going to end tape. I'm probably going to have to stop right now. Let's stop right there, because then, at some point, then she requested to be my goddess. Yes. And that's where things got to where they are today. We'll cover that when we're going to let the tape end. We're going to let it end. We're going to come back on new tape. We're going to go through the rest of the videos. Yes, we're going to go through the rest of the videos up to today. Why not? Samantha Motivational. Yeah. So so because of the 40th birthday video, that's where she became aware that I had a YouTube account. Yes, that's the first video she saw. 40th birthday, her in it, and then she wanted to be a part of them. We'll go over that when we get back. We're going to take a break. This is going to be an epic regardless, because we have to make sure we all understand what we're about to see when we show M-Town footage. We got to make sure we have a rich background so we cover our ass. When you show stuff from the FS1 days, oh, we're covering our ass. Even if it's regardless of the original source. Yes, we're backing the shit up. We're explaining everything. Hell yeah. I don't care how long it takes. Deal with it. Okay, I'm pretty sure I can shut it off myself now. What? Yeah, we're 30 minutes. Okay, let's just shut it off. Good evening. Don't care about that. Okay, so we're on the next tape, and I decided, you know what we're going to do? Every time I change tape and walk on camera, let's do another edition of value search, right? Let's try to find something that David actually has that is of any value. Now this time, we got alleged value, because I don't really know if this is valuable, but this is what you would call... I've had this in my room so long, look at the dust it's collecting. Can you see that freaking dust? Look at that fucking dust. Oh, I haven't touched this in a long time. This is the Kier laser cap, right? You see, dude, look at that dust. Look at that dust. You see that? That tells you how old it is. It's one of those like hair things that you plug in and you put the electrodes on your hair. And what you're supposed to do is have it on your head for 30 minutes every other day. Now, it's too clear. I don't know if you noticed. I haven't turned my back to the camera. There should be a bald spot back here. There should be a bald spot. You will see in the M-Town footage, I actually got a shot of the back of my head. There's no bald spot there, or it's very little, if any. I can't remember. I just know I've seen the footage. So, yeah, you'll see that. But here's the thing. This thing actually came secondary to one I bought for $400 cheap on eBay, which didn't work over a year's time. And I got screwed because eBay has a 30-day money-back guarantee. But if you're dealing with a product like this that takes a year to see if it works or to even evaluate many months. You can't tell until a year, and if it doesn't work, they won't cover it, and there's no way to get my money back. And the seller, not this one, another one, the seller of that cheaper model said they never had a complaint, but here's the thing, it didn't work, and I kept track of that shit. I think, I'm not sure that they didn't say you can't wear it when you come out of the shower or wetness. That was not in the instructions. That could have been it. But either way, they owe me some money. I tried to take the seller to court. They're in Florida. That was a waste of money, but that's the first step to taking eBay to court in San Jose, which is, you know, bike riding distance for me. Easy transportation, no cost really. So if I had sued eBay in small claims first, they would have said, go sue the seller. I sue the seller, you can't do it because they're in Florida. So I had to go one by one to make sure we cover our bases. First the seller, that didn't work. Then hold eBay later accountable for the entire cost of the whole case plus the item. I still have to do that, but I've been so busy helping people and this whole thing with FedEx, I never had time. Let's show what else. So I got this. That was the cheap version, right? I still have that, I think, yeah. It doesn't work. This one, I tried to make it work. This one, $1,395 by memory, I think. But we don't know if it works. You know why? Check this out. I got a warranty and everything, and on my own, all on my own, I kept track with a sworn statement. A sworn statement with all, I don't know if you can see this, with all the dates that I used it. This is the last page. You can see the last date is 6/23/21. I was in the height of the Vega Girl outbreak where I was trying, we don't want to go over that in depth. It's its own thing, right? But I'd say late July, I met Maria and her friend Zio, and then the actual work girl helping thing started. So I was in the height of trying to fight back against the system and the job and all that shit. So this thing started in February 26th of 2021 was a first date. I kept track of the exact dates every other day and the time of 30 minutes of usage every other day. But the warranty's probably expired, so we don't know because I got distracted by the passion for the job all that time. We don't know if this is actually valuable or if it's just another, fraud. We don't know. We're gonna have to either try it again, or at this point it's probably worth reselling and letting someone else take, the gamble on it, right? Or just trying to see if you can renew the warranty. But this is the closest that, at least in my room, I could find to something of value, but we don't even know if it's going to be actually valuable. You have to freaking try it out for a year just to see if it's valuable. So again, this is, and again, this is not a luxury item. This is another need. A need that's, I guess, as vain as David gets caring about the bald spot, but when he's got other people to care about, like Maria, Zio, fucking Samantha, all them girls and shit, when he's got a cause to fight for, this shit goes out the window, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. Hey, so I guess if you want to be technical about it, the system plus FedEx, they kind of owe me for this because they caused this plan to be derailed. Somebody owes me for this shit, for this being derailed, because David had to bend over backwards to get all these girls here to testify he's lovable, and then help Maria through school and Samantha being saved. All that help and spree because of 3 systems: legal, medical, and job. FedEx, and there's some other ones. Family is also a system. What else is a system? There's some other systems. Those are the big ones, though. Someone, if this don't work eventually, or I can't sell it off and get the same price, someone owes me. And we also need to clean up for the other seller, of the cheap item. So yeah, that's let's get this over here. So that's our attempt at finding something of value in this place. Yeah, swear to God. Okay, let's get back to what we're here for. We were going through the videos, okay? And we just hit the 40th birthday video, which Samantha became aware of my channel at. And let's pick up where we left off. All right, there's page 1. Where's page 2? Why is it out of order? No way, am I missing the page I was on? No, it's back here. Okay. Okay, here we go. So, no, that's page 1. Okay. So, Samantha became aware of the 40th birthday video, and then something happened. She wanted the FS1 treatment, but she wanted the actual thing. Like, she wanted literally what FS1 got, and she requested specifically to be in my videos. She wanted me to praise her, and she wanted the treatment. She wanted to see what David Vega. She wanted to make the transition from an FS2 to an FS1 because by now we were clear multiple times over that she was innocent with regards to what everyone held against her, including myself. So she made history. Here's why. This is significant. She got a video. It's actually in reverse order. I show the ending to separately cut. The first video that Samantha got by request as a new FS1 was called This Is Passion, the Power of an FS2 Antagonist Transition to FS1 Romantic. And it featured something that until Samantha wanted to be new FS1, I couldn't safely talk about because it would raise questions that have no answers but stuff that I don't think I can talk about. The Coco Crisp 908 2010 home run dive. Now here's the thing, because of certain things, I had to dig for that shit in tape. I forgot where I thought I lost the tape. No, I had the tape. I had to find that tape. When I went over the footage and logged and captured the whole things in one clip, I realized something. Remember how Samantha is compared to Sidney Crosby? Who just happened back in the day without me realizing it until I watched Around the Horn to hit a home run on, I think, the same day, covered in the one and only talk show I was covered on, Around the Horn, covered right before my dive. Sidney Crosby. Yeah, so in effect, her sports metaphor, at least her in spirit, Samantha, was there before any other fire starters. Well, not in person, but in sports metaphor, right? Not in person, in sports metaphor. Let's go. And prove it. And also, I looked up the picture of the home run ball, and that was Luke French. What was the Bible theme that's been Samantha's big theme and the thing I wear on my Anthem hat in San Jose? Oh, Luke 15:7. I always referred to that from the time of the 12-hour epic onward. Luke 15:7 is why Samantha giving to her is so appealing. The number one reason, and that shares in common with the picture. I think there were other things I forget, but those two things alone allowed us to take that dive and reinterpret it and make it about Samantha as if she had been there from the start, not literally, but in spirit, and to basically say, hey, if anyone asks any questions about that dive is about God setting me up to eventually meet Samantha in the year 2022. Nobody else.
I see it in your eyes.
Drive to it. 35. Go on there.
You got to go for the feeling.
Yeah, come on, you can do it.
What was that? Look at the A's fan trying to get the ball. A bad effort all the way around him. Falls on his head. Thankfully appears to be all right.
Well, it's not about anybody else anyways, because it was just me physically there and no one else was physically there. But no one else later. No one else later, unless we go 10 years later, in which case, Samantha. It's about Samantha. So let me explain the process by which that works. So imagine this. Imagine there's a timeline, right? Okay. Up until 2010, David don't go nowhere in public and do any grand shit like that, right? 2010, certain things happen with David and certain people we may not be able to talk about. We don't know. Okay. Then the Coco Crisp home run dive happens, right? That's on September 8th. Why am I forgetting that shit? September 8th, 2010, right? There's a Coco Crisp home run dive, okay? Day off on the 9th. That's when all the coverage happened and was recorded, right? And then, after that, girl problems, right? But, so right after that dive, but starting the 10th, girl problems, right? But because Samantha has a Sidney Crosby and Luke French thing going for her, what we did was we took Samantha from way over here in the year 2022, said, Samantha, get over here. You're going to intercept this right after the dive, right before girl problems. You're going to come right here. We're going to make that dive about you. And suddenly, this don't matter no more. And that's what we did with that. That's that video in summary. How about that? How about that? I know, huh? Maria, go ahead and laugh. That's our little thing. I know, huh? But I have to... Okay, so I did that, and here's the thing. In the finale of that, Samantha got a whole music video. She got a customized Rocky 5 montage when Sylvester Stallone's character Rocky trains Tommy Morrison's character Tommy Gun and fights a bunch of people and rises up through the ranks, right? I translated that, right? And I did it as the finale of that video, but I also made a separate version of that. Why? That's called Samantha Quezada Motivational Video for Work to Play on a Loop. That video, the original, it's to Go For It, Hard and Fire, right? That song. It's a montage of that song. I watched that song every shift, including regular and overtime shifts. Every regular, every overtime shift, when I was home, on a loop, From YouTube. Yeah, clicking every single time, setting it back and clicking. Every single shift during my 84.42 hour week, which was a record at least for me. I'm not sure about the company. I don't see how it wouldn't be. 84.42 hours I worked at my height at FedEx, and I warmed up to that video, the original. I created a version of that incorporating Samantha's text and our interactions back and forth, our real provable interactions, to that same video, put on a 5-minute loop so she can watch that before any work she ever does ever again, and be motivated by a custom version of the same thing but related to us. I might actually provide a private version of that, or maybe upload a 10-hour version of that. Like, I could make a 10-hour version and have that same video just replay and replay and replay if she wants to watch it directly off YouTube, or just provide it in a QuickTime file. Either way works. But yeah, that's what that was designed for. So I had the main video, and I made a knockoff just for Samantha to motivate her before work. And that's actually, you know what that is? What we're going to see with M-Town, that's actually a exaggerated version of M-Town. M-Town is small compared to that. The way that any woman could come along and be a part of that. This one, like, okay, I don't know offhand what it would take to make this version that I did for Samantha, like a motivational video before any woman's work. It would require a lot of interaction, a lot of mixed media, and dude, I'd have to charge a lot of money. Like, I'd say $2,000 would be my base rate for interacting a bunch of times, consuming my time, finding out about the girl, and then just putting it all into a montage. Dude, that's a lot of time, and a lot of time from them too, because they have to devote time to interacting with me and seeing what's so special about them, you know, seeing what I can draw from them. So yeah, dude, Samantha got like a big, for free, a big fat production just for herself. So we did that.
How much you pay to get in last night, Dave? How much?
What?
How much did you pay to have an entire left field bleacher to yourself?
Oh, it was just a regular ticket price. I mean, I didn't clear people out. No.
Okay, okay, but how much did you pay? Like,
you weren't a knot holder then. You paid to get into the establishment last night over the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. And I know it's Cliff Pennington. I was actually doing a number on Brody Brazil the other day, who was taking infield practice with Cliff Pennington.
Saw the piece.
I almost said Ty Pennington, and that's why I got confused with Cliff Pennington.
All right. But Dave, anyway, how has life changed in these ensuing hours?
You know,
I wasn't born a 4-time Super Bowl champion.
All right, you alien assholes! In the words of my generation, Dad, what's he doing? Come on, baby. Come on, baby, come on. Good luck, buddy.
All right.
Man, I need more work.
No, you're ready. You're perfect.
No, I need more work.
No,
Man, this guy's killing me.
No, listen. You're ready now. You're
he's
perfect.
killing me.
No, you're perfect. You understand me?
Man, I feel weak.
No, listen to me.
I feel weak. Shut up.
Listen to me. Look, you see, the only difference between the hero and the coward is the hero's willing to go for it, all right? Willing to take the shot, okay? Now, this guy over here is scared, too. You're scared, he's scared, you're both scared. Remember in the basement, we was talking about fear and how it's like this fire, huh? And you gotta control it because it's like, it'll like burn you up or it's gonna burn him up, all right? Now, you gotta make it work for you, Tommy, okay? I would never do nothing that would hurt you. You gotta understand what I'm saying. Now, fear is like this fire, okay? Now, let it burn and burn until it becomes like this volcano. And when the time is right, and you see the opening, explode all over this guy, okay? And you can take him, okay? It's all heart, you understand?
Okay,
it ain't all muscle, it's all heart. Heart and fire, okay. Now you do it. Remember, I'm like this angel sitting on your shoulder, okay? I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you, okay? Go, guys.
Come on, Tommy, jump! Blood! Left, right! Good body! Good body!
To be or not to be dope, that's the question. Are you gonna stop or keep on rushing? Farther, faster, quicker than the next man. To be the best is the master plan. Go on with all you got, give it your best shot. Don't ever think about trying to stop. Keep reaching, pushing, hoping for perfection. Make up your direction. Don't ever stop for a moment. Prove you want it. If you got it, flaunt it, and get up on it. Go for yours, not for a minute, but all the time. You better do it, cause I'm going for mine.
I see it in your eyes. Heart and fire. You got to go for the feeling.
It's time for the rhyme of the bold and the gifted. Listen closely and you'll get lifted. Higher than you ever been before. Get more than your bargain for sure. Life can be a trip full of trouble, but you got to stand up and fight back double. Don't let nothing hold you back, yo. When life says stop, you say go, go.
Go to the body, Tommy, the body. That's it. Whoa! Damn, you okay? Hey, Tommy, gun, you got some guns, don't you? Holy.
Cause I know you got the knack to go farther than you've ever been before. I'm going for mine, so go for yours.
Heart and fire.
Like it.
I see it in your eyes.
Drive to it. 35. Go on now.
You got to go for the feeling.
And Temp, come on, you can do it.
What was that? Look at the ace man trying to get the ball. A bad effort all the way around. He falls on his head. Thankfully appears to be all right.
Tommy, you know, these trunks is like very special to me, you know? Dip, dip, dip! Go for it! Way to go, kid! That was great!
I see it in your eyes. You got to go for the feeling.
I beat the man, I don't believe it.
You sure did. Man, you're very swift, Tommy Gun.
To be or not to be dope, that's the question. Are you gonna stop or keep on rushing? Farther, faster, quicker than the next man. To be the best is the master plan.
Heart and fire.
Listen, got an idea. I think we can finally nail Balboa.
Go for it!
Now, here's the thing. So, I realized something. Hold on. So, we're going to have to take a little tangent here. Hold on. So, you need to understand something. That is what we call a trend. So, do you guys remember when we discussed Maria's video called This is Passion, the Power of a FS3 Kid, Like a Kid Familial, right? Remember how that was Maria's whole category-defining video of what caring for a kid is like, that video, right? Well, if that was the FS3 version, Samantha's is the FS2 version, redefining that dive, showing how she went from an antagonist to an FS1 romantic, which is a two for one. That's like basically the essence of Samantha, that whole thing. So that's why it's called This is Passion, the Power of an FS2. The transitional one is optional. We didn't have to be, but so Maria and Samantha both got a video, an individual video, profiling them as a category-defining fire starter. 2 and 3, antagonist and like a kid. So that obviously begs the question, was there ever a video back in the day of the era that we can't access anymore, that FS1 where she got a category-defining video among all the videos that was emblematic of an FS1 romantic? The answer is yes, but we didn't call it the same thing that we're calling it today because we didn't recognize the concept of a fire starter. I thought that was all there was to being motivated. A special woman, like a wife, goddess, all that stuff. But we did have a video. Now that I think back of all the videos, it's not M-Town. M-Town is for anybody, right? There was a video, and we can't access it, but it was called This Is What We Live For, which, by the way, I don't know if you can see that. You see what that says? That right there? Can you see that? And that right there? It's on my original jersey. I made reference to this tangentially in the 12-hour epic. The Vancouver Canucks in 2011, that was their motto. They did lose the Stanley Cup to the Boston Bruins, fittingly enough, seeing how things went. But I love their school slogan. I love This Is What We Live For, and I adopted that for the video. And that back then would be today's version of the category-defining video. If we were using the same nomenclature from today, back then, for those of you non-college people, that means naming scheme. It came from biology, cell biology, or plant biology, nomenclature. It means naming, the naming scheme. Let's dumb it down. If we were to use back then the same naming scheme of our category-defining videos that we use today for Maria and Samantha, that video would be called This is Passion, the Power of an FS1 Romantic. And then possibly go on to say This Is What We Live For, which is the actual title it was. So that's what, so all 3 fire starters have got a category-defining video. Only difference, 2 of them we can see. So yeah, it's a concept now. It's a concept that makes sense of everything, not tied to any particular woman, whether past, present, or future. It's a concept. It's always been bigger. We just didn't know it. So that's why Samantha did that. Okay, Maria was a part of it, but Samantha did the main work to be able for me to stand up today and do that and make reference to that. So yeah, so that's what that did. Oh, okay. So then, when she saw that, it was October 8th was approaching, right, of 2022. And I said, I stepped on the scale for the first time ever. I'll probably be showing this embarrassing shit. And I weighed 244.8. That's way too much. That's more than I've ever weighed in my life. The top was 230, No, it was 205. Yeah. I'm showing it on the screen. 205 in 2012. Oh, M-Town was done towards the beginning, March of 2012. So during that process of the weight loss from 205 to a low of 140.53, M-Town was in March. You will see me along that process in March. So, that was my previous, but if I took this as a challenge. I said, okay, I need to go out and lose weight anyways, right? This Mexico, saving her from Mexico thing is on hold because I forget what was going on. I think was EDD questioning my eligibility back then? I can't remember. Bottom line, I thought I would come into money. I thought money would be no problem. You just apply for the EDD every week. I went on a weight loss journey, and I wanted to start on October 8th. Why? Because that was the very, very first date of the romantic video I did for FS1 on October 8th, 2010, where I went for the first time Hayward to Concord Big 5 and back, and shot video along the way and made a search video called Pants Search 2010, just to get new pants for everything in 2011. And I found pants at the end point, which is why Samantha, I said, you know what, if Samantha really is more powerful, let's prove that. Let's prove that. Let's make a search video, but we're going to take a new trip. I said I wanted to stand for the anthem. Think of Samantha, cries my eyes out. Where else to go but the other direction, south to San Jose. Shark Games, stand for the anthem. I've got a ticket for opening game, the game after. I think they were back-to-backs. Yeah, that's hard when you're out of shape. You're doing back-to-back 60-milers. It's the same mileage, other direction. Yeah. So to prepare for that, I went down one time on October 8th, the same day, but in 2022, took my camera phone now, not the red Nikon, shot footage along the way, right? And looked for something at the shark store. At the end point, I got two things. I'm not going to go over them now. I got two things. I'm going to show them as a part of inspiration search. They are on the table. Not going to show them here. Or maybe I might. I'm not sure. I haven't got to that part of the project yet, but I do have them. I did get them. They're very, and they are more meaningful than pants. Okay, they both relate to the woman themselves, not me. The pants were for me back in 2010. These two things were about the woman and the way I feel about the woman, right? And so yes, and my sort of like, you know, you'll see when I get the thing done. So yeah, that was better. I'm not going to go over why it was better, but oh, we have video. We have like a bunch of amazing shit happening. I didn't think much would go on. I didn't actually think that I'd get enough material. No, not only did I get enough, I got way more material than I actually need. It blew Pants Search. By what I remember, it blew it completely out of the water. Completely out of the water. It's so much better. And yeah, so the whole point of this video was to declare the romance novel. This was on October 7th. You can see by the screenshot, I will show the screenshot. The screenshot alone, the still image of that video, that tells you how incredible this story is, why it's actually newsworthy, no joke. Every day that goes by that news has not caught on to this is a waste, because no one has probably ever done that before. What you're probably seeing right now, the screenshot for that video. That's the Change My Mind meme, and yeah, that is unique. And then, okay, so, and then after I did that, I did the search thing, right? Go to San Jose and back, get some, take pictures along the way. I started editing, and I made an intro video to we had a joke. If Samantha was called Firestar 2, and we add the word network to the end of that, it's FS2N network. It's FS2N, which stands for Firestar 2 Network, which means that if she had her own channel, like if I did the same thing that I was trying to do for FS1 back in the day, but for Samantha, and dedicate a whole channel or programming to her, it would be called FS2N, and that's like Fox Sportsnet 2 back in the day. So that's even better. That's way better than everything. That's way better than everything before. So I made like a little intro showing what the intro will be to every single project for her, right?
end up with Sean, but it wasn't a match. Wrote some songs about Ricky, now I listen and laugh. Even almost got married, and for Pete I'm so thankful. Wish I could say thank you to Malcolm, cause he was an angel. One taught me love, one taught me patience, and one taught me pain. Now I'm so amazing to have loved and I've lost, but that's not what I see. So look what I got, look what you taught me. Yeah, for that I say thank you. Next, thank you. Next, thank you. Next, I'm so fucking grateful for my ex. Thank you. Next, thank you. Next, thank you. Next, I'm so fucking spend more time with my friends. I ain't worried about nothing. Plus I met someone else. We having better discussions. I know they say I move on too fast, but this one gon' last. Cause her name is Aubrey, and I'm so good with that. She taught me love, she taught me patience, how she handles pain. That shit's amazing. I've loved and I lost, but that's not what I see. Cause look what I found, and no need for searching. And all that I say, thank you, thank you, next, thank you, next, thank you. I'm so fucking grateful for my ex. Thank you, thank you, next, so thank you, next. Yeah, I'm so fucking grateful for my ex. Thank you, next, thank you, next, thank you, next. I'm so fucking. One day I'll walk down the aisle, hold her hands with my mama. I'll be thanking my dad, cause she grew from the drama. Only wanna do it once real bad, go make that shit last. God forbid something happens, at least this song is a smash. I got so much love, got so much patience. I learned from the pain, it turned out amazing. Letting of love, but that's not what I see. Look what I found, ain't no need for searching. If all that I say, thank you, thank you, next, thank you, next, I'm so fucking grateful for my ex. Thank you, thank you, thank you, so thank you, next. I'm so fucking grateful for my ex. Thank you, next, thank you, next, thank you, next, yeah. Thank you, next, thank you, next, thank you, next, yeah.
Then I showed a preview of Inspiration Search 2002. Yeah, I showed up until the montage. I don't know why I released that. I think that might have been to qualify for EDD. I can't remember. I showed a preview, right? I did show a preview. And then we had Samantha pull some Projectamundo crap. I don't want to go over this too much because, again, like, she needs training. She tried to sort of prostitute herself, not literally physically, but like auction off her hand in marriage to the highest bidder, basically, just to get out of Mexico, which I don't know what she was thinking. In that video, she qualified for all three requirements to be institutionalized. Yes, danger to self, danger to others, and unable to take care of oneself. That was all in the video. And because of her scam-like behavior, I had to release that, commentate on it, and just for my own legal protection. I didn't want to, but I had to because she did her shit. I'm not going to get into what she did. It's all in the video, but she needs help as a person. That's where she started, seriously, to shoot horse tranquilizer into my legs when I'm trying to do something positive for her. She doesn't understand that you don't teach me your little 20-year-old standards. I've been there, done that, and I've done so well that I can't even talk about all the things I've done safely. So yeah, she doesn't understand that when it comes to being an FS1 romantic, she needs to let me run the show 100%. I know how to do it, okay? I know how to do the person stuff, right? She threw at me at some point some 20-year-old standards that just cripples inspiration, right? And like in the past, unlike in the past, I'm not working through that shit. I'm going to stop and say, hey, Let's fix your problems. Listen to me. I don't listen to you. You come up to my level. I do not ever go down to your level. Come up to my level, and then if you can't do that, set aside. Let me do this on my own. I'll come back to you, show you what I did. I covered this in the last video. So she doesn't understand that. If she keeps doing that, I'm going to have to stop the real-life romance novel and deal with the person's shit first, because I'm not doing the same thing from back in the FS1 days. I'm not working through and suffering through and leaving myself vulnerable. It's you mess up big enough. David comes out with everything and says, protect himself. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. I also showed after that a preview to the Apollo gym speech translated to David and Samantha. That's also a part of it. I don't know why I did that. That was work relevant also to show EDD. Hey, anything dealing with Samantha and the report was made falsely in her name against me, that's work relevant. That's criticism, protecting my reputation with any future jobs. It's a commentary. Okay, let's go on to the next page. I remember this one. Somebody, I'm not going to say who still, saw that one about her like threatening a sham marriage, Samantha, and he thought I was trying to get a girl. And so I threw down and made a video about how David, not just with that video, but all his videos. And that goes all the way back to the FS1 days. But especially now that he's cognizant of how he works and what he does. David's not trying to get a girl. David's trying to teach the girl, especially with an antagonist, trying to make the FS1 transition. Even with an FS1, that was not about getting a girl. That was about trying to show a girl how special she is based on the way I see her, and saying, hey, well, okay, I don't want to go into it. It's been a while. But it was some sort of person, she had her own version of being in trouble as a person. Yeah, she had her own. Okay, Samantha said, I feel worthless, and FS1 said something similar. I remember that. And a bunch of other things. Okay, so bottom line, David has always been a helper. He's never been the type to get a girl. Okay, yet somebody saw a clear video. I will show it on screen. I made a point of this. You don't see this video and say, oh, he's just trying to get a girl. No, he's trying to help a girl, and to help a girl not, like, commit a sham marriage that would be annulled when you bring it back to the States, and also like a marriage used as an extortion mechanism to me. No. No. You cannot use marriage as a clear extortion mechanism and as a desperate form of prostitution. Okay, so I said, you know what? Let's use this video as a metaphor for all, and say whether it's this video as clear as day or any video I've ever made ever, whether for FS1, Maria, or Samantha, Dave is not trying to get nothing. This is not a scheme to get. Holy shit! If I was trying to get somebody, I would not be going to the extent of making videos that take all this time and effort just to get someone, when I could just shadow the people who do get people, like the 20-year-olds at my job, or the people in bars and clubs, or the people who Jennifer probably knows. You know, I could easily shadow the ho-hum nobodies and probably be way more successful at getting anybody. It makes no sense whatsoever that video projects would be used as a scheme to get. Holy shit, that would be hella inefficient. Time inefficient, work inefficient, stress inefficient. Oh my god. We had to solve this once and for all, and it's 12 years overdue. That's the sad thing. If I would have known that was the problem, the way I was going to be looked at by everybody who was not on my side, the system, FS1's people, and everybody, I would have thrown down and made a video about that. But again, you can't do that when you don't even know you're talented at romance. When you don't even know your own strength, how are you supposed to make a video about what you're about and what you're not about? You have to develop, and which means you need forgiveness when you're doing shit like I did back in the days. Come on now. Hella stupid, man. All we did was waste time. We wasted time just to get... God. Then, what I did is I had an idea. Somebody, I don't know where, I'll probably show his comment, somebody said on, I think, the Maria Cruz update video that he wants GoldenEye stunts. I didn't realize the GoldenEye people were still out there expecting me to make shit for him. So I said, you know what? I have the teaser from back in the day. I looked at the teaser and I said, you know what? I have an idea. Now that we have this Firestarter concept with 3 different profiles of women and an FS4 maybe on the horizon, what if I made a comeback, or had an idea to make the GoldenEye comeback that the GoldenEye nuts have been hounding me over, but it was somehow in honor of a woman? I tried this very briefly with FS1 back in the day, but it was misunderstood somehow. I forget. It was not too big of a deal because GoldenEye involved guns, right? And people wanted to interpret it that way because of stupid shit. So it didn't work. I think I came up with one stunt idea involving the golden gun. Oh, that was very, like, I don't even remember that shit. But I thought, can we somehow make this relevant to a fire starter? And I thought back to my 12-hour, where I came up with an idea of a certain somebody who, in most people's eyes, would be, a good receiver, but in David's eyes, would not be a good receiver given his charity project. And I said, hey, wait a minute. Didn't they go out with somebody who dumped them, who used to play Call of Duty and, similar to GoldenEye? So, I came out with an idea. I'm going to repeat it now. You can see the video. In that video, I showed the teaser video, and I said, you know what, people? If you want David to make a GoldenEye comeback, why don't you do this? Somebody contact Yannick Garcia's people, right? Who went out with that famous streamer, I don't know, his YouTube or Twitch, Face Sensor, who did Call of Duty videos and used Yannick Garcia's image to sort of get popularity in his videos. But I don't believe he took the David Vega route of honoring her as his goddess somehow with those videos. What if Yannick came to me and said, hey, David, I'm a rich Projectamundo. You say you've had experience with the rich ones before? You say you're working on a poor one now? Well, why don't you go back to where it's all started and take me on? What if Yannick actually said that? What can you do for a rich Projectamundo? Show me what you say you did back in the day, but for me, that would do it. I would use GoldenEye, a 1997 game, a 1997 game, stream that full time, probably along with helping Samantha, still the poor version of the Projectamundo. I'd take Yannick under my wing and say, you know what, let me do with GoldenEye what Phase Sensor did not do with Call of Duty. It's the same type of game, a first-person shooter, just mine's from back in the day. Let me do what the GoldenEye nuts want and honor you and tie you into that, not content-wise, but doing it all for your honor and putting you up somehow. I'll find a way and let me show you what I'm made of. This is why we went over this for a long, long time in the 12-hour. Because if you didn't make a rock-solid case like I made the 12-hour, no one would believe that you would turn down Yannick or want to change her. David would. You can watch that 12-hour video from where it starts, and you can see David made a rock-solid case for how Yannick's a bad receiver and needs good person boot camp. So I said, bring me Yannick, get her people on board with this. I'll throw down and teach Yannick, the rich Projectamundo. And that's what that video is about, yeah. Oh, by the way, you won't believe this. Okay, so obviously, I don't know if you realize this, we had to go on to another day of shooting because this thing dragged out longer and we ran into, we can't shoot. I looked yesterday on Instagram. Let me show you what I found. Hold on. You're not gonna believe this. So I looked on Instagram yesterday on the 14th. Where are we at? I'm gonna have to go back to past shots. Hold on. Dude, look whose birthday. Can you see this? Look who has a birthday on the 14th. Can you see that very clearly? I'm not sure on this camera. That's Yannick. Does it say 14th? I can't see. Yannick Garcia's birthday was on November 14th. Yeah, yesterday. Okay, it says yesterday. Yeah, look. Can you see that? This camera is very blurry. I don't know. Yeah, that's Yannick Garcia's birthday. Here we go. I'm gonna just show her. Why not? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let me see. We got another one? Oh, no. So, yeah, Yannick Garcia. Okay, here we go. Wait, did I get this one? Yeah, here we go. I'm going to show it. Yeah, that's on the 14th. That was on the 14th. Yannick Garcia has a birthday on the 14th, which, again, like, I don't want to talk about why that made my personal 9/11 list. But, dude, that's very fitting. You know why? Here's why it's fitting. Yannick Garcia, I tell you what, given what I made in the video, right, about how if you came to me and that actually would be an F. You know what that would be? That would actually be an FS4 professional. You know why? Because it's saying, okay, professionally teach me, but I'm going to view you like an FS1. That's a professional, sort of. Yeah. Especially if she's with somebody, that would be a professional. If she's not with somebody, well, it's debatable. Professional or FS1 could be either one. If she's with somebody, it's FS4 professional. We're just looking at her like an FS1. But if she's single, it's FS1. So who cares? Either way, if Yannick comes to me, you know, given her birthday's on the 14th, right, of November, Yannick, you can drop the B word on air all day long. You could drop it on air. You could drop on your Instagram. What are you, Mexican weather girl? Yeah. If you have a B word in your life, drop the B word on your Mexican weather channel. It's not going to affect me. You know why? Because I've been through that before. On this date, no less. Long time ago. And now that I know how it works, it's just a professional relationship. We just professionals. How about that? How about that? And they agree. So now I sort of got to give you an idea of why this date is significant negatively for me, right? Hey, system, if you're listening, it's not my fault Yannick Garcia's birthday is on November 14th. expect that to happen. That's God's fault. Take it up with him. Say, hey, go up to heaven and say, hey, God, why'd you make Yannick Garcia born on November 14th? You know that means something to David. You know he's going to make reference to whoever's in your life dropping the B word on air, and you gave him reason by being born on that day? You realize we don't want him talking about that, right? Why'd you make her born on the 14th? Are you really going to do that? How far is the system going to go? Is the system actually going to take that up with God and say, hey, make Yannick Garcia born on another day, or David has to mention what happened, sort of? This has got to stop. This has really got to stop. Oh, it's fair. The impression that the system put me under, it's absolutely fair. They would actually act like that, yeah. Take it up with God. He made a Yannick Garcia born on this day. Jesus Christ. This... That's... Hey! When I released that video, I did not know a shitting thing about her birthday. I don't keep up with Yannick Garcia's news, okay? I don't. Shitting fucker. Yeah, people could come at me and be like, David, you planned that. I'd be like, no, I don't. I don't have time to keep track of Yannick Garcia. Are you serious? My God. All right, did we finish this shit? Hold on. I got to put more drink in there, just a different type. Hold on. Unreal. No, seriously, you think not, but based on the way the system is, they would be like that. They would be like that. They would fault Yannick for being born on that day. They would. It's not ridiculous. Okay, so then we had some fun. At some point, I made reference to Highway to the Tax Zone original with Franco and Carlo, and also Ricardo and Stuart. They were all minors at the time. I covered this. I was just about to turn 18, 2 weeks just before college on my 18th birthday, when I finished the VHS version of Highway to the Tax Zone that was shot on like a big VHS tape camera. Took it to college a year later, or either still 18 or 19. I re-edited it with Final Cut Pro in the lab, right? And they made a trailer when I got my own equipment, I think. So that was David as an 18-year-old with making a video with 4 minors at the park in the year 2000. I said, you know what? We're in the year 2022 where we're oversensitive about shit. I wanted to release that video as the first video that I ever made outside of school, right? To celebrate a friendship, no less, with 4 minors. To show that David's always been doing this kind of thing, honoring people, just didn't think about fire stars, or they were temporary fire stars, like FS3, I want to say familial? Yeah. I guess. Yeah, that's right. Like a kid, right. 4 like a kids. So yeah, and I said, it was all about the freeze frame. I just wanted that joke, the freeze frame. Problem? Hey, look, David, as an 18-year-old and 4 minors making a video. Problem? Problem? Dude, I told Erica to Samantha, I'm sorry, you don't like me telling Erica shit. I told Erica an email, you know what I would do if I was at FedEx and I made that video and showed people that? I would say, hey, you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to go around to people at the job, and anything that I think they would be oversensitive about in the year 2022 that back in 2000 they wouldn't be, I'm going to say, hey, once upon a time, David Vega, as an 18-year-old, made a video project with 4 minors. Problem? I'd just be going around going like, problem? Saying something concerning and be like, problem? I'd just be annoying the fuck out of people. I'd be annoying the fuck out of 2022 oversensitive people for shit that's hecka funny. So that's what I would seriously, hey, some concerning, problem? Some concerning today that was not concerning in 2000, problem? Okay, let's go on. Okay. Then, the emergency SOS video. We had to talk about this situation of Samantha siphoning off money down to double donut holes in both my accounts, and how, hey guys, EDD's questioning the Cisco firing, even though it's black and white. It's like questioning gravity, whether gravity exists. I don't want to get into technicalities because that's a separate video to come. But yeah, ridiculous that Samantha needed help. I couldn't help her, and I said, hey guys, tell the authorities that Samantha's still in Mexico. It's provable enough for me not to doubt and take her word for it. And also, if she keeps trying to, she asked for $30 when I had 0, even though I told her and it was in video. Or was that later? No, where was that? Oh, that was later. Yeah, that was later, I think. I don't know. Bottom line, she was acting scammy, not getting that I can't just go like this and make money up here, and not getting that my life is in danger when I have 0 in my account, because around here I cover this. So I just made a speech on the emergency that we need to save 2 lives now, not just 1. And I showed all of what I have of inspiration search to this point. I still haven't worked any more on it. So you got to see an extended version of inspiration search that you should not be able to see because people, including Samantha, should be working with David, not complicating his life, not shooting horse tranquilizer in him when he's trying to do positive shit, and he should only be focused on the positive shit. That's all I should be focusing on is the positive shit, not stepping aside and making speeches, right? So I had to throw down, and I love the freeze frame. Your tax dollars paying for Samantha Quezada's self-esteem to fix it. Yeah, it's true. EDD money is trying to help save her in Mexico and allow me to teach her and reward her for learning stuff. Yeah, so we did that. And then also after this, I wanted to show at this point, I wanted to make, since Jennifer is now more accepting of my video making as she wasn't back then, I unprivatized it was unlisted, I think it was unlisted. I made public the demonstration video I made for her with her and her kids on the NHL 99 game, right? Her in the goddess position, the kids on defense, and celebrating her with her goal song, the song we had, I think it was our dance song, the Rugrats, Take Me There by Maya. Yeah, that was our theme back in the day. I used that as her goal song, and I made that video public again. Unfortunately, it was made in December, right after Christmas in 2021, before when Samantha was just becoming an FS2. And that's an example of what I do with my NHL stunt as a demonstration for women of if they want to get the goddess treatment in terms of my hockey game. That's what I do. It doesn't mean we in a relationship. It's just what I do to show you what it's like to get the goddess treatment, the FS1 treatment. Jennifer got that as a temporary FS1. It changed the date of upload. The date of upload is invisible. It changed the date to the date of availability, so it looks like it was made later than it was, which pisses me off. But it's back again, so she's more acceptant. And then what I did is I made the sponsorship video that is still active of trying to get somebody to sponsor my bike ride, because at this point, the October 8th, 2022 start date of my weight loss journey, that's dead, because Samantha just keeps shooting horse tranquilizer on my legs too much and doing all this Projectamundo crap that kills the ambition. So I'm not gonna stick to that anymore. We're gonna have to wait for a sponsor to take it up, and then maybe I'll get back into bike riding all the time and lose the weight. So I made the male Karen video. Male Karen since 2000. Here's the concept of that. I'll explain very briefly. That's what the sponsorship video is called. Asking for a sponsor and showing how I've made something of this Firestarter concept to understand everything past, present, future. And the idea behind that is that technically, if you want to be technical, now that I've seen what it's like to bust out on a paying job with two Firestars, one Samantha, one Maria. Now that I know what it's like as an employee to have a Firestar, I look back on my FS1 days and I realize, hey, wasn't I technically a customer on that job? I know it's silly to call that a customer. Yeah, technically I was a customer on that job, which means everything that happened was kind of like being a male Karen, wasn't it? Yeah, like how dare you not let me use this job to give someone a real life romance novel? How dare you? Let me speak to your manager. So that's what I was all this time, a male Karen, but not for bad reasons, for good reasons. As it says, deep, meaningful, or romantic reasons. And as an example of that, I showed the Scott Rowland ball, where in our then home stadium, I caught, with home gear on me, I caught Scott Rowland's ball and celebrated with my dad. Yes, who neither of us are a fan of the Cincinnati Reds, but we caught a ball together, and that was I think it was the day after Father's Day, and he just happened to be at one game when he never comes to any games with me. I never ask him, except on that Father's Day. I wish I would have done the same with Mother's Day. We would have seen the Dallas Braden perfect game. He happened to be there close to Father's Day, so we celebrate anyways, even though we were wearing the home team's gear. Yes. And I used that and said, hey, Dad was a temporary FS3, familial, not like a kid, father, like an actual father. That's familial. He's not category defining like Maria, but he's a temporary dude FS3. That means David is a male Karen, but for deep, romantic, or meaningful reasons, including temporary Firestars, which my dad was that day. So the concept is now growing. It accounts for everything, including all permanents, all temporaries. It's not local to any particular individual. Then what we got? Then we have, we had a short video. This was a part of Inspiration Search. I isolated it into a short clip. You saw me standing at the first game of the Sharks game, the home opener, to the national anthem and showing Samantha's text and all her sweet words and stuff like that, showing what I stand for. That I isolated by itself so you could quickly see why I'm standing for the anthem and what the purpose is for going to Shark games on a 60-mile bike ride. Yes. Okay, then we have I Swear by My Soul. The male Karen video was not intended to be a big production. The reason is because it made it to my top. It made it to my top list. Actually, okay, that had a special introduction just to make a point that I've been doing this for a long time. I'm not going to go over it. Just very briefly, in the same way that eKit described the Mousecapade review as I described the Mousecapade review back in the day as poop. My poop. I pooped out the review. That saved eKit's life. So if my poop saved eKit's life, this male Karen video, you know what happened with that? That ended up in the #1 spot on my lifetime best. Let me show you the lifetime best. So we added a special intro to the same video and also took out some copyright content is what we did. So let me show you this. This is my lifetime best. I'm going to show you. Oh, can you see that? This camera just sucks for holding stuff close. Dude, this better show up. Okay, that's the lifetime best. You see that top list? You see that? You see? Okay, let's go like this. How about this? Does this work? You see that before 2019? That's before 2019. My lifetime best. Now look at after. What is it? Beyond March 2022. Beyond March 2022. That's after being fired for FedEx and devoting full time to videos. Look at all the bolds. All those bolds are, with the exception of number 9, I think, the double dragon stunt. Those bolds are stuff done after FedEx. They all individually topped my prior lifetime epic projects before I did any paying work. Look at that. The prior ones are not bold. They're down there. The bold ones, they're on top. And the #1 is the male Karen video. Let's see if you can see that close. The #1 is the most... Yes, that one, which was supposed to be a mere vlog, became #1. It did. So yeah, that's amazing. Oh, by the way, I just want to let you know, I'm probably going to show the list right now. So yeah, you can see, that's why we made the special intro, but also, remember how I said, let me think. I had a point to make. Okay, so when Samantha got her category-defining video, the This Is Passion, Power of an Antagonist, FS2, you can also see that was the #2 spot. Okay, that before the male Karen video, that took over the #1 spot. Why? Because it did something I didn't think could ever be done. It redefined my dive and made it publicly presentable again. Yeah, so that took over the #1 spot, but then the male Karen video took over that. So Samantha's This Is Passion, the category-defining video, that's high up there. That's #2. So you wonder, where's Maria's? Maria's is the demonstration video. Okay. Maria's is... Oh, okay. So Maria's is part of the demonstration video, which is still in progress. Because she turned on Samantha and she's not, like, worthy of it, we need to find an actress for Maria. I went over this in the wrong song. So that's not on there yet. Maria's is not on there. But you may wonder, okay, we talked about this already. If FS1 had a defining video for FS1 Romantic, it would be This Is What We Live For, which today would be called This Is Passion, the power of an FS1. Question, would that be on the list? Would any projects from that era be on the list? The answer, I'm going to look at this list. I'm going to say, I'm thinking that would if that video were on this list, knowing what I remember, I believe it would be between 6 and 7. It would probably be below the 40th birthday video because we had a music video featuring Don't Bother with Samantha. That's better. That's most similar to the This Is What We Live For back in the days. What you saw in the 40th birthday video with Samantha to Don't Bother, that is most similar to what FS1 got with This Is What We Live For. So the 40th birthday video, because it contains more commentary, insightful commentary before that, that's above that. But This Is What We Live For would be between 6 and 7. Wrong Song was just a temporary thing, not even highly edited, showing me singing about the bothers being wrong, right? It was edited, just not highly. And then a commentary. That was not quite as important as a Firestar defining category. So This Is What We Live For would be between 6 and 7. That's where it would fall. Maria Cruz's demonstration video, I don't know where that would be. We haven't finished it yet. I would probably put it probably below that, between 6 and 7, or maybe above that. I don't know. It would be kind of in that range. We have to see it we have to finish it to see. It would be sort of in that range. But Samantha's made it to number 2, and it's probably staying there. It's very high. Samantha's is very high on the list. So that's a very interesting thing. Okay, so let's did I finish this? God damn it! I have other drink to put in this. I didn't finish it yet. Okay, so let's keep going. Then after that, 20 years ago on November 2nd, November 2nd, 2022 just came up. 20 years ago on that date, I was on Tech Now TV. Yeah, a technology show back when Final Cut Pro was just being commonly accessible to college students. I showed that because I want to make it clear that David's been on TV before. The Dive was not his first TV appearance. No one asked about that ever, but that is a fact. So I just said, let's show it. Let's show when I was, 20 years old? 22? 2002. That was 8. Yeah, that was 20 years old. That's 20-year-old David in that one. Yep. Tech Now TV. Then what we did was we decided to make what we thought was going to be the Back at 1 custom on this, not this date anymore, on yesterday's date, the 14th. I made an announcement called Tape Your, what is it called? Mark the date on your calendar. Yeah. The picture though is Tape Your Stick Crosby. Again, these Sidney Crosby things are very deep. The idea is this. Okay, it's in the video. I'm gonna summarize it. The idea is that the idea that Samantha Quezada, whether for deep reasons like I see her, or even for superficial reasons like everyone else sees her, the idea that she has never been sung back at 1 to, or even heard the song, you know what that's like? That's like if Sidney Crosby grew up all his life, played all his junior hockey, got all his accolades, and then did 2 years in the NHL and never taped a stick once. Yeah, untaped stick all that time. What? How? Tape your stick, Crosby. Here back at 1. So that's what it's like. The idea that Samantha's never heard her been sung back at 1. How dare people? How dare people? What losers? What losers all around her all her life never introduced her to one of the iconic, most romantic songs of all time. Let me explain how romantic that is, okay? The first song I ever buckled down and learned back in the UPS days was Brian McKnight's Anytime, right? I sung that for some old black ladies on the there's one old black lady and then a bunch of old ladies. They love that shit on the job. Then I memorized Back at 1. That's very simple. If David was president of the United States, the first thing he would do without anyone's approval is he'd sit down at the Oval Office, he'd write a bill all by himself, no consulting anyone. Said it would be called the Make Me Feel Like a Goddess law, I think. I answered this on Quora at some point. I think I called it that. Where every single male in America, per female, if a female comes up to a male and says, stop what you're doing and sing Back at 1 to me, you have to sing that song perfect. Memorize perfect every line to every female who asks, once per female. So if you're a guy and 1 million females in America come up to you and ask you to sing that song, you're singing that song 1 million times, once per female. You're stopping whatever you're doing. If you're a garbage man, you're picking up garbage on the side of the street, and some woman comes by and says, "Hey, sing Back at 1 to me." Stop your pickup. It's undeniable that we should be together. And you do the whole song. You do the whole song just for that woman. You get back in your garbage truck, some other woman comes up to your door and says, "Hey, can you sing Back at 1 for me too?" Turn it off, step out the door. It's undeniable that we should be. Every single time a new woman comes up to any guy in America and requests to be sung Back at 1 to, you stop what you're fucking doing, you sing that song to perfection for that woman. Anytime. That's what David would do. That's what David. I don't know how much people would take advantage of that. I don't know if the women wanted to. Oh, they could put a halt to society over that. They could say, you know what? We're pissed off for whatever reason. Let's just put society at a halt. Let's stop all the gears. Let's get up. Let's all at once go to every fucking male and just ask for a bunch of Brian McKnight back at once. The females would have a lot of power. Like a whole. They'd be able to stop society dead in its tracks anytime. Just make them feel like a goddess. It's not about getting anything, okay? If a married woman comes up to you and asks a single guy to sing that, single guy's got to sing that, even if her husband's right there. It's not his fault, it's her fault for asking. If you don't like it, tell your wife not to ask for that. If she does, too bad. By legal decree or by presidential decree, she has to be sung to. If you don't like it, do it yourself. So it's all about caring about the person regardless of getting. That makes a happier woman. That makes a happier society. That makes a happier world. Holy shit. Take a lesson from this guy. The guy who now wears this on his hat so that maybe people will start fucking getting it and stop thinking that Dave is just trying to aggressively get a girl. Like, aggressive. He's making all these videos. He's trying to get. No, he's not. He's this. He's not trying to get. He's this. Holy fuck, what's it gonna take? So, that's what it was like. And I had some other metaphors. I'm not gonna go over them all. That's basically the... I did promise some songs. I had some words for FedEx and stuff. This camera's gonna... Why is this camera almost falling off? That's dangerous. Oh my god, no way. Was it like that the whole time? I just didn't realize. Oh my god, now I gotta reset it. Hold on. Where's the TMR thing? All right. Put it on there. I have an anchor. Okay, that's how I know it's on track. Okay. I don't know why that thing was about to fall off. Okay, so... Then... Oh, this is a good one. So I made... Oh, by the way, in which video was it? Was it the male Karen video? Yeah, it was the male Karen video. Because we went over the UC Davis transcripts in detail and showed some of my projects, and we came up with the whole predecessor joke, all right? I decided, hey, why don't we put up all 3 segments from Aggie Television back in 2003 college and show what kind of people David worked with, both camera work and editing, mostly editing. And hanging around the people, let's see what kind of people David worked with back in the day. I don't know if I should tell you or I should let's just show the screenshot. I'll show the screenshot so you can see right there, all on the same screen. There's David in the credits, both as to the first weekend venue, as an editor, as a cameraman, and guess what? 3 of the females he worked with. Hillary was later. I didn't work with her at AGTV. I worked with her in Lynn Hirschman's Art 117 class. But, okay, Hillary was later. But in terms of AGTV, Katrina and Alexia, not Alexia, that's a FedEx person. Katrina and Alexa worked with David. Yes, 2 female hosts. And David was fine. Oh yeah, I made sure to show the reporters as credited. Reporters. There they are. David also credited. He edited that shit. He talked to them both. He was fine. That was 2003, David. Are we starting to get it now? Are we starting to... Look at the script. Look at it again. Look at it again. I'm just saying. I'm saying, but I'm not saying. Okay, so I think we get it, right? Yeah. Okay. We're almost done with the tape. Let's see if I can get through the other ones. Okay, so after that, I did The Life Within the Game and The Game Without the Life. That was a church soccer game. I showed up. Franco was not there. Carlo was part of that because he was more athletic at the time. That was a church soccer game. I shot like 2 hours each of 2 days of the church soccer game, and I was in some of the games too as a goaltender. That was an FS. That was a temporary FS1, but the dude version of FS1 Romantic is homage, right? Homage. Just like AVGN was homage, RMake was also homage, TMR was sort of homage because I didn't really replicate his style, I just was inspired by him. The dude version of FS1 Romantic is homage. When you're doing a project, for a dude's interest, like that was the only project for Los Jones that I said, hey, what are you interested in? Oh, soccer. Can I make a video for you? That's how that happened, right? I wanted editing experience. I just got my own Final Cut Pro, wanted to test out the gear. Why not? So and also I looked up Dude Love. That was like a Mankind thing. We were all into wrestling, so they sort of know about that. So I called it Dude Love just to have fun with it. And then I started going over other past stuff and realizing, hey, Better Than It Has to Be, which was 2004 or 2003, carried over to 4, when me, Stewart, again, minor still, when me, Stewart, and his friend Skylar did Nerf guns and Nerf blasters in the apartment complex he lived on, that was actually the blueprint for, there's the full version of Better Than It Has to Be, right? I had the whole hour-long mini DV tape filling one on the whole thing in the original form, and then later I made a trailer advertising it. After I left Academy of Art 2006, I went back over that, made a trailer with a commentary. I can't remember what I was influenced by. I might have been reading something that influenced the commentary, but I laid out the groundwork for what was in the FS1 saga called a real-life romance novel, right? I didn't realize I had already done something for an FS3 like a kid called a real-life playground. That's the version. FS3 is real life playground. When you use the whole world as like a playground to entertain kid-like figures. Same thing for FS1, but that was real life romance novel. Extend that to Samantha on the Job, real life classroom. Every Firestarter category has a way of using the world to do what you do for them, as like a toy or a teaching mechanism or like a romance. That's what it was. That was the early blueprint for using the world to put someone up in some way grandly. Yes, every category has that. It wasn't just the romance novel on the Job for FS1. It was already there with Stuart and Skylar, real life playground. And then real life classroom for Samantha. Quickly, before we cut out, hopefully I make this, the Game Complex Helicopter Tournament, that was antagonists. Steve was an antagonist, Andrew was an antagonist, the tournament was full of antagonists. I wanted to make a video just for fun, and they loved the shit. I just pretended to have an issue with the two people ahead of me, just for the hell of it. That was an early antagonist, temporary. So we can now go over past projects and interpret them in terms of Firestars, temporary, permanent, whatever, temporary, original, renewable, whatever. So now we can do that. Now we can finally do that because we have this concept, and now no one should be giving me shit about shit because it's now understandable broadly, not with the specific individuals attached. Yes. So now we're good. We're good. Well, now we can move on to the outline. We covered all the videos. We're good. We covered all the videos. We can move on to the outline and get to M-Town. That's what we'll do. Where are we at? Okay, I got that. 2 more things. I got that. Then we're on to M-Town. 2 more things. They won't take long. Dude, I thought I was going to get cut off. Seriously. How much tape we got? I thought I was going to get cut off, man. Okay, what's the camera like? Okay, about a minute left. At least on this camera. Alright. So, yeah. That explains the whole video progression. 2 more topics, then we're on to M-Town. We have to set this up. We have to overcover ourselves because, yeah, we're going to see some M-Town. 2 more. 2 more stuff in the outline before M-Town. You know, I wasted my time doing the hand shit. That's what it was. I thought I was going to do that till the end of the tape. The tape started going out when I was doing this shit. I thought I was going to keep on doing that shit. I had more to get through. Otherwise, I would have done that shit just for fun. With the whole, what was it called? The AGTV. I would have done that all tape. Also, not so bad now, is it? I know, huh? I know that's not so bad now anymore, huh? Dan boy, you sleep? Hi, Dan boy. That's Dan boy. Hi, Dan boy. We gotta get some cats to start out this one. No Hitchcock this time. We're gonna get one cat right there. He always tries to get me when I go away. Wait, let me see. You go like this, and then he tries to go away. Watch this. See, he tries to get me. I go like this, but then I try to go away, and he doesn't want me to go away. He swipes at me when I go away. What? See? Watch this. Oh. That's what Dan Boy does. Okay, then we got this one over here. Moo? Are you alert this time? You're not going to be licking yourself while I'm trying to get you? Say it again, Moo. Moo. Oh, Moo. Moo, do you realize what you just did, Moo? You gave me an excuse because you decided to go right there, which is right above what? Oh, look at that. My third place, what is it? Hold on. It's my, wait, does it say it on there or no? Okay, it's a third place karate trophy. That's right, May 18th, same day as Like a Prayer and Playing Jesus was introduced to me. And also something else. Oh, the Pedro David thing. Yes, that was dated May 18th. Yeah, that's my third place karate trophy. Third place. That Moo just decided to be above, giving me perfect. Moo, you're not making this easy for me, Moo. Moo, you think they want me to talk about karate trophy being third place now, when I have 3 lifetime fire stars? Why did you have to sit there? I didn't put her there. I swear to God, she just decided to do that on her own. That was there the whole time, by the way. It's on the backup cams if I haven't used it. Moo, you're not making... Oh, by the way, as if it's not going to get weird enough, check this out. What object of value do we have this time? I just realized. I don't know if you can see up there. Hold on. That is June 3rd. God damn it. June... I can't take it down because it's way up there, and it's also my dad's. June 13th, 2012. The Matt Cain Perfect Game, I think that's like a Big League bat or something like that. It's like Big League bats or something like that. They sold those commemorative bats back in the day. There might be like a thing right there. Where is it? Limited edition. Yeah, 1990 of 2000. Okay. Yeah, there's something, maybe of value. I don't know if it's not too much, but yeah. Now, here's the thing about that. Again, there was a video on the Matt Cain Perfect Game as a part of the 2012 FS1 saga. I was there at the Matt Cain Perfect Game. I made a video. I forgot what it had our names in it. That's right. It was to Make It Real by the Jets, which portrayed like the other team was our home team at the time. It portrayed misconduct through social media back and forth as the reason why the Matt Cain Perfect Game happened. So that's an example, by contrast, of what we're going to see, of a project you can't recycle because it's specific to the two individuals. And I don't remember how much footage was used from the Matt Cain Perfect Game, but it wasn't about the footage. Like, the footage was just, you know what I'm saying? It was about the fact that the opposing team, across the bay, got a perfect game, and it just happened to go back. It just happened to correspond with two people's misconduct through social media and bicker, like basically the relationship equivalent of a bickering fight, right? So that can't be recycled. And again, no raw footage. Well, okay, we do have raw footage, but you know what it is? It's the game itself, which a lot of people have. Probably on DVD. I have it on VHS, the Matt Cain Perfect Game. I don't have raw footage of me at the game. I don't even remember that. But basically, yeah, the raw footage is the broadcast itself. So that's kind of like, yeah. And then what we would have to do is we would have to take the raw footage, and we'd have to take me and some completely new girl and act like we're just bickering back and forth through social media, and then somehow portray that as the Giants are good guys now. So that wouldn't even work that way. We'd have to go the other direction with the other team, and who wants to bother with them asses? So yeah, that's a perfect example, by contrast, of something that's not recyclable. And the only reason I'm even bringing it up is because, again, we're on value search. Every time I start a new tape, trying to find something that is valuable around here, because God damn it, I swear to God. Okay, so that satisfies the requirement for this time. Holy crap. Look at that shit. Look where Moo just happened to be. That trophy was there all throughout the previous shoots. I did not do any... I didn't have it on the main cam. You can only see it on the backup cam. Moo just happened to be there, giving me an excuse to talk about my third place karate trophy, knowing full well, as cats know, that I have 3 lifetime fire stars, and Maria and Samantha are the 2 top most powerful. And that's a third place karate trophy. Moo, why did you do that to me? Now the system's going to be mad at me. Look at that. Oh, there's where it says it. Yeah, there you go. That's where it's... That's on a medal, not on the trophy. Moo, now you're going to get me in trouble, Moo. God damn it. I swear to God. Jesus Christ almighty. Hey, that's the cat's fault. Put the cat in the kennel if you don't like it. What are you gonna do? Take the cat back to the animal shelter? That's not even where we got him. Okay, I swear to God. Oh my God, dude. Hold on. She was not there the whole time. You know where she was first? Dude, that's where she was. The whole time, all 3 other tapes, She was in that fucking chair. She just got there when I brought the camera downstairs and said, let's tape again. That's where she decided to be. Holy fuck. You can't control the cats. I did not plop her there. She did that all on herself. Moo, are you serious? You just decided to position... Okay, whatever. That's the cat's fault. I don't give a fuck. Okay. I hope people are still confused. If people are still confused at this whole thing, that's great. If they're not, well, it's funny now. Hella funny. Hella funny. Okay, there we go. That's hella stupid. Oh, did I even turn... Oh, I didn't even turn the backup on. Ugh. Oh, come on. That whole time... Oh, it's bright. Who cares? Okay, so that's been recording. This has not been. There's the backup cam. Go. All right. Hitchcock. Don't care. Okay. Okay, so let's get through this. We might be able to finish the whole thing on this tape. Maybe. Okay, so first thing we're going to do of two things before we cover M-Town. We're going to go over the process by which this footage was found, because this was not even like, yeah, in the 12-hour epic, as a part of actually the whole Yannick Garcia is a bad receiver angle, right? Because I had to explain how the problem with David finding a woman all these years is that everyone's a bad receiver, right? That's the problem. It's ridiculous, right? As a part of the whole why Yannick is a bad receiver by David standards, I had to go over, I had to read a Quora answer I made outlining my full life's dream as it currently stands. With charity video making in honor of an FS1, a new FS1, a woman, right? I had to explain that Yannick would be a bad receiver based on the breakup with Faye's Sensor because of not being compatible with my life's dream. Now, in order to further prove that, rather than just say it, I had to go digging in my closet because I remembered somewhere I outlined my life's dream, right? But I forgot where. I will probably cut to this. I did this in another project too. I literally thought it was the copyright documentary that I was working on in 2008 all year. I went through tape after tape after tape of unlabeled tapes. No, I had to look through all that shit for no reason, okay? There's Bonds shit, there was AAU shit, there was all this shit. There was the Quebec Nordic stuff. There was all the backup infringer accounts. Oh my God. Also, my goddess, my wife, the mother of my children, who is likely the absurdly rich person providing for us, but not necessarily her. If someone else can provide the money for, say, me and like a 20-year-old, right? They would be the one who my goddess would be the one who I dedicate every accomplishment of mine to. She is portrayed as the reason for everything I do, the primary honoree, and the ultimate beneficiary of all my life's effort, and I tell the whole world to look to her for the example of all people, especially women, to be like. Yes. Also, when I'm not shooting my video game stunts, I spend all my time doing extreme romantic physical feats like 60-mile bike rides, training MMA and tearing the shit up, and just doing everything possible, making the whole world into a tool for me to use, and a playground, if you will, to use at my disposal to romance her and make her feel worshipped 24/7, right? And then okay, so that's the first part. That was always true. By the way, I do have footage from before 2010, right? The era where me and FS1, right? When I was making a YouTube copyright documentary, I will dig this up from the closet if I can find it. Hopefully I can. Where when I had my work infringed, right? Copyright infringement, and I didn't have any money to fight this shit, I thought, what can I do to not deal with this problem? To just do my shit and make it count. I said, charity. And I decided right then in like 2008 or 9, maybe 7... I think 2009, I decided to do all my projects for charity, and that's when I came up with various ideas, like the perfect Vesna stunt was first, right? That was the first idea. I came up with many more. Actually, I had a nose surgery while I was recovering from surgery. That's when I came up with the charity video making plan, right? If I can find the footage, I'll show you from the copyright infringement documentary, which is actually on my resume, what I said about charity, so that we know it predates FS1, right? FS1 was just responsible for the rich full providing part, and well, actually, technically responsible for all the romantic stuff. But it started with the YouTube copyright documentary that I never finished. We'll show it if I can find it. Hey Andrew, it's me, David, and I wanted to make this video for you to explain to you my complete vision for the perfect Vesna stunt, which I know I've talked to you about already, and you already know a great deal about it from that phone conversation we've had, but as we've found out, it's kind of hard to explain to somebody something of this nature over the phone and without being able to show them anything visually. And I was planning on showing you a whole bunch of audio-video material anyways, so what I decided to do was to basically just start all over so that I could make a video project explaining to you everything, showing things when I need to, and also I want to show you the live setup that I have here, the process that I go through on a daily basis of trying to shoot this stunt. So I'm going to give you the complete breakdown, and if there's anybody else in the future who I decide to also bring into this idea, I can show them this video as well for them too. But before we get to that, I want to start getting into the perfect Vesna stunt. I want to show you everything I have already about the perfect Vesna stunt. I want to increase your confidence in me as a person, as a performer, as a filmmaker. I want to do as much as I can to increase your confidence in me before I actually, well, I've already asked you for the favor, but I want to increase your confidence in me. I want to earn that. I want to earn that favor. But before I have the video for it, I have to shoot a bunch of stunts. I have to come up with a bunch of highly impressive stunts that I can use the video for my official intro. So that's why you're not going to see video over that 40-minute intro. No, 40-second. I'm sorry. It's a 40-second intro. I'm not re-editing it. I'm not editing any of this. I'm not retaking this. Live. It's all live. 40-second intro. 40-second intro video. And you're not going to see any video. Well, the reason I did that is because you have to remember, this was originally designed for an online audience that had previously seen me do GoldenEye stunts as well as video game reviews. And I wanted to sort of get into the fact that what I'm about to do is not only a performance stunt, but it's a double stunt that I'm doing. The commentary, the live commentary is part of the stunt. It's two stunts in one. I wanted to basically make sure that there's appreciation for what I'm doing here besides just the gameplay. And actually, now that I've tried to complete this stunt, I would say that it's a triple stunt. It's a triple stunt because not only do I have to, one, play the game, two, do live commentary while I'm playing it, but three, I have to set myself up for the post-play commentary later on. So I have to have that I have to have that in mind while I'm performing, what I'm going to be saying in the post-play commentary. There have been so many times where I'm pointing over there because that's where my TV is that I play the stunt on. There have been so many times where I'm playing the game and I'm thinking to myself, what the commentator, I have a commentator voice running through my head of what he's saying at this moment, which I got to remember later on and then say actually between what I'm saying while I'm filming the stunt. So it's like voice management. It's like managing multiple personalities while I'm playing the game. I know you're already tired of hearing me, but think about it. In this stunt, I am going to be perfect. I'm going to be perfect. I'm going to be playing the game, performing the stunt, and succeeding. I'm going to be freaking doing commentary while I play. So I'm like an athlete that has a microphone, is mic'd up while he's playing. Plus, I'm going to have to leave room for the commentator later on, which I'm later on going to do, and that's going to be like a live performance, because I'm going to do one take, and if I mess up, do it over. Do it over, do it over, do it over, until I get one take with each period where it's done right. So it's like a triple stunt. If you want to, you could consider it a quadruple stunt, because just being a manager of all that is so strenuous. So that's the thing, is that's just one example of how the standards have been raised since doing this intro. Oh. Too low. Don't move. Yes. 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 Change it! If anything, I'm just putting him down for that season, alone. But I'm not even doing that. I'm simply critiquing him versus Nabby, and I think Nabby was better. That's it. So if anybody makes anything more of that, they're foolish, because it was just a critique of that season. That's what inspired me. That's the original inspiration for me to do this stunt. And since then, the standards have been raised, you have to keep in mind, within the first month that I attempted this stunt, and I wasn't even attempting it on an everyday basis. I was doing like maybe 2 shoots a week. I attempted this stunt. The very first time I completed it, I had 9 periods of nothing but dud runs. The first period was the best period. I think I faced 1 change of shot angle, and then after that, it was dud, dud, dud all the way through, and I realized then that my standards for the stunt have to be raised. I have to not only go for completion of the stunt, but I have to go for the most amazing saves, the most amazing saves you can possibly imagine. I mean shot angle changes. I mean stop and goes. I'm talking about freaking primary saves with multiple rebounds. I have to face the best saves that you can possibly imagine, that the mind can possibly conjure. Save all of them, and that will be the stunt completion that I'm satisfied with. So if anything, this little intro, this little Nabby and versus Brodeur thing, that's almost obsolete, almost totally obsolete, because my vision now is not to tribute Nabby so much as it is to shoot for something higher. Oh, I gotta stop moving when it gets to me. Move before, move after, but keep the primary save solid. Come on! That's what I like, through traffic! When this stunt starts up and you see that first period of me playing Blades of Steel hockey, you're going to see a completely different type of game player than I was back then in that intro. The shots that it took to make that intro. And the announcer is going to talk about that. The announcer is going to be surprised by that. The announcer is going to be like, what are we seeing here? And in the introduction, I'm going to have to update. I'm going to have to do a reenacted interview with myself, explaining how the stunts have gotten bigger. You know, very briefly, like as if I'm a player in the middle of a performance. I'm going to have to show how the standards have gotten bigger. You know, when I do a play-by-play analysis, I'm going to have to show how this stunt has taken an unexpected extreme turn, and that you're going to see a constant raise of standards throughout the course of me playing this stunt. Come on, quit one and dunning me here. Sustain pressure. Sustain pressure in front of the net. Damn it. Come on, Vancouver, bring it. Come on, show me what I do this stunt for. That's the whole point of doing this stunt. This stunt is going to set the tone for anything I do after this video-wise. It's going to portray me as a person, as someone who has high standards for himself, even when I don't have to. Someone who wants to earn what I get in life. Someone who wants to not only come up with something great, but something. I'm going to emphasize the fact that I earn it. That is my motto. I want to not just play it, but I want to earn it. That is what I, as a performer, as a filmmaker, as a person, am going to be about. That's intangible stuff. You can't put that into an intro. You can't put that even into commentary. You can try to talk about it in commentary, but I have to live it. I live it in every aspect of my life. I work out. I get done with working out. I work on shoot this stunt. In between stunt shoots, I go back to the weights and I work out again. When I'm doing editing outtakes, that's my opportunity to review video of this stunt. I live what I believe. I'm going to live what I believe in my private life, and when I'm doing this stunt, I'm going to live what I believe in this stunt, in the performance of this stunt. The standards are going to raise that much, and by the time this is done, the performance as an aesthetic piece of art, it's going to upstage the Miracle on Ice. Trust me, by the time we get to that third period of the third game, the clock will not run down on my stunt. That is not how we're going to end it. We are going to end it with the most unbelievable flurry we have ever seen, that we ever could see in this game. Come on. Don't just give me the perfect Vesna run. Make me believe in the perfect Vesna. Make me believe in the magic of the perfect Vesna. Make me believe this is the run. Come on. You need that to go to post? Don't let it go to post. Not post-production, the actual post. Damn it. 1 second. You think I know that's all you're capable of? Come on! Oh shit! Okay, I don't want to answer this question, but it's going to come up eventually, so I'm going to answer it right now. And I'm going to try not to get all heated and stuff about this, because I could get even more heated than what you've seen already. Am I doing this to get any kind of fame, publicity, money, job opportunities, blah, 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 blah. Fill in the blanks with whatever superficial mean you want to put there. Am I doing it for any of that? No, absolutely not. And I can say that. I know that some of you probably well, wait a minute, this is for Andrew. He's not going to be skeptical about this. But no, in case anybody watching this is going to be skeptical about this, I'm not that kind of person, and I take exceptional offense to anyone who suggests that. That's the reason why I don't have an actual job, because anytime I go to anybody and anytime I go to anybody and suggest the fact that I'm trying to get into anything film related so that I can use that film degree that's on the wall that you can't see but it's above the voiceover booth, so I can use my film degree from UC Davis, anytime I try to make anything of that film degree to get a life started, I get these superficial assumptions of what I'm trying to get about, of what I'm about as a person, and it makes me sick. It makes me, and it's the same thing. You ask any real filmmaker, they've all have had experiences, you know, people asking, well, what are you doing this project for? What are you trying to get out of it? Are you trying to get famous? You know, it's always the what are you doing this for question. Any filmmaker worth their weight in shit would be bothered by that. And that's the thing, is that this project, as well as any project I make, let me put it this way, it is my life's goal. It is my life's goal to combat that problem, to take a stand for all real filmmakers, to basically say that no, what I do is because I care about it, because it's a part of who I am as a person. It's something that I feel that this is my way of making life worth living. I'm not going to ever be involved in politics. I'm never going to be in a position where I can make an actual difference in the world. At most, someday in my big, grand imagination, maybe I'd contribute a whole bunch of money to worthwhile charities if I had the whole bunch of money to give to worthwhile charities. But other than that, entertainment is my way of making this life worth living, not just getting by to see another sucky day. So you know what? That's the kind of shit that I live life for. That's why I would ever try to find a job in filmmaking. And nobody understands that. It makes me sick. It just makes me want to go back home and do more of the perfect Vesna stunt every day instead of trying to waste my time trying to find somebody who understands what I'm really about. You know, that's the kind of thing, is that this perfect Vesna stunt and projects like this is the only thing, I'm not going to be honest, this is the only thing that makes me feel like I am truly alive. If it weren't for this, if it were not for this, I might as well be dead. Because this is the only thing that gives me a positive thing to shoot for in my life. This is the only thing that makes me feel, you know, okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop right here. I'm going to stop right here. Also, added on top of that is the why. The reason why I'm doing this. I've already told you about me as a person, about me as a performer, about how I want to use this stunt as a symbol of my high standards for everything I do in life, beyond my film projects, just everything I do in life. You see those autographs on the wall? Those had cropped and matted photos of every single player I've taken pictures with and taken pictures of on top of the things that I have autographed from the Sharks. I don't need to do that. I exceed expectations and do things that I don't have to do for the purpose of making it truly worthwhile on an everyday basis. And that's what this stunt is about. That's what any other video game related projects are going to be about. My stunts, my reviews, any project I make in life, period. I want me as a person, what I want to do as far as my video making is, I want to not look for excuses not to try. I want to stand against that tendency. That is a tendency that I've seen all throughout my life. As from the time I was a little kid, I never had really good role models to look up to. I had nothing but bad examples, mostly. And the few good examples I've had have exited my life pretty quickly before I could really get close to them. You know, I was raised in an environment where everyone around me still looks for excuses not to try. And I want to stand against that. And I want to use this stunt. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to break down. I want to use this stunt as a symbol of my high standards. I want to be an example of the kind of person who tries to go for the most completely fulfilling experience that you can possibly imagine. In a world where there are so many people looking for excuses not to try, in an environment, the online environment that I used to make videos for, where you have constant examples of people who use that as an excuse to turn it into a popularity contest, who just try to basically follow this philosophy of always leave them wanting more, which to me is code word for I'm holding something back just so I can bring it out later when I know I can do it right now. I'm the kind of person who, I approach these video projects. I don't approach these video projects as a filmmaker. In fact, from the time in 2000 when I began doing these projects, just for people who happen to be around in my personal life, friends and family, I never approached filmmaking as a filmmaker. I've always approached it as an athlete, as a serious athlete. When I worked with others, I approached it as a coach. Now that I'm working by myself, I approach my projects like a serious athlete. A video game athlete is what I am. I have to also be my own coach, my own commentator, everything. But I approach these as a serious athletic event. And so I do not follow the same philosophies that a lot of people in the film business follow of intentionally holding back to leave people wanting more. What other stuff you come up with? I'm not trying to beg to be liked. That's not why I'm doing it. I'm not even doing this to earn respect. I'm doing this to earn it, to prove to myself that I'm earning what I'm getting with this performance, that I'm earning that fulfilling experience that I'm after, which is all that I'm getting, all that I'm doing it for. I'm doing it because I care about it, because I want to create the most ultimately fulfilling experience you can possibly imagine with this game. And when you are done viewing this, you're going to want more, all right, but you're not going to want more because I held something back. You're going to want more of some other completely new experience that I bring to you, which is exactly what I'm going to do after this and after that one and after that one and after that one. Finally, it wasn't in a tape. It was in a VHS tape called The Perfect Vesna Stunt, which I remembered. That was the tape in March 5th, 2010. We have a mini DV tape with the data code on it proving that. And some computer file records proving that. I covered this in another video. That was a seminar, 3-hour seminar to Andrew Fisher and Jim Craig about my idea for the perfect Vesna stunt. I explained the YouTube issues, all this stuff about how I wanted to have a secret video making career and release stuff when I was like 35 years old. At the time I was 27. I wanted to do it all for charity. I outlined that shit all complete, just no woman requirement, right? So we found that, and I was like, oh, there we go. That was before all the women issues came about. Okay? So once I found that, I said, hey, what else is in that closet? I looked in there, and I found 2 or 3 tapes. I forget. I think 3. We found the raw footage of M-Town, and I looked at it. It was all the bike riding footage through the mountains. I'm not going to say where. You're going to find out when we see it. And I said, dude, this can be used for anybody. So that's how it happened. Oh, is that it? I thought that was longer than that. How the footage for the video was found. Ah, yeah. So yeah, we found that. And if you look in the motivational video or the end of Samantha's Passion of FS2, you see, I'm going to show this on the screen. See her face over the bike riding footage? That was M-Town. That was M-Town. And also, we found Mystical Ninja raw footage too. Yes, we combined a little bit of that. The problem with that is that I want that to be Samantha's first stunt as FS1. I want her to literally take over that stunt. We're just going to have to do some creative stuff like drop the name out of my mouth, cover it with so no lip readers can pick it up, cover it with like a picture of her like I did in one of the videos. Also the necklace. I have a necklace I want to give her. I cover the necklace I was wearing. We're just going to have to creatively edit that. And I haven't looked at the interview footage, the post-game interview. Probably going to have to use that as like a template for what to cover. But what we're going to do is we're going to redo that part, but as 40-year-old me, but keep the 2012 me intact for the review. Which is same thing. Just reconstruct it for Samantha, show her pictures, and we have to pick a charity that's related to either Mexico or my personal favorite, 9/11. Why not 9/11? Because since that's significant with us, why not? So we have to do a bunch of manipulations. We can save that though. We can save that, make it for Samantha. And here's the beauty of that. I want to point this out. Also, this is you're gonna see with M-Town. What the? Okay, Moo's just messing around. You're gonna see with M-Town how I don't really want to do that for Samantha because she's way beyond that. But I do want to do something for Mystical Ninja, and this is purposeful, okay? The same could be done for M-Town, but I don't really want to. For Mystical Ninja, okay, what I want to do is this. Check this out, people. And this is very important, especially given the fact that a lot of this is about like what the system has done, right, to screw things up and get things wrong. Here's the beauty of when Samantha gets here to let her take over the Mystical Ninja stunt from 2012, okay? Follow me on this. I am 40 years old now, okay? Samantha, I finally found out she was born in 1999. She's 23 years old now, right? Okay, so I'm 40, she's 23, right? We got that, right? The Mystical Ninja was shot in 2012. In 2012, I think that was July-ish, I could be wrong. I was still 29. Yes, 29, just like M-Town. That was actually also on my weight loss journey. So I was 29 years old. You might see where we're headed with this. In 2012. Now, I had not met Samantha. That project was originally for FS1. Is anyone good at math here? I'm not, but I did do it in advance. I asked Samantha how old she was in 2012. Guess what? She was 13 years old in 2012. Yeah, I was 29 when I was doing that for somebody older than me. So get this. If we were to go back in time and just not have the FS1 saga happen, and maybe me and Samantha, knowing we are perfect for each other, maybe end up with each other. What if I were to meet Samantha back then and do that stunt with her as a 13-year-old, me as a 29-year-old, and that's romantic. That's not familial. What if we were romantically interested back then? One thing to ask people. Problem? Aha! Problem with the theoretical idea that a 29-year-old David would have done that exact same thing for a then 13-year-old Samantha. Lots of people would have problem, wouldn't they? So maybe we should all be a little bit thankful that David took the road he did, right? And trained himself to later as a 40-year-old be able to do all this stuff for a 23-year-old Samantha, right? And just flatter her up like more than she's ever expected she could be, right? Right. And here's what I want to do. When she gets here, I want to do that stunt in a particular way too. Yes, I do. Here's what I want to do. I asked Samantha, do you have a picture of yourself as a 13-year-old? She said yes. I said anything around that age will do. She said yes. That's good. Samantha, you're going to give me at least one, if not several 13-year-old pictures of yourself. When we do that stunt over again, I'll have to re-edit it, reassemble it. What we're going to do is when I do the shout out to the woman involved, and I have to audio replace Samantha in there and stuff like that, cover my lips and shit. Every time we would show the picture of the person it's for, we're gonna show 13-year-old Samantha, yeah, with 29-year-old David shouting out a 13-year-old Samantha romantically. Yes, we are. And we're gonna sell it. We're gonna completely sell it through the original footage. Then once the original, when we do the post game, we have to redo that. 40-year-old David still acting like he's romancing a 13-year-old Samantha. Then after that, once it's done, we have new footage. 40-year-old David sitting on camera. Come here, Samantha. Come here. 23-year-old Samantha plops right down with 40-year-old David and says, hey, let's talk about some shit. Let's talk about some socially relevant shit that maybe people should think about on how thankful. Yeah, let's mind fuck people. Let's mind fuck them. Let's mind fuck them and say, hey, be thankful that yeah. So, we're going to trick them. And here's the thing. This is most effective against people who don't know my stuff anymore. Like, who don't know my stuff and just get here for the first time. Because the Vitor Pitor types especially, they're going to flip their lid. The people like Vitor Peters are going to be, they're not going to realize that's past me. And then when they see 40-year-old and 23-year-old me, they're going to be like, oh, dude, I was in the wrong. Yeah, you were, huh? You kind of were, huh? Huh? I know, huh? We're going to do shit like that. We could do it with M-Town too, but like, so that you can look forward to that. Yeah, I want that to be Samantha's first stunt, the redoing of Mystical Ninja. So we're gonna, Samantha, understand something. You want to be a goddess, right? Okay, that's what a real goddess does. A goddess is not just a looker. A goddess is not a haver. It's not about having a lot of money. It's not about having good looks. It's not about being admirable for superficial reasons. It's about deep stuff. It's about how you influence people. And when you do a project like that, sort of scheming as it may be, it teaches people some stuff. It teaches people a lot of shit that they need to know to treat people better as human beings. That's what gets you up there on that wall by the time life is done with all the great people who've ever existed. To challenge people to think differently, be better as people, and treat people better. That's what a real... So this is all real goddess training. Real goddess stuff. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. I want to do that, okay? All right. What else we got? Okay, so... Okay. Now, the reason why we were able to reconstruct M-Town so quickly is because I forgot this. Back in the day with Vega Sport, I covered this in the last video, the sponsorship one. 2013, I forgot about this. I actually made a version of M-Town where I cut out all the girl-specific shit and replaced it with like blue matte, right? And I don't remember my communications with Vega Sport, but I think I told them, like, every time you see blue, imagine something related to your product there, right? I try to take the woman stuff that I put out and replace it with, okay, this can be your product I'm advertising, right? That was my angle with Vega Sport, okay, in 2013. And so because I had to transmit that through file, that was back in the file sharing days where people used Media Share, Media Fire, Media Angel Fire, some crap like that. Big files were not typical transfer shit, right? This was like back in the day. They had to be shrunken, okay? So an M-Town thing would be like a couple gigabytes or something like that. But if you shrink it down to an MP4, it's less quality, but it's like 80-something megabytes, and you could transfer that through email or like a file sharing site, right? Something like that. That's why I had it, because that shit got left around in like my autographs or something. Some folder like with autographs, pro sports autographs. You'll see when we get there why it would be in the pro sports autograph stuff, right? Right. So it got saved. And because it got saved, I got to see when you have the raw footage and you have the edited footage minus any people in it, just blue where the people would have been, you can look at the template and reconstruct it exactly as it was, but with the raw footage, and boom, you got your project back. Yeah, and because it's not about, you can put any girl there. That's why we're able to do that. So yeah. Swear to God, man. Ugh. Yep. So that covers it. That's how we discover this ability, right? Okay, last thing is the appeal of M-Town to all potential FS1s. Okay, we covered this already a long time ago. This is perfect because M-Town is not a category defining thing, right, for FS1. M-Town is something that can be done for any FS1 just because. Anyone can bike right through the mountains and make something meaningful at the destination, the neutral destination I went to, and say, hey, that's for this woman. Just pick a woman off the street, do that for this woman. That's why we're opening this up to any woman who wants to see what it's like to be David's goddess, even temporarily. You want to pay some money? I don't know how much. I'm gonna have to figure that shit out with the royalties. Yeah, let's do like the male version of an OnlyFans. David will edit something, and all the money, well, not all the money, but we'll try to get this to help Samantha to feel better about herself, her self-esteem when she gets here, buy her nice things, support her. We're going to try to make this for Samantha's benefit, okay? It's just, dude, okay, this is better than OnlyFans. You know why? Most females, they'll be married, and they'll be with somebody, and they'll be acting like they're single, and they'll do OnlyFans, capitalize on that shit, because men want to watch single women, right? Even if they're tricked into it, even if they're tricked into thinking that. and they'll be having like a secret husband or secret boyfriend, but they'll be acting single, and they'll be raking in the money based on a lie. David don't have to lie, okay? He can say single, taken, whatever. If you want to feel good about yourself, I'll make you a part of this video. You don't have to lie, because it's about the person, and it's not about getting anybody, and it's not about putting people under the fake impression that you can get me, right? It's not about that. When you make it about the person, that kind of shit opens up. So that's how we're doing it. That's why it's appealing, and now we're ready to see M-Town. Now, here's what I'm gonna do. Like I said before, I'm gonna repeat it. The first run through, okay, we're going to see two versions of this. The first one is going to use Jennifer T. Cannon, my high school girlfriend, as a specific example. You're going to see it for the first time in example form, and then we're going to talk about it, and then we're going to show you the template with instructions on how anyone can be put in there, right? Now, I'm going to do something I don't usually do. I'm going to shut off the camera. I'm going to go to my room. I'm going to watch it myself so that I'm watching it with you. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to talk about what we saw. That's what I'm going to do, because I want to make sure we're specific about this and we're accurate and shit, and we're organized. Now, again, I want to repeat this. Jennifer is not typical of any girl who can do this, right? Me and Jennifer, we counsel each other. Typically, we talk about her ex-husband and stuff, you know? We talk about personal stuff. So with Jennifer, it's way more personal. It's way more personal than the typical girl off the street who says, "Put me in the project," right? Because we know each other and we're close and shit, right? We're still not headed down the aisle, but we're closer than a typical hiring job, right? So there's going to be some things that are not typical in this of most people. You're just going to have to put up with it. The reason I use Jennifer is because she is the easiest example to use. We have a bunch of stuff between us that's already shot, texts that were easy to get, and yeah, it's very convenient. So we're going to see Jennifer. Are you guys ready? Because now we're ready to do it, right? Are you guys ready? Are you guys seriously ready to see a project from David's romantic training days? You will see the Team Vega, that red jersey, back when it was worn and I could still fit it. Are we ready to see 2012 David Vega during his romantic training days, that now the same footage can be used for any woman who wants me to break them off a piece of that? We ready to see that? It's called This Is How We Do It to M-Town. Ready? You're about to see what made David Vega so... you're about to see just one example of what made David Vega so good at what he does now as a person. You ready? Okay, here we go. I'm off to see it right now. Jennifer interrupted me with this. Let me just show you. First off, Jennifer, can you see that name? Okay, that says female Vitor Pitor Tikanen. That's because she thought Samantha was a Nigerian scammer. Even though the 12-hour epic was already released, she didn't hear her voice, and she had not seen that Samantha's voice had made it to my video projects. That's why we make video projects. You see that podcast? That's what she was listening to yesterday morning. I was on my way out the door. I was down the street on my way in the San Jose direction, but not going there. Can you see that it's called Firestarter? Yes. You can see it's called Firestarter. See how it's called Firestarter? Oh, does that say 74? That says 74. Okay, I'm not going to get into why that's significant. That's actually okay, whatever. That's from the olden days, we'll say. Yeah, that 74 would be an olden day type of thing, but bad. Actually anti-motivating. Firestarter is what she was listening to this morning. Now, based on before, ordinarily, if I was able to do so, what I would have done is I would have seen, I was on my way down towards the San Jose direction. I'm not going to say where I was just getting some business done, right? I could have continued all the way on to San Jose, went to the Shark Tank, bought some at the store for Jennifer, went back, taken pictures along the way. I could have, based on that, been antagonized to give Jennifer a little bit of what Samantha's getting, right? There were so many reasons I couldn't do that. I was not dressed for a long trip. I was not packed for a long trip. I didn't have my cell phone battery on me, the charger, which I now have, and it was already wearing away. I didn't have the cell phone battery. So many things. And also, I got too many projects on my table. I'm not even done with inspiration search yet. I can't put another search on there for Jennifer. So I told Jennifer, This would ordinarily motivate me, and yes, it does piss me off a little bit, even though it's not my title anymore. But god damn it, you got to time this better. If you want a video for you, like I would do for a non-temp, Jennifer's a temporary fire starter. If you want a video like Samantha, you got to get me when I can do it, like, because this is not bad. This is not a good time.
Listen as your day unfolds, challenge what the future holds. Try and keep your head up to the sky. Lovers, they may cause you tears. Go ahead, release your fears. Stand up and be counted, don't be ashamed to cry. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Herald what your mother said, read the books your father read, trying to solve the puzzles in your own sweet time. Some may have more cash than you, others take a different view. My, oh my, yeah, yeah. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Time asks no questions, it goes on without you, leaving you behind if you can stand the pace. The world keeps on spinning, can't stop it if you try to. The best part is danger staring you in the face. Whoa. Remember, listen as your day unfolds, challenge what the future holds. Try to keep your head up to the sky. Lovers, they may cause you tears. Go ahead, release your fears. My, oh my, eh, eh, eh. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Yeah, yeah. Got to be bold, got to be bad, got to be wise, don't ever sad. Got to be hard, not too hard. All I know is love will save the day.
It's a quiet campus in a tiny town thrust into the national spotlight. The trophy that brought them to this point and the net is on display in the gym, and the first person to show up at today's rally isn't even a student, but a fan from Hayward.
I saw the Gales on TV and I just came for their last home game. And when I got here it was a loss, but it was still fun to go over the mountains for exercise.
You gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be
Sup? What's up? So, do we understand now that David is the real deal with romance? Okay? People, it don't matter what was going on. It don't matter what the truth was about certain things. It don't matter what the results were. What matters is that shit, that was some very real and effective romantic training. Training. As in before the big game. As in practice. We not talking about the game. We thought we were talking about the game back then, but we ain't talking about the game, turns out. We talk about practice. Practice. That's not the game. Back in 2012, when I did that that wasn't the game. We thought it was, but it wasn't. It was practice. Practice. You can't get on a guy for practice. It's just practice. The question I pose to the system, don't answer this, I don't want to hear from you. Do we need an actual game to affirm what it is or not? Or can we just say that, hey, if the game gets rained out, it's practice. The game just got rained out. That's all that happened. So it's practice. Could we at the time maybe decide that it's practice and not say that it's all the game? Can we not call the game a forfeiture just because it gets rained out? Maybe? The game got rained out. That don't mean the team forfeits. It just means it gets postponed until another game comes along. And that game, as of now, is called Samantha Quezada. Maybe look at it that way? Yeah? Or Maria. Or now whoever wants to be a part of that and wants to pay for it. Why not? Those would be exhibition games, yes. If any woman wants to pay for them and be a part of that footage, that's an exhibition game. But if it's the real deal, you see, it's not the big one, it's just dude. If y'all can't understand after that David was meant for entertainment, shame on you. Because honestly, dude, here's another good thing. Because we're now doing this, we're now making something of this, I can show the St. Mary's news footage, and hey, David was on TV there too. Again, much like the 908 2010 ball, if I just put that shit up, people are going to ask questions. And then the questions ain't going to lead to any good answers, right? But now that we got a reason for other people, we can put that up and say, David was on TV. Oh, by the way, Samantha, you need to understand something. There's something I want to say to you, particularly Samantha, and other people might want to take note of this. Samantha, I remember that interview with the lady asking me about why I was there for the first ever person at the Gales game. Don't you just love the way, by the way, I hid where I was going? That was hella funny. Y'all didn't know what I was bike riding to. I didn't say anything. Samantha, let me explain something. Do you have any idea what it was like at the time to have a lady interview you about why you're the first person there and you're from Hayward and why you chose to bike ride over the mountains rather than probably every other person there, which was go by car or by student bus or whatever the hell the St. Mary's kids take over there? Do you have any idea how hard it was to be interviewed and wondering why you're doing such unique shit? And you know what I said over and over again? The lady kept asking me. I said I just wanted to exercise. I said, I don't have my pants here. I have them somewhere. My pants, actually, wait, was that the pants? No, I was wearing sweatpants. Okay, I have pants. They were during the dive, I think, that were the same color as the game. Oh, no, that was to FS1 I said that. Okay, I'm mixing them up. I'm mixing up the interviewers. Okay, that was accidental. I swear to God. I thought that was completely... I just mixed up the interview. Fuck. Okay, the lady said... She kept asking me about why I was doing it. I said, I just like the exercise. And she just kind of repeated herself. She wasn't getting really any way. She was just repeating. I said, dude, I just wanted the exercise. It seemed like a good thing to do. It was hard. You know why it was hard? Because I wanted to honor the person it was about. But here's the thing, because no one owned up to what they've been doing, I couldn't, because you know what happens if I do that? And then things happen as they do. Suddenly I'm on TV and then, oh, what's the deal? Samantha, You can't tell me not to be public about me and you. You can't say, oh, I want to be honored as a goddess, but not be out there. I just want you to privately honor me, bury the negative, don't talk about the bullying I went through at FedEx, don't stand up to bullies. You're a doormat, we get that. You want me to be a doormat? No, I'm a fighter. I will fight for you if you don't know how. You can't be anti-public about this shit. The damage is done. Emotional damage heavy, financial damage heavy to David, reputation damage a risk, system damage definitely a risk. All this stuff has to be held accounted for, at least for David, but take the positive that I was trained to do for you and the fight that I was trained to do for you. Because listen to me, if you do this whole thing as Projectamundos do, where you want me to do good stuff for you but not public, and let's say I do something like that for you, maybe in another context, and I say, hey, that was for Samantha Quezada, and then because some shit happens, who knows what, with the poor Projectamundos, you decide to turn on me and be like, oh, I don't know that guy, he just shouted me out on TV and he's doing some bad shit. Then the bad shit's out there. There's a reason why I didn't let loose any names on TV. I didn't know everything about what I was doing, but I was smart enough to know that. You don't let loose any names that are not of people you're doing it for, who are not willing to own up to what you're doing, because then you can't take that back, and then it's definitely ruined. Okay? If I had done that, we can't show that footage. We can't show that footage today if I had put any names in that interview. But because I was smart enough not to do that and just make it about this fictitious idea that I was just trying to get exercise, it may be fictitious, but now we can show it, and nobody gives me a problem. You got to understand how it works in public figure world, Samantha. Holy shit. And if you want real life romance as one of them public, I'm gonna be a public figure. You're coming with me, even if we don't end up together because of the damage done to me on the job. Okay, I told you this in private. You play a big boys game, you're in the big leagues now, whether you like it or not. Damage done, David has right forever. So look, take the positive and own up to it, because I'm not doing this. I'm not letting the same bad thing happen. I'm not letting it get worse. Just trust me. I know how it works. God damn it. We can show that now, because back then I made a smart choice to not really lie, but like to not disclose everything, right? That I was up to, right? And it paid off, because now we can show it, even though the game was rained out. God. I swear to God. Okay, so another thing, let's see, what else do I want to say? So you see also the autographs, right, from the Sharks autograph days. That was the video equivalent of that, so I brought that with me from the 2009 era, and now it's on video, right? The baseball shots with Jen's autograph on there, that was not related to that at all. That was actually separate. I'll cover that when she has a video. It's on the table, her Patrick Marleau birthday stream. That's separate. That was just added in there to make sure we know it's about Jen. But the baseball had nothing to do with that at all. That's completely separate. Now we covered another video. What else do I want to say? I covered the most important part. So yeah, like, I know there's more. I thought of so much more, but I covered the most important part. I did. Let me think. Oh, that book. You all want to know where that book stays. That book stays. I don't know if I want to tell you what book that came from, but the book stays. The book shot stays. Yeah, that's about a certain subject matter. What? If I drop the name, people are going to find out, and they're going to find out what that book's about. God damn it. Hey, it's as a person. It's as a person. Fine. What else? Oh, the sky shot with Jen's face superimposed over the sky, right? That's what we call the goddess shot. That one, if someone wants a small sample for a small price, I could just put them over the sky shot and recycle that easy. A full video, though, is where it's at, though, and that requires interaction, provided media, either stuff about them. I have an instructional version. I will show that. You're gonna have to read fast, though, because I literally in the instructional version, we're gonna see the instructional version as soon as I'm done talking about what we just saw. The instructional version, I line stuff up according to how long it lasts, right? Some of them are short. They're like fade stuff. They go fast. Some of them are long, and you have to be a fast reader to get everything. But if not, pause it. It's all there. I laid out instructions for what to fill in. Right? If I'm doing it for a new girl, like a blueprint, right? I'll show that next. Let me think. What else do I want to... Oh, I know what I want to talk about. Okay. So this is another exercise in how ridiculous the shit is, right? The shit that we're not talking about. So you might have noticed that I left every sign in the mountains on the way there uncovered except for one. I covered up the city that McKeon Pavilion, where the Gales play, is located in. The reason for that is that I don't want that city to be in a freeze frame of any project of mine for some fool on the internet to screenshot and say, ooh, David's talking about that city in a project. That's not good for me. But here's the thing. The McKeon Pavilion is where it is. You can look that shit up very easily. It's there. It's always going to be there. That's a fact. All right? So here's the thing. How ridiculous are we going to be with this whole what do we talk about, what do we not, right? So here's the solution I propose, okay? Bear with me. Remember the video game Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, the Manhattan Project, right, for the Nintendo Entertainment System? Okay, the plot is the Turtles are relaxing on the beach after the last game, right? And Shredder somehow takes the whole city of Manhattan and lifts it up out of the ocean and captures the city of Manhattan. Here's what we need to do. We need to do that same thing, but with the McKeon Pavilion. Somehow, take the whole McKeon Pavilion, lift it up out of the city it's in, and then transfer it to a nearby city. Let me think. Orinda? No, I have some. There's some shit with Orinda, but Lafayette. Nothing relating to anybody. Transfer it to Lafayette, put it down in Lafayette. Now the McKeon Pavilion is in Lafayette. I can mess with that sign and put Lafayette where the city is. And now they're the St. Mary's Gales in Lafayette, California. And no one has a problem. Do we like that solution? Can people arrange that? We just take a whole sports facility and put it in a new city. No? No one can do that? Okay, then, guys, stop it. People, this has got to stop. This has got to stop. That was a joke. That was obviously a joke. Guys, this whole ridiculous shit has got to stop, okay? You can't undo history, and you can't pretend the McKeon Pavilion is in a different city just because David doesn't want to have a freeze frame with that city in a project of his. Okay? That's fucking stupid. Guys, what's next? Let me draw out a fictional scenario, okay? This is actually along the same lines. What if David, for whatever reason, wants to go to the city above, what's above them? Berkeley. Yes, Berkeley. What if David wants to do a bike ride to Berkeley? I don't know what's in Berkeley. What's in Berkeley? What is in Berkeley that I might go to? Okay, I don't know what's in Berkeley. I don't know Berkeley. Let's say for whatever reason I want a bike ride to Berkeley. Okay? From Hayward to Berkeley. Okay? What's going to happen when let's say I make a video going Hayward to Berkeley. What's going to happen when I see that sign of one of the cities on the way there and I'm like, uh-oh, what do? We don't want that city on video. Because if we put that city on video, what if we green out the city on the way to Berkeley, and then people are going to ask me who see the video, they're going to be like, oh, David, what city is that? Is that Philadelphia? Did you pass by Philadelphia on the way to Berkeley? No. How about Kansas City? Did you pass by Kansas City on the way to Berkeley? Isn't that the city of a certain team? Where do they play, David? Kansas City, Philadelphia, where do they play? What am I? Come on now, this is fucking stupid. Guys, it may be a joke. Yes, it is a joke. But literally, based on the way the system has treated David, that's actually a concern. They are actually on the same level as the Vitor Pitor types. They would literally have a problem with that. This is stupid. This is really... Guys, we are all living in the same world, okay? We all grew up with the same teams. We all we all wear the same colors once in a while. We all have the same shit on our birthday cakes. The Dallas Stars are the same fucking color as the baseball team that we don't know if we can mention. The Dallas Wildfire, that's their hockey team if they had one. What else do we have the same thing? Kalen, Every time you see MKH on a shirt, that is the same first letter as Kaylin Wayne, the first online girl's name. That's her name. Yannick Garcia was born on November 14th. That's a fact. What else? What else? That slogan, it says, I don't know if you can see it, if the world doesn't change, I'm going to make it look foolish. Okay? That was worn on May 2nd, 2011 on a walk a certain place I'm not sure I can mention. Related to that jersey. Okay? That slogan, although it also applied to that job where I was a customer, that same thing also applies to FedEx. Yes, and Cisco, who both attacked work ethic and passion. Okay, and I don't know if the people in FedEx have gotten fired that condone the death threat against me, or condone Savannah's open defamation, intimidation, and her reign of terror with everyone else, and like what else? It was the girl on Van Line 2. I don't know if those people are there or if they've been fired, but if they're still there, we're going to make them look foolish, project after project, until they're gone, and we know they're gone, okay? That applies to David as an employee on jobs where the highest up will condone stuff up to death threats, as it did to that job. It's even more applicable now that David's working and benefiting these companies that he works for where they condone threats. That still applies. Yes. You're saying I can't have that attitude just because I wore it one time in that environment? Dude. What else? What else do we got? There's other stuff. Oh, this is what we live for. Okay, come on, I love the Vancouver Canucks slogan, this is what we live for. Do I want to recycle it? Maybe, but not really. We'll see. It's a we'll see. Like when David actually finds a new wife, maybe. We'll see. But hey, we do live for things. We do live for things. I live for my fire stars. What if I want to make a video for an FS4 professional, and she wants me to use the title, This Is What We Live For, because we do live for this. Maybe me and Wildfire collaborate. Maybe we make a music video where I'm singing, they're singing, and this is what we live for. It's true. God. This is fucking annoying. Fucking annoying. Okay. I think we made the point, okay? I think we are good. We better be. Holy shit. Do we got any shirts over here that I didn't use that are worthy of comment? No. No, we're good. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so that's all I got to say about M-Town. What else do I got to say about M-Town? I do remember this, though. That was shot over 2 days. Actually, the bike trip was shot on a different day than the autographs took place. The bike trip was there for, I think, Selection Sunday. There was no wait a minute. Okay, here's the thing. I think Selection Sunday was the autograph and whole event. I think I went there ahead of time and shot the whole thing as if I was going there. But then I went there, stopped, went back. The next day, it was raining. And that was a day I didn't shoot, but I went and shot the indoor stuff. Or it could be reverse order. I can't remember. No. It was going there first, shooting the bike trip, going back next day, not shooting the bike trip, going there, Selection Sunday, autographs, all that crap, and putting them together as if it was all in one day. Yes, that's a little bit of film deception. That's how you do things in film. It was not all in one day. It was on 2 days. The trip on one day, the autographs on the next day. That's how it works in film. All right, what else do I want to comment on before I move on? I think we're good. We're good. Yeah, we're good. So I'm going to, well, no, we're good. Okay.
Hi, my name is Carrie Lovelace. I'm on the playwriting track, and I was wondering if, looking at us, if you were to advise us, what to do, how to develop our craft.
The only thing I would say is to try and make whatever you're doing, especially at this stage of the game, because you have nothing to lose, is to make it as personal as you can in terms of what you feel about something. That'll make it more interesting. Just not to be afraid to take the chance. Not to do it because of what people... I mean, some people are very good at doing things that people want to see, and they know how to work that, and that's okay. And then other people don't even know how to do that. They don't even know where to begin. And I think it's always more interesting to do something that's genuinely, no matter what you might think the reaction's going to be, as long as you feel that you've done the best you can with that, no matter how crazy it might seem or whatever, or off the wall, just follow it anyway. Follow that instinct. Because that'll distinguish you from other people.
Speaking of media on computer, it's time for this week's entry in the Tech Now Film Festival. This one comes from viewer David Vega at UC Davis, who used computers and digital cameras to give us this.
Hi, my name is Carrie Lovelace. I'm on the playwriting track, and I was wondering if, looking at us, if you were to advise us, what to do, how to develop our craft.
The only thing I would say is to try and make whatever you're doing, especially at this stage of the game, because you have nothing to lose, is to make it as personal as you can in terms of what you feel about something. That'll make it more interesting. Just not to be afraid to take the chance. Not to do it because of what people... I mean, some people are very good at doing things that people want to see, and they know how to work that, and that's okay. And then other people don't even know how to do that. They don't even know where to begin. And I think it's always more interesting to do something that's genuinely, no matter what you might think the reaction's going to be, as long as you feel that you've done the best you can with that, no matter how crazy it might seem or whatever, or off the wall, just follow it anyway. Follow that instinct, because that'll distinguish you from other people.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna shut the camera off again. I'm gonna watch the instructional version where you're gonna see all the instructions on what goes where when a new girl wants to get a version of this for herself. We're gonna see all the instructions. Read fast because some of them won't be on there for long. Okay? Here we go.
Listen as your day unfolds, challenge what the future holds. Try and keep your head up to the sky. Lovers, they may cause you tears. Go ahead, release your fears. Stand up and be counted, don't be ashamed to cry. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Herald what your mother said, read the books your father read, trying to solve the puzzles in your own sweet time. Some may have more cash than you, others take a different view. My, oh my, yeah, yeah. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Time asks no questions, it goes on without you, leaving you behind if you can't stand the pace. The world keeps on spinning, can't stop it if you try to. The best part is danger staring you in the face. Whoa. Remember, listen as your day unfolds. Challenge what the future holds. Try to keep your head up to the sky. Lovers, they may cause you tears. Go ahead, release your fears. My, oh my, eh, eh, eh. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Got to be bold, got to be bad, got to be wise, don't ever sad. Got to be hard, not too hard. All I know is love will save the day.
It's a quiet campus in a tiny town thrust into the national spotlight. The trophy that brought them to this point and the net is on display in the gym. And the first person to show up at today's rally isn't even a student, but a fan from Hayward.
I saw the Gales on TV and I just came for their last home game. And when I got here, it was a loss, but it was still fun to go over the mountains for exercise.
You gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be
By the way, I do want to get this really quick. See Moo right there? Okay, Moo is proudly parked right above that karate trophy. Yes, she is. She's not moving for shit. Look at that. That's a very comfortable Moo. Look at that shit. There's my third place karate trophy. And there is Moo, standing very proudly above that third place karate trophy. She ain't moving for shit either. Yeah, she's not impressed. She is not impressed by this whole, spoken, unspoken thing. Moo is there, and she's there to stay. Yeah, that's a brave cat. That's a very brave cat right there. Hold on, let me see what we can get. Moo, are you a brave kitty? Are you a brave little kitty? Brave little kitty? Oh, Moo, you're a brave little kitty, huh? Are you gonna rub your head against that karate man? What you gonna do? No? You would think they'd rub their head against a karate man, huh? They do that sometimes. Okay, whatever. Let's let Moo be proud. Okay, so I just watched that again. So all the instructions, they can all be taken out and replaced with, I guess, the best that any given woman can give me to fit what's supposed to go there. It don't have to be exact. And actually, with Jennifer's, we actually added one more kissing shot. We covered some stuff up that, was probably visible. So you saw a little bit extra in Jennifer's and a little more here. Also, I do have some stuff I want to say after having seen that again. I should have gotten the pants. Okay, the pants that I was thinking about, I didn't wear. I had the black pants, both shots. Okay. Apparently I was wearing that shirt underneath that shirt. And then black, not these ones, black pants that I can fit. And let's see, what else do I want to say about that footage? Some other thing. Because the first kissing shot with Jennifer lasted a bit longer than the space for filling in stuff, there's actually something, I'm probably going to freeze frame this and put some arrows on the screen. At the beginning of the shot where that pans back to the audience, there's two people in the crowd. One a older man, sort of like, 40-ish, mid-40s, and a young kid. I remember that day. Those two people, they were actually the father and the kid who I gave away the May 2nd ball to. Yeah, we didn't talk about why I walked, where I walked with that on. Yeah. The May 2nd ball I picked up, not caught, and gave away mine to a kid. I didn't know who I gave it away to. When I got to that selection Sunday, those two people turned to me, and they said they recognized me, and they said, "Hey, you're the guy who gave my kid the baseball at that game on May 2nd on 2011." That's a year later, 2012. It's about, let's see, that was like March 2012. The May 2nd ball was May 2011. Yeah, those two people, I'm probably showing it on the screen. Those two people just happened to be there at my destination. And they were there in a completely different sports arena who I gave the May 2nd ball away to that kid. Yeah. That's kind of amazing, huh? Yeah, it's kind of St. Mary's is a small college that it has a small fan base. That's kind of amazing, ain't it? Yeah, I'm just saying, it's true. I remember that dude. You know what the sad thing is? We agreed. I asked if I could take a picture with them after the event was done. They said, yeah, no problem. I got so caught up in what I was doing, we never did that. They forgot, I forgot, or maybe they just avoided it. I don't know why. I don't know why they might avoid it. I don't know. It's just kind of weird, I'm just saying, Jennifer, if you're watching this, you're starting to get it now, huh? Jennifer was one of those people who she knew too much right off the bat about me because she's protective of her kids, and so she had to go and do shit against my will, and it took a long time for Jennifer to come around on David. But now you just saw how close we sort of are. We're not headed down the aisle, we're just close. She's my high school girlfriend. So it took a long time for Jennifer to come around on David. But she's starting to get it now, why David would think certain things, right? About his situation before. So I'm just saying, we're going to speed up the process for new people, okay? I'm not going through this with every fucking new person who comes into contact with me, and for whatever reason, they're like Jennifer, right? Okay? I'm not responsible for whatever bad guys have done in your life. I'm not responsible for whatever your worst case scenario fears are. I'm not responsible for your view of all guys. One of the sort of subliminal reasons why we're putting past shit of mine up, why we're making new shit about how unique David is, why we're showcasing my talents, right, is because we're trying to beat the world over the head and say, hey, this guy's fucking unique, okay? He always is, he always was, he's always gonna be, okay? Debatable as some of his experiences are, don't take forever to come around on David, okay? Because it's a waste of time. It's a waste of my time, okay? I'm sorry, Jennifer. It had to be said, okay? One of the reasons why I love giving back to Jennifer, I'll be honest, is because she was one of those people that I agreed with the system. I said of course I want to stay. I told Jennifer I was going to talk to her in 365 days, a whole year from when she did some shit that I didn't do that. I'm glad I didn't do that. I'm glad that I stuck around. Jennifer's glad. I'm glad that we stuck around, became best friends, and like, I'm glad that again, she's less of a version of Samantha, but she's again one of those flippers, one of those redeemer stories, right? And now she's there now she's back in my life permanently. And so, yeah, you gotta redeem people, okay? You gotta give people the benefit of the doubt. You gotta, like, hang with them. You gotta, like, sort of understand where they come from. And, again, we will discuss this when the time is right. In fact, let's get right to that. I think we're good on this. I think we get the point, right? Okay, so, we're through everything. Okay, so I have some ending notes. I don't need to do the ending notes. I'm going to go over the list of other possible things. These are the things that I deliberately tried to avoid talking about, because these all get their own video. I'm going to go over what we're not talking about that I should be. Somebody on Facebook I blocked recently. I was a little harsh on him, but why I do not and cannot make videos for myself. I get this every so often. My mom does this shit. Jonathan Contreras did this shit. Someone on Facebook from PCT. Someone on Facebook. Sometimes people say, hey, David, why don't you make videos for yourself? Why you got to have a other person or a woman or some other reason? Okay, so I'm not going to go off on it now, but if people bother me about that shit enough, I'm going to go off. I'd cover this a little bit in the 12-hour epic, but I can expand. I'm going to go off on why David does not and cannot make stuff for himself. He lives for others and must do so now. Why I don't and can't market myself. It's not that I can't, it's just that, again, there's a problem with marketing. It's not the problem from olden days where I wanted to make an anti-self-promotional statement, right? Keep my stuff private and then one day come out with everything. It's not what you saw in the charity video. There's more to it than that, okay? We will get into this if someone pushes my buttons on why it's illogical for the talent to also market themselves, okay? People in show business know this. That's why they hire agents, okay? Okay, we're going to deal with the 4 companies and lay the smackdown on what they're doing, what they did to me, Samantha, and Maria, and everybody. The 4 companies, the main reason we're doing it, the intro to this, it will be like an on-camera essay, like a written essay, but on camera and live and maybe organized, right? The main reason we're doing this is the same reason Samantha overestimates my abilities and thinks I can just wave my hands and make money appear. The world has trained the young people to think that people can do things they can't. That a bunch of myths that I always knew. I was told the same things when I was young, but I got them busted a long time ago. The world is misleading the young people into thinking that like a bunch of, if it's not Maria Disney magic, it's a bunch of like Samantha thinks I'm God. I have a text of hers. Samantha regards me the same as God. It's not that different from the Vega girls. Actually, they all come and think that they do. So yeah, she literally said that. Yeah, how about your Tanya Harding coming back to you as Nancy Kerrigan and then saying you're God? Ooh, David had that happen. That's why she thinks I can do shit. Yeah, the main reason we're laying the smackdown on the 4 systems. It's not just because they scarred David. It's not just because they messed things up. It's not just because Samantha and David's life is in jeopardy because of them. It's because they're responsible for the young people being misled and thinking a bunch of overly optimistic, positive things that are not how the real world thinks of us all. So that's the end to that one. I'm letting you know we're doing it for the sake of the kids is what it comes down to when we lay the smack down on FedEx, Octapharma. Wait, let me get them in order. FedEx, Octapharma, EDD, and Cisco. And we're going to deal tangentially with the two systems. The two systems, legal and medical, only as related, not specifics, because I don't want to get into specifics regarding me. Only stuff that shares in common with the others. That's relevant. We're going to lay the smackdown on all systems. Family's a system, but we're going to tread carefully there, because we're still living with them. Other people's families is fair game. Maria's family's fair game, but I don't really want to get into that too well. Jennifer's family's fair game, but I don't want to get into people's families too much. We'll just see what happens there. I do at some point want to make a sort of rant video, like Off the Chains rant, no holds bar, on how insane it is for one guy to be doing a whole crew's worth of work. And not only that, between last shoot and tonight's shoot, I had to run around town like Marty from McFly from Back to the Future and play Back to the Future with Samantha, the Projectamundo, which, again, I don't want to explain what happened, but it's not as bad as the bike thing, but her plans got thwarted when I finally turned for my own reasons and tried to meet her little impossible standards. Yeah, she got an unexpected thwart to the plan. So now we're kind of like, yeah, you see how David's right in the first place. So, yeah, so we're going to have a big fat rant, a big fat off the chains rant on how insane my life has been since devoting full time to these videos, and how people don't get it. And of course, we also need to have a discussion. I want this to come at the end of Maria's demonstration. I do, because of the way we're finishing it up. We need to have a big discussion on how you don't define yourself based on the results of your effort. You define it based on your effort and the logical connection between that and your envisioned results. You don't depend on the results, because that is going to lead you to a whole bunch of bad shit in life and giving up yourself and just, yeah, we're not going to get into it now. I want to use Maria's demonstration. It's a perfect way to get an actress to play Maria, finish it up, and make a speech on the what ifs. That will, yeah. So the tape's running out. I don't want to go on to another tape. I think we're good. So we could just end this. Okay, let's do this. Two things. Let's see if we can get one of them in. Let's explain the set design. Okay, this set represents various stages of my development as a filmmaker. I'm going to go from earliest to latest, okay? So, earliest. Angry Video Game Nerd, 2006 and 7. That's where Dude Homage, Dude FS1, temporary homage. All the reviews, right? What's next? I guess next would be the original version of that one. Yep, that would be 2010 David and 2011 David, before it was modified for the Dallas Stars. Let's see. That one was one day, at least May 2nd, now that you know, maybe a couple others, like the St. Mary's one. That was in 2011. That's immortal. That attitude was going to stay. Let's see. 2012, the Team Vega, Red Team Vega. That was Mystical Ninja Stunt, M-Town. 2012 me. That's real life romance. Oh, that's Customer. That's Customer sort of doing an unofficial internship, we'll say. That's real life romance. Let's see, what else? Okay, the big hiatus now. Okay, so let's skip to 2019 and beyond. That's TMR, the Consult Manuel. I won that shirt from a very low probability raffle. I won that shirt in 2017, but didn't get it until later 2018. Not going to discuss how that happened. That's my Twitch streaming influence. What else we got? What's after that? David at Work. That's my 7 days a week work shirt. That's my work life, my work influence. All the turbo modes. Samantha, Maria, developing turbo mode, 2 more fire stars. Boom, we got a concept that makes sense of everything. Then Wildfire came along. That got converted to a Dallas Stars jersey. So that comes back, repurposed. And that little 2 right there on the K, that little exponent 2, you probably can't see it, stands for Kelly and Kayla Yitzwig. They both start with K, so I put a little exponent above the K that was already there. How about that? 2 Wildfire members, both start with K. And the Dallas Stars. And this is what we live for stays, because you can't remove that shit and you wouldn't want to. Is that it? That's it. So there you go. How much tape do we have? Let's see if we can fit anything else. I think we're good. Let's see how much each tape has so I don't... 59. Oh, we don't got much time for none. I did want to... 52 on this one? Why? Okay. Let me see something. Okay. We might run out on that one. I think I'll continue on that one. Hopefully they're both good. Okay. So I want to explain something here. I was on Instagram and I found out, I'm gonna have to cover this quickly. There's actually a service for if you are you want to write your wife a song, have a recording artist write your wife a song, much like the Wildfire custom songs. You can have write your wife a song, and they make a song out of your story. I will show pictures. Guess what? I looked at that. I said, hey, I did that for Maria already, and also Samantha's getting one, and also the Playing Jesus. I looked at their songs, and I looked. It's kind of like generic stuff based on the advertisement, right? Is that out? Okay, no. And guess what? I looked at the price. The price is $199. The Wildfire one was $1,000. And I said to Maria, it's all in text. I said to Maria, you know what, Maria? You know what I would do if it was cool to do this on the job, and I knew this existed before the Wildfire thing, and if I was unbothered and made a whole bunch of money and shit, I would actually work overtime, right? Which was like every other day, like doing, trying to get 70 plus hours a week, working like 12 plus hours, 12 to 16 hours every other day, get some money. I would actually, every single person at there, every week, 3 different women, each one every other day gets a song based on the money, because $199 is about how much I made on a 12 to 16 hour overtime day. Every time, do a day, next day, New woman gets a song. Do an overtime day, next day, new woman gets a... Just go, overtime, new woman song. Overtime, new woman... Just hand out songs the whole time. That would be funny. It wouldn't happen because people don't get the whole non-getting thing. Yeah. I'm just saying, theoretically, you could do that. Oh, and I told Maria the difference between being with David as a father figure like she requested, which, by the way, I gave her a $1,000 song. Firestar was her as the redeemer for David. That's her song. It was $1,000. It's like 5 songs of theirs. I told Maria, you know what the difference is between being a father figure or somebody who's not married to David and a wife to David? Here's what it would be with if you were married to me. I said to Maria, I would take the cost of one song, $1,000 for by Wildfire, split that up into 5. Pick a week, right? Every single day of the week that we work together or we are hanging out together, for all 5 days, make a new song just about that individual day with you. Yes. And if you show up on your off days, for every off day, a new $1,000 Wildfire song about you on your off days with me. That's 5 regular songs for the 5 days a week, and the two extra days, if you show up, that's a $1,000 song each. That's the wife treatment. If me and Maria were with each other, wife-wise. Yeah. I told Maria that. Just in case people wonder, because people might be wondering, hey, David, you do all this shit for people you're not... Okay, now we're on the backup. People might legitimately be wondering, hey, David, you do all this amazing shit for people you're not even married to. What would you do if you were married to one of them? That's what I would do. An example for Maria. Every day, new song. Split it up? Yeah. That's how David takes it to another level. That is how David takes it to another level. For the actual wife someday. Yes. And I told Maria, hey, dude, this is not even a challenge. The kind of stuff that they show on those videos, the video that they do for their wife, bear in mind, the people who do this, they marry. Yeah, they marry over these songs. Just because they're in a song, that's enough for them to say, hey, let's marry this guy who did this. But with Maria, it's so much deeper. The goat song alone, the goat story alone about how she had me look at get her funny goat videos because of the whole crying thing. She came in crying, lied about it, said get funny goat videos, and told me the truth later. That is easy to make a song about. Watch this. I have custom lyrics. Watch this. I'm going to go to the Maria text. I'm going to read this. I'm going to sing this on camera from text messages. I said it'd be like this. Okay, hold on. I'm going to use the first line from their advertisement and then customize it myself. I said, look, I did this in bed in a matter of minutes for Maria. I said, all right. It says, the ad says, and I love spending time with you, right? And I said, all right, now that, watch this. Watch this. I said, and I love spending time with you. Cannot stand when you come back from lunch looking blue. So I ask what you say that I can do. And you say, find some goat videos on YouTube. So then we watch goat videos together, and it is so strange. But I hold my tongue and don't tell her she is deranged. Then later she admits the whole thing, it was a ruse. But when the war is making her happy, you don't get to choose. Maria, Maria, you remind me of a FedEx story. Not knowing who Michael Jordan is. Living the life just like an alien. Oh, Maria, Maria, you better memorize a Citizen Kane essay in case the men in black pick you up, yeah. Then they'll send you right along your way. Yeah, so I started with their motto, with their format, and then I just transitioned into Carlos Santana's Maria, Maria, because you just do that with Maria. You just do. You can't help it. If you hit a bump in your road of your normal song, you'll just go right into Carlos Santana. Why not? It's why not? Maria, Maria. Let's sing it again. We have some tape. It's hell funny. Maria, Maria, you remind me of a FedEx story. Not knowing who Michael Jordan is. Living the life just like an alien. Oh, Maria, Maria, you better memorize a Citizen Kane essay in case the men in black pick you up, yeah. Then they'll send you right along your way. That's great. So yeah, dude, like, David, in his normal interactions with girls, tops what most people do for their actual married wives. And baby daddies. But then, trust me when I say, when he does marry somebody, he turns it up. He can and will turn it up. He can and he will. No matter who it is, whether it's Maria, Samantha, or anybody, he will find a way to turn it the hell up. And he will, in fact, top what he does for everybody just because. Yes, he will. Believe it. Believe it. All right, we're done here. I had to end on that. Okay, we're good. We covered everything. Holy shit. That better not have glitches, because that ran out. The backup tape is in case it has. I haven't used it yet. I logged and captured everything so far as I did it. Fine. All fine. Oh. All right, we good. Hold on. Let's end it this way. We have 1 minute. Let's get some Danny Boy. Hold up. Hurry up. Shit. Okay, this is going to be hard because it's on a cord. It's on a cord. Get untangled. Okay, get this pillow off. Okay, watch this. Let's end on some Danny Boy. Again, boy. Dan boy? Dan, don't lick yourself when you're on camera. Come on now. They don't want to see that. Hey. 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 Okay, well, he's getting up and cleaning himself, so I guess that's it there. Oh, is there a moo out there? Oh, there's moo. Hold on. Let's get this one. There's Moo. Hi, Moo. Hi, Moo. You got some stuff to say? You got some stuff to say, Moo?